Early spring arrived in the cloud mist mountain range of Qingshi County. Birds sang among blooming flowers, and the air was filled with fragrance. It was the perfect season for bees, with nectar everywhere. On Peak 007 of Zone D stood an ancient pine tree, bathed in warm sunlight. Hanging from its lowest branch was a long pinewood beehive, nearly 5 feet in length. But something felt off. A swarm of bees circled the hive in chaotic patterns, their movements restless and disordered. Qi Ping, a young beekeeper wearing a straw hat, had just arrived beneath the tree. His slightly tanned face showed confusion as he watched the scene. What's going on here? This hive was one of the few things he owned. At first, he suspected an attack from striped tigerhead wasps, natural enemies of bees in the area. But after a careful check, he found no trace of them. Strange. The bees weren't behaving like they were under attack. Their flight paths were too chaotic, lacking any clear pattern. A bad thought crossed his mind. Are they preparing to abscond? His expression changed instantly. If the swarm left, it would be a huge loss. His already poor life would become even harder. Without hesitation, Qi Ping opened the hive, clipped the bee king's wings, and installed a queen excluder to prevent escape. But he knew this was only a temporary solution. He needed the real cause. Drawing on his years of beekeeping experience, he began checking everything. Hive temperature? Normal. Nectar sources? Still abundant. Predators? None. Varroa mites? Wax moths? Nothing. Even after repeated inspections, inside and out, he found no problem. What exactly is going on? After another half hour, he finally gave up. Looks like my skills still aren't enough. With a sigh, he made a decision. Better go find that lazy old man. That lazy old man was Old Zhou, the one who taught him everything. 5 years ago, Qi Ping had transmigrated into this world, taking over the body of a dying beggar. Old Zhou had saved him and later passed on both cultivation techniques and beekeeping knowledge. When Qi Ping once asked why he was chosen, Old Zhou simply said, "Because your talent is the lowest." It sounded harsh, but the reason was simple. Low talent meant no great future, and someone with no great future wouldn't abandon him. Unlike a former disciple who had once risen to greatness and never returned. When Qi Ping arrived at Old Zhou's courtyard, he found the old man asleep in a bamboo recliner, as usual. "Old Zhou, wake up. Something's wrong." Old Zhou slowly opened his eyes, completely unfazed. What could possibly be wrong? The hive, the bees might be escaping. Probably pests or predators. Handle it yourself. He was about to go back to sleep. But Qi Ping quickly added, "I've checked everything. Multiple times. Nothing's wrong, but they're still acting strange." That finally caught Old Zhou's attention. "You're sure?" "I checked 4 or 5 times. Old Zhou narrowed his eyes. "Now that's interesting." Soon, both stood beneath the pine tree. Old Zhou examined the hive carefully, frowning deeper with every moment. Shouldn't be, something's not right. Even after half an hour, he still couldn't find the cause. For the first time in years, the old man looked troubled. Then suddenly, he rushed off to check old records, leaving Qi Ping behind. Seeing this, Qi Ping's heart sank. If even Old Zhou couldn't figure out, things were serious. This hive was his livelihood. Without it, he couldn't earn spirit stones, couldn't pay rent, couldn't survive. He had no great talent, no special skills. At best, he might reach the 2nd or 3rd stage of qi refining in his lifetime. His dream was simple: live peacefully, raise bees, earn enough, marry a few gentle wives, build a comfortable life. Nothing more. But now, are the heavens really going to take away even this? Just as worry filled his heart, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. D&D game mod loaded successfully. Loading time, 5 years, 3 months. Please choose your class. Just 5 years? That deserves a wow. What kind of game even takes 5 years to load? Qi Ping felt both speechless and slightly annoyed, but at the same time, excited. I didn't expect this game to come with me. This was a niche modded game he had casually downloaded in his previous life to kill boredom, but its unique skill system had kept him hooked for months. He had already played through most of the professions, which meant he knew exactly what he was doing. With these 12 profession templates, my situation might finally improve. Even if they couldn't rival true cultivation paths, they were still far better than his current low-grade talent. And one rule he firmly believed in: there are no useless classes, only useless players. So the key is choosing the right one. This wasn't a decision he could redo. One wrong pick, and it would affect his entire life. Let's eliminate the bad options first. First to go: Barbarian, Bard, Priest, Martial Monk. The Bard and Priest were support classes, useless without strong allies. The Barbarian? Just a reckless brute. The Martial Monk? Good in a martial world, but not here. Next, Warrior, Holy Knight, Wanderer, Ranger. The Warrior and Monk were similar, frontline fighters, not ideal here. The Wanderer? Basically a thief. The Ranger? Limited impact. The Holy Knight had potential, but relied heavily on faith systems. Too restrictive. Now only 4 remained. Bloodline Mage, Druid, Mage, Evil Mage. Each one had serious potential. Bloodline Mage, power from beast bloodlines. Dragons, Qilin, divine beasts, terrifying strength. Druid, nature-based abilities. Beast, taming, farming, transformation, spellcasting. Mage, pure destructive power. Ultimate spellcaster. Evil Mage, dark magic, perfect for demon sex. All strong, but not all suitable. First, Evil Mage, eliminated. Too dangerous. Too risky. And Qi Ping? He feared death. Next, Bloodline Mage. Powerful, but useless right now. He had no access to powerful bloodlines. And no money. That left. Mage and Druid. The Mage is insanely strong. At higher levels, it could destroy worlds. But early game? Fragile. High risk. With my current talent, that's basically suicide. His comprehension was already terrible. Even basic techniques took him years. Choosing Mage will be a death sentence. His eyes settled on the final option. Druid. A Druid has everything I need right now. Beast taming, farming, transformation, spellcasting. Most importantly, immediate value. With beast taming, I can communicate with the bees. The problem that stumped both him and Old Joe? Solved instantly. He could even form pacts with creatures. A swarm of hornets alone could threaten cultivators. In farming, in the cultivation world, that was priceless. On top of that, natural affinity, better understanding, something he desperately lacked. This is it. No Hosetashin, no regret. Druid. Druid profession selected. Generating template.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Druid awakening in progress. Please choose your main profession and subprofession. The choice of profession will determine the development of your skills. Please choose carefully. Available subprofessions: Totem Druid, Beast King Druid, Calamity Druid, Ocean Druid, Swamp Druid, Desert Druid, Steel Druid, Jungle Druid, Mountain Druid, Sky Druid. This selection is exactly the same as when I played in my previous life. Players can choose both a main profession and a subprofession within one profession template. The Druid subprofession has the most options, known as the all-round profession, ranked 13th in strength among 12 professions. Main profession: Beast King Druid. Subprofession: Jungle Druid. After pondering for a while, Qi Ping made his choice. The Beast King Druid can have more than one animal companion and can share one talent from the animal companion. His own talent isn't high. Choosing Beast King Druid can somewhat compensate for this flaw by sharing the talent of animal companions. This is something other subprofessions find hard to achieve. The Jungle Druid is most suitable for planting spiritual medicine in the Immortal Cultivation realm. The most representative skill is plant growth, which can accelerate the growth of spiritual medicine. The value of this function is incredibly high in the Immortal Cultivation realm. In cultivation, wealth is considered the top priority, and to some extent, spiritual medicine represents wealth. Main profession and subprofession chosen successfully. Professional talents have been generated. Talents: Animal Companion, Natural Affinity, Animal Companion. At each level increase, You can contract an animal companion and share a talent from the animal companion. Currently can contract one animal companion. Each level increase will add one contract slot. Natural affinity. You have a high affinity with plant-based energy. Please choose professional skills. Beast King Druid. Choose 3 out of 4 animal communication. Beast Friend, Beast Mastery, Beast King's Blessing. LV1 Animal Communication. You can understand the language of animals and communicate with them. Cannot be upgraded. LV1 Beast Friend. You can reduce animals' hostility towards you, allowing them to develop a favorable impression of you. Passive. Cannot be upgraded. LV1 Beast Mastery. Compel an animal to fight alongside you. High intelligence animals may have a chance to resist. LV1 Beast King's Blessing. Your animal companions receive increased upgrade speed and a higher chance of successful transformation. Passive can be upgraded. Jungle Druid. Choose 1 out of 3 plant growth, Greedvine, Divine Berry Technique. LV1 Plant Growth. By consuming energy, you can increase the growth speed of plants. Active can be upgraded. LV1 Greedvine. By consuming energy, you can summon a giant vine to attack enemies. Active can be upgraded. LV1 Divine Berry Technique. By consuming energy, summon a fruit with satiety and healing effects. The fruit will disappear within a day after being generated. It's no different from when I played in my previous life. Seeing the familiar options, Chi Ping couldn't conceal his joy. This modified version of the starting skills is simply perfect. It offers much higher playability compared to the normal version. Choose Animal Communication, Beast Friend, Beast King's Blessing. The purpose of these skills doesn't need much explanation. As for why Beast Mastery was temporarily abandoned, there are 2 reasons. First, there's a possibility of failure in compelling, especially considering that animals in the Immortal Cultivation realm generally have higher intelligence, unless the skill level can be upgraded to a considerably high level, which could ensure success. Secondly, Chi Ping doesn't have many animals around him to control, while the other 3 skills can immediately help Chi Ping find powerful animal companions. Choose Plant Growth. This skill is the main reason Chi Ping chose Jungle Druid, and it's also the core skill in the farming stream. A druid without plant growth doesn't deserve to be called a druid. Solely relying on the plant growth skill, one wouldn't starve in the Immortal Cultivation realm, although the specific strength remains to be tested. Skill selection completed. Generating data panel. Name: Chi Ping. Level: LV1, 0/100. Professional: Beast King Druid. Main: Jungle Druid. Sub. Talents: Animal Companion, Natural Affinity. Animal Companion, 0/1. Skills: LV1 Plant Growth, 0 out of 100. LV1 Beast King's Blessing, 0 out of 100. Skills: Constant Animal Communication, Beast Friend. As the professional panel formed, a green light suddenly flashed through Chi Ping's body. After the flash, Chi Ping felt like he was a completely different person. In his perception, the world presented a lot more familiar and friendly with Spirit Chi compared to before, the difference being at least tenfold compared to his lower grade with Spirit Root Affinity. Besides his perception of Spirit Chi, the biggest change was the transformation he felt towards the box of little black bees in front of him. As a Beast King Druid, having the Beast Friend skill made the little black bees extremely friendly towards him, buzzing curiously around and expressing their friendliness. Awakening succeeded. Sensing the different feeling in his body and the druid magic knowledge in his mind, Chi Ping couldn't be more delighted. Finally, I'm not just a first-layer Chi refining cultivator with low talent and comprehension. At last, he had hope in the Immortal Cultivation realm. Now I just need to contract a powerful animal companion, and my safety will be somewhat assured. Then I can earn money through farming skills, raise my animal companions, and accumulate upgrade experience. But the most urgent matter now is to figure out the reason behind the little black bees' restlessness. Spring and summer are the highest honey-yielding seasons, and in these 2 seasons, I could sell a nice amount of spirit stones. Looking at the little black bees buzzing around, Chi Ping used the knowledge in his mind to touch some mysterious energy with his intention. In the next moment, Chi Ping's world changed. The dense buzzing sound transformed into meaningful language in Chi Ping's mind. Buzz buzz, large bee, buzz buzz, earth cavity large bee, buzz buzz, stealing honey, buzz buzz, golden large bee fierce, dangerous, buzz buzz, stealing our nectar, we need to move. Wow, thousands of little black bees buzzing together almost overwhelmed Chi Ping. He took a while to adjust. Earth cavity large bee, golden, stealing nectar, could it be? Based on the keywords mentioned by the little black bees, a suspicion arose in Chi Ping's mind. Earth cavity, golden marrow bee. The only answer Chi Ping could think of matching these conditions was earth cavity, golden marrow bee. If the reason for the bee swarm frenzy is indeed earth cavity, golden marrow bee, then it truly is a blessing in disguise. The earth cavity golden marrow bee is a quite rare bee species with higher combat power than the golden striped hornet, and it's excellent at making honey, with honey value at least 10 times higher than that of the little black bees. However, breeding this kind of golden marrow bee is quite challenging, making it very rare and much less common compared to little black bees. Chi Ping originally planned to give the first animal companion slot to the golden striped hornet because it's the highest combat power animal he could currently obtain. But if the little black bees were truly referring to the golden marrow bee, it would be at least 10 times better than the golden striped hornet as my first animal companion. The combat power of the golden marrow bee not only surpasses the golden striped hornet, but its honey-making ability is also far superior to both the little black bees and the golden striped hornet. Species: earth cavity golden marrow bee. Bloodline: Tier 1 intermediate. Talent: brewing artisan, highly poisonous tail needle, wind speed. Brewing artisan possesses a natural talent in honey brewing, not only capable of turning pollen into honey, but also able to brew some spiritual medicine into honey, enhancing the special effects of the medicine. Highly poisonous tail needle. The tail needle can release powerful toxins. Wind speed. The earth cavity golden marrow bee is a wind and wood attribute spirit beast. It is relatively fast, and its speed gets a boost in places with wind attribute energy. Evaluation: shy by nature, highly aggressive, can pose a threat to late-stage chi refining when in sufficient numbers. Will repel other bees and any potentially threatening creatures. Extremely fast, loves brewing honey, and has high requirements for honey sources. Recalling the information about the golden marrow bee in his mind, Chi Ping couldn't help but feel even more delighted. The golden marrow bee is a spirit beast that he couldn't afford even if he emptied his fortune, especially a tamed and breedable golden marrow bee, which is even more valuable. The temperament of the golden marrow bee makes it extremely difficult to tame and breed, at least 10 times harder than the small black bee. The success rate of taming a wild golden marrow bee hive is well below 10%. So if Chi Ping could successfully contract a hive of earth cavity golden marrow bees, it would truly be a stroke of great luck. I hope it really is a golden marrow bee, and also hope that the skills of the Beast King Druid are strong enough to help me successfully contract a golden marrow bee as an animal companion. With such immense anticipation, Chi Ping began communicating with the small black bees about the location of the golden marrow bee's hive. Where's the big bee? Where's the earth cavity big bee? Where is the golden big bee? Because the small black bees had low intelligence, communication was very difficult, so Chi Ping could only patiently repeat his questions to them. After a while, some small black bees finally understood Chi Ping's meaning and pointed in a specific direction of the cloud mist mountain range with their small feet. Buzz! There! Buzz! Donji! In the depths of the cloud mist mountain range, just as Chi Ping was about to ask for a more specific location, something unexpected happened. 2 bold bees began leading the way for him. Buzz! Follow me. This surprised Chi Ping. Generally speaking, the small black bees should be afraid of the golden marrow bees. So how could they take the initiative to lead the way? Could it be that among so many bees, a few bold ones emerged? Just like among humans, diverse flocks of birds have all kinds. It's the same with bees. However, this was actually a good thing. One must know that golden marrow bees are extremely sensitive to their surroundings. Any slight disturbance can cause them to hide or attack. Even cultivators find it difficult to locate their underground hives, which is one of the reasons why earth cavity golden marrow bees are so rare. Following the bold bees, Chi Ping gradually stepped deeper into the cloud mist mountain range. Here, the trees were much taller, and there were many thorny vines and thickets. Although Chi Ping was at the first layer of Qi refining, these thorny vines, thanks to spiritual Qi, were more robust and hazardous than ordinary vines, with some even being highly poisonous. In such an environment, it was nearly impossible for him to track down the golden marrow bees on his own. Thankfully, you two are leading the way, Chi Ping exclaimed with relief. He also made a mental note to perhaps share some good things with the two bees once everything was gathered. The jungle druid is truly in its element in the forests. As he delved deeper into the cloud mist mountain range, Chi Ping noticed his perception becoming increasingly acute and powerful. He could clearly sense movements from quite far away. Besides this, Chi Ping felt that his body and spiritual Qi had received a certain degree of enhancement, and the recovery speed of his spiritual Qi had accelerated significantly. Yet these were not reflected in the talent skills of a druid. It seems that skills and talents don't encompass the entirety of the druid profession. Some unexpressed traits need to be discovered by oneself, like the enhancement buff a jungle druid receives in forests right now. If I encounter danger in the future, I should consider escaping into the forest. Cultivation can also be done in the forest, or I could plant some powerful spirit trees and spiritual medicines myself. My cultivation speed might just increase. The more he earnestly comprehended, the more joyous Chi Ping felt within. The druid profession had indeed brought him more surprises. Although it couldn't compare to those sect geniuses with extraordinary talents and physiques, if utilized properly, his future achievements might not be inferior to those sect geniuses. Chi Ping ventured deeper, while gradually perceiving various changes in himself. His physique seemed a bit stronger than before. The increase in druid level also granted some growth in physical strength. However, as he delved roughly 10 miles deeper, Chi Ping's heart grew more anxious, for here he might encounter things that could threaten his life, such as highly poisonous plants or toxic insects lurking in the dark. Though the druid profession granted him an edge in the forest, it didn't make him invincible. Some intelligent spirit beasts or ferocious toxic insects might not buy into the druid status. After all, this was the Immortal Cultivation realm, not a game world Chi Ping was familiar with, and the exact effects of the druid profession still needed to be tested. Cautiously parting a vine with toxic attributes, an overwhelming sense of danger began to rise in Chi Ping's heart. How much farther? Chi Ping couldn't help but inquire. He repeated his question several times before the two small black bees vaguely responded. Buzz. Ahead, ahead, almost there, almost there. Thus, Chi Ping had no choice but to brace himself and follow along. If not for the strength provided by having the jungle druid and beast king druid professions, he wouldn't dare to venture here so easily. Fortunately, after a while, the small black bees came to a halt. Buzz. Here. Here. Buzz. Donji. Having reached this point, the two small black bees refused to proceed further, as if something terrifying lay ahead. Chi Ping even noticed the slight trembling in the bees' bodies, a natural fear when confronted with a being of higher bloodline. You should go back. Be careful, Chi Ping instructed. The fact that these two led him here already showed exceptional boldness. Upon hearing him, the two bees buzzed, circled Chi Ping a few times, and flew back. Chi Ping also noted down the appearance of these bold bees. After becoming a Beast King Druid, he could easily distinguish between bees that looked identical to others in the eyes of most people. This was one of the traits of the Beast King Druid. Although their lifespan wasn't long, allowing them to indulge in some good things during their limited time was a way for Chi Ping to repay their assistance this time. After taking a deep breath, Chi Ping tightly gripped the lower-grade magical artifact Long Saber in his hand. This was a gift from Old Head Joe. Coming here alone was indeed an adventure for him. But for the sake of contracting the Golden Marrow Bee, and being both a Beast King Druid and Jungle Druid, Chi Ping dared to risk coming to this place. Tightly gripping the long saber in his hand, Chi Ping began to cautiously advance. Using his keen perception, Chi Ping avoided various thorns and dangers, moving forward carefully. Fortunately, it didn't take Chi Ping long. After advancing for a while, he found a golden marrow bee hiding at the base of a centennial pine tree. This was thanks to the jungle druid's keen perception in the mountains and forests. Otherwise, it might not have been possible to discover this golden marrow bee in the dense forest. Found it. Chi Ping felt a surge of joy within him. Things were going relatively smoothly, with no unexpected occurrences. Seeing the silhouette of the golden marrow bee, Chi Ping couldn't help but breathe a huge sigh of relief. If something unexpected had appeared halfway, his current small frame at the first layer of chi refining wouldn't withstand it. At the same time, Chi Ping quickly stored the saber into his space-saving storage bag to avoid the killing intent from disturbing the golden marrow bee. The golden marrow bee was collecting the pine sap from the root of the pine tree. Pine trees over 100 years old produce an extremely small amount of special pine sap, which can reach the quality of spiritual medicine. However, the quantity is too scarce. For Chi Ping, it would take half a month to barely fill a bottle, not to mention handling the dangers in the mountains, making the yield far less than breeding black little bees. The golden marrow bee is a relatively special kind of bee, significantly different from ordinary bees. The reason they collect pine sap is that their honey-making process is not limited to nectar. Many spiritual medicines become their collection targets, subsequently mixed with nectar to make honey. This is one reason the honey quality of the golden marrow bee is superior. Just as Chi Ping discovered the golden marrow bee, it also sensed Chi Ping's presence. Chi Ping felt a bit of anxiety in this moment. Normally, when golden marrow bees encounter human cultivators, they typically have two choices. Either choose to attack or choose to run and hide. Either way, neither is good news for Chi Ping. The golden marrow bee's speed and venom are formidable. Its speed is almost equal to a mid-stage chi refining. Chi Ping simply cannot catch up if it runs away. If he fights, it would be worse for Chi Ping. Even facing just an ordinary small worker bee would be difficult for him to handle. After a moment of trepidation, Chi Ping noticed that the golden marrow bee did not flee. Instead, it paused its sap-collecting actions and curiously eyed Chi Ping, showing no signs of hostility. Chi Ping could not help but feel a bit delighted. There's hope. Thus, Chi Ping carefully and expectantly approached, and true to his hope, the golden marrow bee did not flee. Buzz, who are you, friendly? The golden marrow bee, seeing Chi Ping approach, vaguely communicated its thoughts, circling around Chi Ping curiously. I wish to contract with you, to make you my animal companion. I can help make your community stronger. Chi Ping stated honestly and directly. For the bee community, the propagation and strengthening of their species is more important than individual will. For matters beneficial to their community, they choose to sacrifice fearlessly. This is all too familiar to beekeeper Chi Ping. Against strong enemies, they can sacrifice their lives to attack. Encountering good spiritual medicine or nectar, they gather diligently, regardless of danger. As long as their community can continue and grow stronger, even in death, it is considered honorable for them. This is why Chi Ping chose to communicate with them with their community in mind. As a Beast King Druid, he has full confidence in accomplishing this. Buzz. Contract. Strengthen the community? Yes, strengthen the community. The golden marrow bee's mind seemed to struggle to comprehend, so Chi Ping repeated his words. After several repetitions, the golden marrow bee finally understood Chi Ping's meaning and became very excited. Buzz, two-legged beast, no malice. Bee trusts you. I must tell the bee king. All right, lead me there. Hearing the golden marrow bee's affirmative response, Chi Ping thoroughly exhaled in relief. This was the hardest step. Indeed, the most difficult part was here, since the nature and temperament of the entire bee community are consistent. If this golden marrow bee easily trusts Chi Ping, likely the whole community will too. In this way, the risk of Chi Ping's trip is minimized, and the likelihood of a successful contract is high. If the golden marrow bee had shown hostility and distrust, Chi Ping would certainly have fled, as it would indicate that the whole bee community might be hostile towards him. Facing an entire swarm of earth cavity golden marrow bees, even mid-stage chi refining cultivators could fall, not to mention Chi Ping at first layer of chi refining. Luckily, the most difficult barrier had been crossed. The The golden marrow bee not only showed no hostility, but demonstrated an unusual level of trust. The Beast King Druid is truly impressive. Chi Ping couldn't help but sigh. Following the golden marrow bee's lead, Chi Ping eagerly followed. This time, Chi Ping walked with more confidence, the golden marrow bee's living trajectory proving it to be relatively safe. After traveling about 2 or 3 miles, they finally arrived at the golden marrow bee's hive location. It seemed like an ordinary small grove, indistinguishable from other groves. There seemed to be no sign of the golden marrow bee's habitation, illustrating their level of caution. Within the grove, a small hole covered with dead leaves was hidden. If not for seeing the golden marrow bee burrowing inside, Chi Ping would never have found the hive entrance. A scan with divine sense would only detect an ordinary mouse-like hole, common throughout the forest. A moment later, a large group of golden marrow bees buzzed out, congregating around and inspecting Chi Ping. Some bold bees even landed on Chi Ping. Any ordinary cultivator witnessing this scene would be half scared to death. But Chi Ping felt no fear, as he could perceive the golden marrow bees' lack of malice. As time went on, roughly 1,000 golden marrow bees emerged. This number was much smaller compared to the nearly 10,000 black little bees, but it was already a considerable number for golden marrow bees. The higher the bloodline rank of the bee community, the more difficult the breeding, and they require more spirit flowers and spiritual medicine to sustain a large community. Among the golden marrow bees before Chi Ping, at the center was the largest golden marrow bee, about half the size of fist, roughly 3 times bigger than other worker bees. It was wholly golden, with black golden rings on the abdomen and stout black golden mandibles that looked extremely formidable, its wings tinged with a faint layer of gold. The male bees were slightly smaller than the bee king, with especially prominent sharp mandibles. After the golden marrow bees all emerged, they communicated with Chi Ping centered around the bee king. The process was much easier than Chi Ping had imagined. He only repeated his earlier conversation with the worker bee, and the entire community agreed to be his animal companions. Buzz, we are willing to become your animal companions. This is it. Upon hearing that the entire swarm of golden marrow bees expressed their willingness to become his animal companion, Chi Ping was somewhat in disbelief. Isn't this too easy? The whole process was much simpler than he thought. After seeing and communicating with Chi Ping, the golden marrow bee swarm immediately agreed to become his animal companion. If other cultivators in the Chi refining stage saw this, they'd probably be green with envy, especially other beekeepers who know all too well the difficulty of nurturing earth cavity golden marrow bees, let alone forming a contract. It seems the Beast King Druid is still quite formidable in the Immortal Cultivation realm. Chi Ping couldn't help but internally praise. Other intelligent animals are still uncertain, but the performance of the golden marrow bees was too impressive, indicating the effect must be good on animals similar to the golden marrow bee as well. In other words, when contracting other animal companions in the future, the identity of the Beast King Druid still holds a huge advantage. Before becoming a Beast King Druid, contracting a swarm of golden marrow bees was something Chi Ping didn't even dare to dream of. But now, he has successfully formed a contract. Let's start the contract then. After receiving a response from the golden marrow bees, Chi Ping didn't hesitate and decided to secure the contract first. If an unforeseen mishap occurs due to hesitation, it would really mess with his mindset. Buzz. All right. Following the knowledge about druids in his mind, Chi Ping immediately channeled a mysterious energy with his consciousness. And then, a mysterious contract array began to slowly form. I wonder which trait of the golden marrow bees I'll gain after the contract. While anticipating, Chi Ping also felt a bit anxious. The golden marrow bees have 3 main talents: brewing artisan, highly poisonous tail needle, and wind speed. Based on Chi Ping's past gaming experience, there's generally an 80% probability of gaining one of the 3 main talents and a 20% probability of gaining other non-main talents. The main talents have the highest quality, while the non-main talents are usually just some inconspicuous traits of bees, so what talent one gains actually depends on luck. Chi Ping most looks forward to the wind speed talent. In the Immortal Cultivation realm, almost every place has wind attribute energy, so as long as this talent awakens, One can gain a speed boost in places with wind attribute energy. The affinity for wind attribute spiritual chi will also improve. Please don't give me the highly poisonous tail needle. Qi Ping prayed internally. Though the talents of animal companions, when shared with the Druid, will be adjusted according to the Druid's physical condition, Qi Ping couldn't really imagine what a highly poisonous tail needle would turn into on his body. If a tail needle really grew on that scene, just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. Approximately after dozens of breaths, a dark green, human-sized mysterious array finally formed, and under Qi Ping's control, it merged into the swarm of bees in the blink of an eye. In the D&D modded game, the contract position for an animal companion can contract an entire swarm of bees. An entity like a swarm will become an animal companion of the Druid as a whole, and the reproduction, life, and death of its queen, worker bees, and drones won't affect the contract relationship. Facing Qi Ping's contract array, the golden marrow bee swarm didn't resist, but allowed the power of the array to merge into their bodies. After the array energy entered their bodies, a dark green glow erupted from them, and a similar glow rose from Qi Ping. This process took longer than Qi Ping anticipated, lasting a full quarter of an hour before the animal companion's contract ceremony officially concluded. During this process, Qi Ping was also immersed in the shared perception of talents with the golden marrow bees. The golden marrow bees were similarly immersed, but they shared not Qi Ping's talents but the enhancement of their bloodline by the Beast King's Blessing skill. Beast King's Blessing. As your animal companion, you will gain increased upgrade speed and a higher success rate of transformation. The effect of the Beast King's Blessing doesn't appear out of thin air, but this skill will transform the bloodline of all Qi Ping's animal companions, causing a fundamental change in their bloodline. When Qi Ping realized how much time had passed, his first reaction was a bit of fear. The contract took longer than he expected. In the game, contracts could be completed instantly, but in the Immortal Cultivation realm, it lasted a full quarter of an hour. Luckily, nothing unexpected happened. In the future, when contracting other animal companions, it must be done in a safe environment. Otherwise, encountering an attack would really be disastrous. Thankfully, the contract ceremony was completed smoothly. The golden marrow bee swarm was successfully contracted. Their bloodline is at the mid-stage of Tier 1, enough to terrify and entice mid-stage Qi refining cultivators. And, at this moment, they have officially been successfully contracted by Qi Ping as animal companions. This means that from now on, Qi Ping not only possesses enough power to threaten mid-stage Qi refining, but also can obtain precious honey through the golden marrow bees. A double gain. Qi Ping is very satisfied with the golden marrow bees as his first animal companion. They can fight, make money, and conveniently hide as a trump card. Among the spirit beasts he can obtain, he really can't find any animal that can match the golden marrow bees in overall cost-performance ratio. It's just this shared talent. Though I managed to avoid the highly poisonous tail needle, it's not wind speed either. Looking at the brewing artisan talent, Qi Ping felt a bit amused. Brewing artisan. You have a keen talent for pollen and some spiritual medicine, allowing you to brew them into honey with extraordinary effects. There are some slight changes compared to the talent on the bee. The original talent of the golden marrow bees was like this. Brewing artisan. You have an innate talent in honey brewing, not only able to brew pollen into honey, but also able to brew some spiritual medicine into honey and enhance the special effects of the spiritual medicine. The major change in the entry is having a keen talent for pollen and some spiritual medicine. Thinking about it, this talent actually has quite a bit of use. Being able to increase the perception talent on spiritual medicine is actually not bad. Anyway, the speed boost from wind speed probably won't enhance my strength much. Having an extra money-making skill is still pretty decent. As long as it's well developed, it might become a surprising ability. There are no useless skills, only useless players, especially in a world like the Immortal Cultivation realm with infinite possibilities. Although this ability definitely can't compare to alchemy, the brewing artisan talent combined with plant growth is enough to enhance Qi Ping's cultivation during the Qi refining stage. At least compared to the highly poisonous tail needle, the brewing artisan talent is still within Qi Ping's acceptance range. And for now, having the golden marrow bees as his animal companion with combat power enough to threaten mid-stage chi refining. That little speed boost for him as a first-layer chi refining cultivator indeed doesn't have much effect. Understanding this, Chi Ping no longer felt any regret. On the contrary, he felt extremely satisfied. Farming talent also quite suits his personality. Furthermore, the gains may not have ended yet. Chi Ping hadn't forgotten the habit of the golden marrow bees, that they have relatively high requirements for nectar sources. The decision of the golden marrow bees to settle here proves that nearby there may be pollen or spiritual medicine that attracts them, and the quantity is certainly not low. After digesting the knowledge about brewing artisan in his mind, Chi Ping turned his attention to the golden marrow bee, which had just emerged from the special state of the contract. The golden marrow bee voluntarily became Chi Ping's animal companion. So after forming the contract, Chi Ping and the entire hive of golden marrow bees became each other's most trustworthy partners. At a glance, Chi Ping noticed that each golden marrow bee in front of him shared a remarkably intimate connection with him. Even with his eyes closed, Chi Ping could clearly sense the presence of this connection. Moreover, communication between him and the golden marrow bees became effortless. They could transmit information directly through this special connection without speaking. "How do you feel?" Chi Ping asked. "Buzz buzz. Boss, it seems our bodies have changed significantly, becoming much more transparent," replied the Bee King first. "Buzz buzz. Comfortable. Comfortable. Buzz buzz. Perception has become stronger." After understanding, Chi Ping learned about some changes in the contract this time. Under the Beast King's blessing skill, the overall talent of the golden marrow bees improved significantly. For example, changes in the flow of spiritual chi within their bodies and their ability to perceive spiritual chi. On this basis, upgrading and metamorphosing the golden marrow bees will inevitably become much easier in the future. Thus, Chi Ping's promise to make the golden marrow bee colony stronger has taken the most crucial first step, since the enhancement of talent is the hardest and most fundamental. Additionally, after signing the contract, the difficulty of communication between Chi Ping and the golden marrow bees decreased a lot. However, Chi Ping is unsure whether this is due to the special connection or because their intellect has also improved. Not bad, not bad. Now the golden marrow bees have the strength to threaten mid-stage chi refining. The subsequent strength is also expected to increase rapidly. As long as they are commanded wisely, they can exert strength higher than the innate combat power of the hive itself. In this case, there might be an opportunity to pose a certain threat to late-stage chi refining cultivators. The improved communication efficiency also facilitates commanding the hive in battle. After understanding all the changes in this contract, Chi Ping felt extremely satisfied. His own strength hasn't changed much, but having such extraordinary animal companions gives Chi Ping more confidence in the immortal cultivation realm. Are there any spirit flowers or spiritual medicine nearby? Chi Ping continued to ask the golden marrow bees. There's often high-level spirit flowers or spiritual medicine near golden marrow bees. Buzz buzz. Yes, about 2 miles in that direction, there's a batch of blood ginseng. We regularly collect some sap without harming their plant structure. Buzz buzz. It's hidden under manure and leaves, preventing other animals from finding it. Indeed, Chi Ping felt a thrill in his heart. Reading more books with old Zhou proved its worth. Otherwise, Chi Ping feels he might have taken a long time to discover this secret. Blood ginseng is a rather precious tier 1 intermediate spiritual medicine, greatly beneficial for body refining and enhancing cultivation, with a high market value. It's safe to say that having enough blood ginseng, even with Chi Ping's low-grade talent, he could break through to mid-stage chi refining within a few years. So imagine Chi Ping's excitement when he learned this news. More importantly, Chi Ping has the plant growth skill, which can help him speed up the growth and reproduction of blood ginseng. This way, he can obtain more blood ginseng in a short time. Moreover, with the golden marrow bee possessing the brewing artisan talent, honey brewed with blood ginseng will retain or even enhance blood ginseng's special effects. Next, as long as I am responsible for accelerating growth with plant growth, and the golden marrow bees are accountable for brewing honey, both the bees and I can have a sufficient supply of high-grade honey to improve physique and cultivation, while also enhancing my druid experience and plant growth experience. So, going forward, Qi Ping will continue his quiet beekeeping and farming, gradually increasing his strength, and his lifespan will also extend considerably. Where's the blood ginseng? Take me to have a look. Buzz buzz. Okay, buzz buzz. Follow me, boss. Next, Qi Ping was led by the golden marrow bees to the location of the blood ginseng. This patch of blood ginseng was situated in a jumble of weeds, making it extremely difficult to distinguish the leaves from the weeds. If Qi Ping hadn't carefully inspected, even if he passed by 10 times, he wouldn't have discovered this batch of blood ginseng. Among the dry leaves of the grass, various insect and beast droppings were placed, continually emitting an unusual scent. This scent isn't particularly strong. It just barely covers up the smell of blood ginseng and doesn't stand out too much. The golden marrow bees are pretty smart, knowing both how to sustainably extract the sap from blood ginseng and how to protect it. After carefully peeling open the grass, Qi Ping carefully examined it and found 16 blood ginseng plants inside. Among them, 3 are seedlings, and the other 13 are roughly thumb-sized, estimated to be between 10 to 30 years old. Seeing so much blood ginseng undoubtedly delighted Qi Ping. It's worth knowing that selling his humble assets may only barely afford 1 or 2 blood ginseng plants. A wave of sudden fortune is no more than this. However, a big doubt also arose in Qi Ping's mind. The spiritual qi in this mountain forest isn't rich, and the spiritual qi in the earth vein isn't high either. How could so much blood ginseng grow in this place? The more advanced the spirit plant, the higher the requirements for spiritual land. If the conditions aren't right, the spirit plant will be malnourished or could not grow at all. However, the growth state of the dozen blood ginseng plants here is unusually good, which is inconsistent with the basic condition of this mountain forest. Strange, the concentration of spiritual qi in the air is no different from other places. So it might be the underground here that holds the reason. Qi Ping extended his hand, placed it close to the land where the blood ginseng grew, and used divine sense to carefully inspect it. Finally, under the jungle druid's perception enhancement in the forest, he discovered the anomaly. Indeed, beneath this batch of blood ginseng, there existed an extraordinary source of spiritual qi. However, this spiritual qi was actively absorbed from the underground by the blood ginseng itself, which is why the surrounding flora showed no signs. Could it be that something hidden is beneath this land? Qi Ping couldn't help but fall into contemplation. After some time, Qi Ping shook his head, temporarily suppressing the urge to explore further. There's probably something under this land, with potential opportunities or danger. After weighing the pros and cons, Qi Ping still thinks he is too weak to touch something that may pose a threat. The blood ginseng already demands Qi Ping's utmost caution. If something dangerous emerges from below, it would indeed be troublesome. First, accelerate the growth of a large batch of blood ginseng. Then elevate the strength of myself and the golden marrow bees before exploring what's beneath it. Being prudent and taking one step at a time is Qi Ping's style. Moreover, the blood ginseng here has been growing for decades, constantly absorbing spiritual qi from the underground, so there's no rush to explore the matter. Thus, Qi Ping took a deep breath to calm his anxious mind. Let's first test the effect of plant growth. After calming down, Qi Ping, with an understanding of plant growth and knowledge in his mind, consciously invoked the sensed mysterious energy, then gathered this energy in his hand. About 10 breaths later, a cluster of deep green energy gradually formed in Qi Ping's hand. At this moment, Qi Ping could clearly feel the ghostly green energy in the palm of his hand, containing a rather astonishing amount of vitality power. When he gradually infused this energy rich in vitality into a piece of blood ginseng, the slightly wrinkled blood ginseng immediately became plump. The damage previously caused by the golden marrow bees collection quickly healed and disappeared. The blood ginseng also grew slightly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and although the overall growth was not large, it was quite remarkable. Buzz buzz. Wow, boss, what did you do? Buzz buzz. So amazing. Buzz buzz. Boss, how did you do it? Witnessing this miraculous scene, all the golden marrow bees were amazed. They had just collected the juice from the blood ginseng, and under Qi Ping's power, It not only recovered, but also became more plump. This power is too amazing. It completely exceeded their understanding. In response, Chi Ping patiently explained that it was a special talent. For his animal companions, there was naturally no need to hide anything. The overall effect is decent, and this is only level 1 of the plant growth skill. The effect will be better as the level increases. Chi Ping estimated silently in his heart. It does consume a certain amount of spiritual chi and spiritual power, but still within an acceptable range. Spiritual power can support about 10 performances a day, but spiritual chi seems to fall short. If in a forest, the recovery speed boost should make it no big problem, but no matter what, the first layer of chi refining is indeed a bit weak. I need to quickly refine some golden marrow honey to improve my cultivation. Golden marrow honey used a lot of blood ginseng as raw material, and its effect would certainly be extraordinary. Overall, Chi Ping was quite satisfied with the effect displayed by the plant growth skill. It might not seem stunning at first, but over time, the accumulated benefits were extraordinarily impressive. Chi Ping just needed to steadily work at it. As a seasoned Grind King gamer, Chi Ping did not mind this, and could even say he enjoyed it. So, Chi Ping immediately cast the plant grow skill again, urging other blood ginsengs to grow, achieving the same effect as the first time. Upon casting plant growth for the 4th time, a message appeared in Chi Ping's mind. Druid level experience +1. Upon casting plant growth for the 5th time, an additional message appeared. Plant growth skill experience +1. Level experience and skill experience have finally increased. Seeing the increase in level experience and skill proficiency, Chi Ping finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the D&D modified version of the game, skills just need to be continuously cast, and each stage reached will increase the experience by 1 point. The increase in Druid level experience depends on the chosen subprofession. For example, if Chi Ping's profession is Beast King Druid and Jungle Druid, then nurturing animal companions and urging plant growth would increase the Druid's level experience. Cultivating the hive and blood ginseng can be done simultaneously, so the subsequent level experience should increase faster. According to this upgrade speed, Chi Ping estimated that in about 1 or 2 months, he would be able to upgrade to level 2 Druid. By then, not only would he awaken new professional skills, but he could also contract another animal companion and share with the animal companion a new talent. His strength would also receive a notable boost. 1 or 2 months was not considered slow for Chi Ping. He had been in the Immortal Cultivation realm for 5 years, and just reaching and stabilizing at the first layer of chi refining had taken him several years. Compared to several years, 1 or 2 months was already quite fast. After casting plant growth for the 5th time, Chi Ping cast it once more, finally depleting most of the spiritual chi in his body, and his head began to feel a slight dizziness. It was likely due to excessive spiritual power consumption. So, Chi Ping stopped urging growth and took a jade bottle from his storage bag. This jade bottle was usually used by Chi Ping to store the honey of the black little bee, and it was just right for use now. Fill it with some honey for me. You can collect these blood ginseng at your convenience. Try not to damage the roots. As long as I have time, I should come to cultivate these blood ginseng every day. Buzz, buzz. All right, boss. Buzz, buzz. As you command, boss. Shortly after, at the Golden Marrow Bees Cave, under the busy activity of the Golden Marrow Bees, the jade bottle in Chi Ping's hand was quickly filled with golden honey. The honey in the jade bottle was golden, its color purer than that of the black little bee's honey, akin to the nectar of the gods. Chi Ping sniffed the fragrance that wafted from it, and his body and spiritual power experienced a slight resonance. Just the fragrance alone is like this. One can only imagine how effective the honey brewed by the Golden Marrow Bees is. Blood ginseng plus brewing artisan, combined with other precious spiritual medicine and spirit flower, the honey formed was no less than a miracle elixir for Chi Ping. He was already eager to try the effect of the golden marrow honey. After carefully storing the golden marrow honey in his storage bag, Chi Ping also had dozens of golden marrow bees enter his sleeves. In case of danger, they could serve as a defensive measure. Since he already had a formidable animal companion, naturally, Chi Ping would carry some with him, as he could not guarantee he would not encounter danger. To survive with low power in the dangerous Immortal Cultivation realm, Chi Ping relied on playing it safe, staying home often, and avoiding conflicts. If not for this, he might have long perished in pursuit of the Tao. Just as Chi Ping was about to return, unexpectedly, as he was preparing to exit the forest, he bumped into Old Joe, who was about to break into the forest with a mortal blade. At this moment, Old Joe's hair was still disheveled. His face full of wrinkles was filled with anxiety and worry. He held only an ordinary mortal blade in his hand. His storage bag and a lower-grade magical artifact Great Saber had both been given to Chi Ping, making a mortal blade the best weapon Old Joe currently had. Old Joe, what's going on? Seeing the anxious Old Joe, Chi Ping couldn't help but feel nervous. He had never seen Old Joe in this state before. According to Old Joe's past demeanor, he should remain unfazed even if the sky fell. Old Joe didn't answer Chi Ping immediately. Instead, he examined Chi Ping to ensure he was uninjured before letting out a big sigh of relief, then hurriedly said, "Come with me." As if disapproving of Chi Ping's slow pace, he used spiritual power to pull Chi Ping along, darting down the mountain with utmost speed before slowly relaxing. What happened? Chi Ping pressed on. Old Joe took a few deep breaths before he began speaking, showing just how urgent the previous rush had been. There's danger in the forest. According to ancient records, the reason for the black little bees' behavior was probably because there's a high chance of the appearance of black armored murder bees or earth cavity golden marrow bees nearby. Both of these bee swarms have the power to kill a mid-stage chi refining cultivator. Now do you understand my worry? Old Man Joe gave Chi Ping a displeased look. How could he dare to venture into the forests of the Cloud, Mist Mountain Range alone? The black armored murder bees and the earth cavity golden marrow bees have numerous records of killings, and many mid-stage chi refining cultivators have perished at the hands of these two bee swarms. They even have records of killing late-stage chi refining cultivators. And Chi Ping, being just a first-layer chi refining cultivator, dared to recklessly dash into the forest. Though he knew he couldn't blame Chi Ping, because after all, black armored murder bees and earth cavity golden marrow bees are relatively rare. He'd raised bees for half his life and never seen them. After hearing Old Man Joe's explanation, Chi Ping suddenly realized. No wonder Old Man Joe was so anxious. Under normal circumstances, ordinary early-stage and mid-stage chi refining cultivators wouldn't stand a chance if attacked by black armored murder bees and earth cavity golden marrow bees. Chi Ping looked at the mortal blade in that laid-back old man's hand and his attire that offered no defense, and couldn't help but feel warm inside. This Old Man Joe seemed indifferent verbally, yet he had passed down almost everything valuable to Chi Ping. His beekeeping skills honed over a lifetime, and his existence was secured by that box of black little bees. This time, Old Man Joe knew while there would likely be black armored murder bees and golden marrow bees in the forest, yet he still dared to charge into the forest with just a mortal blade to find Chi Ping. Clearly, the bravest one was Old Man Joe. After elaborating on the potential presence of black armored murder bees and golden marrow bees, Old Man Joe sternly stated, "Chi boy, don't go up the mountain for now. Leave beekeeping to me until I solve this hidden danger. Then you can resume beekeeping." Facing the potential crisis in the forest, Old Man Joe, without hesitation, took on the responsibility of beekeeping. He was old, and if he died, so be it, but Chi Ping was his only apprentice, and he naturally didn't want anything to happen to him. "Old Man Joe, it's okay, However, before Chi Ping could finish, Old Man Joe interrupted him. "What do you mean it's okay? You don't realize the seriousness of the matter. Do you know if you encounter either bee swarm, you really could die? Your cultivation isn't enough to even fill the gaps between their teeth." It was Chi Ping's first time seeing Old Man Joe angry. In this situation, Chi Ping had no choice but to summon the golden marrow bee hidden in his clothes. Originally, Chi Ping planned to nurture it for a while before breaking the news to Old Man Joe. But seeing how things stood now, leaving the problem unresolved would keep Old Man Joe worried. And more significantly, Old Man Joe definitely wouldn't let him up the mountain, meaning he couldn't cultivate the blood ginseng. Besides, Old Man Joe was someone Chi Ping could completely trust. Without him, Chi Ping would have already perished. Additionally, The risk of the golden marrow bee being exposed was within a controllable range. But when Old Man Zhou saw the golden marrow bee flying out of Qi Ping's sleeve, his angry words abruptly halted. His eyes widened to the golden bee, exuding an intense aura of danger, nearly frightening him to death. Earth cavity, golden marrow bee. Old Man Zhou exclaimed in shock. What's going on? The earth cavity, golden marrow bee flew out of Qi Ping's sleeve? This was an extremely dangerous and skittish earth cavity, golden marrow bee. Why did it fly out of Qi Ping's sleeve? And Qi Ping acted as if nothing happened. Old Man Zhou didn't dare breathe heavily, fearing to startle the golden marrow bee, who might give Qi Ping a sting, which could then be fatal. Not until he saw the golden marrow bee steadily landing on Qi Ping's arm and shoulder, and even showing a hint of affection, did his tightly strung heart ease a little. Wait, affection? No way. Old Man Zhou, seeming to realize something, widened his eyes. Could it be that Qi Ping had made a pact with this group of golden marrow bees? What's the situation with these golden marrow bees? Old Man Zhou asked nervously with a touch of expectation. I made a pact with the bee king of the golden marrow bees. Seeing Old Man Zhou's surprised demeanor, Qi Ping answered somewhat amusedly. Upon hearing Qi Ping's words, Old Man Zhou's heart surged with waves of shock. Qi Ping had truly made a pact with this group of golden marrow bees. As a beekeeper, Old Man Zhou naturally understood what this meant. With the combat power and honey-making ability of the golden marrow bees, the benefits post-pact were self-explanatory. But Qi Ping was merely a first-layer Qi refining cultivator. Seeing the bee king unscathed should be considered lucky. So how did he manage to make a pact with the bee king? It was utterly absurd. This indeed exceeded Old Man Zhou's understanding. How did you do it? Old Man Zhou asked, a bit incredulous. He did not doubt the authenticity of Qi Ping's words, as in the 5 years, he had come to trust Qi Ping fully. Since Qi Ping had spoken out, it must be true. Because I couldn't find the cause of the hive's turmoil near the hive box, I ventured deeper into the cloud, mist mountain range. After searching for a long time, I encountered the bee king of the golden marrow bees. Then, the bee king noticed me, but it showed no hostility. So, I attempted to use the blood covenant technique you taught me to make a pact with the bee king, who didn't resist. And so I successfully formed the pact. Qi Ping adjusted the narrative of forming the pact with the golden marrow bees in a way Old Man Zhou could understand. Bee swarms friendly to humans aren't common, yet they do exist. Although the golden marrow bees are valuable, the risks were controllable. The concepts of a druid or crossing over were too shocking. Qi Ping would never disclose this. Even his most trustworthy animal companion wouldn't be told, as the more people knew, the greater the risk. Interesting techniques like illusion or dream realms could extract secrets. Is it really that simple? Qi boy, your luck is simply unparalleled. Golden marrow bees that aren't hostile to humans are rare and often need to be nurtured from a young age. Yet you stumbled upon them, and moreover, they agreed to make a pact with you. Truly, you've struck gold. Upon hearing Qi Ping's explanation, Old Man Zhou looked at Qi Ping with significant astonishment. In just a few years of beekeeping, Qi Ping made a pact with the golden marrow bees, definitely born for beekeeping. Transferring the beekeeping business to Qi Ping indeed proved the right choice. Moreover, Qi Ping wasn't disdainful of beekeeping. Old Man Zhou thought about his former prodigious apprentice who probably felt embarrassed to have an ordinary beekeeper with little black bees as a master, and after seeing the vast world of a major sect, started looking down on the experiences of being a small figure in the past. Thanks to you teaching me the blood covenant technique, or I would have missed this opportunity. This is your destiny. If you wish to thank old me, just bring me a pot of good wine next time you go to the Cyanstone Marketplace. How can one pot be enough? At least 10. Fine. Making a pact with the golden marrow bees is a grand affair. 10 it is. I'll indulge this time. Old Man Zhou laughed heartily. However, after a burst of laughter, Old Man Zhou's face suddenly turned serious, saying gravely, Qi boy, you must not disclose the matter about the golden marrow bees. Recently, Wang Mountain sought me out not long ago, and there have been sightings of many tribulation cultivators around Qingshu County. If they find out about the golden marrow bees, you'd be in grave danger. Wang Mountain? Tribulation cultivator? Tribulation cultivator again? Upon hearing Old Man Zhou's words, Qi Ping couldn't help but furrow his brows. This wasn't the first appearance of the tribulation cultivator. In recent years, tribulation cultivators have occasionally rampaged, specifically targeting loose cultivators. What was even more unusual was that the cultivators of the Cyan Origin sect acted as if they were blind, only occasionally sending people to suppress them when the tribulation cultivators caused severe trouble. This was something that could never have happened in the past. Years ago, in the Qingtian realm, under the governance of the Cyan Origin sect, the entire region's agriculture and animal husbandry were quite developed, and trade was also thriving. As the jurisdiction of the Qingtian realm, Qingshi County was home to industries like black little bees, golden feather chickens, and spirit storage fruits. The Cyan Origin sect also relied on the prosperous agricultural and commercial trades to obtain a large amount of spirit stone tax revenue. When Qi Ping first entered the Immortal Cultivation realm, he was also shocked by the governance of the Qingtian realm by the Cyan Origin sect. Industrial prosperity, orderly governance. It was vastly different from the depiction of the Immortal Cultivation realm in many novels. The ordinary cultivators, though living a hard life, could still get by. By keeping bees and growing fruits, they could lead a decent life. Old Man Zhou spent most of his life this way, without much life and death strife, living a fairly flavorful life. Unless they encountered things like plagues or beast catastrophes. Facing these disasters, the initial investment of ordinary cultivators would be wasted, along with several years of rent, but these situations didn't happen frequently. Overall, life could still continue, and if there was a good harvest, they could also earn a small profit. But starting 2 or 3 years ago, everything seemed to have changed. Tribulation cultivators appeared. Once they appeared, they began plundering the wealth of the bottom-tier loose cultivators. The wealth of those hard-working loose cultivators, accumulated over many years, was plundered at once, sometimes even costing their lives. However, when tribulation cultivators first appeared, everyone, though worried, was not overly concerned. Everyone believed that the Cyan Origin sect would definitely apprehend and kill these tribulation cultivators to restore the order in the Qingtian realm. No one believed that the Cyan Origin sect would allow tribulation cultivators to run rampant in their own backyard. Initially, the Cyan Origin sect did indeed do just that, starting to send disciples to patrol more frequently, ordering them to ensure the security of the Qingtian realm. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief back then. But before they could fully relax, the Cyan Origin sect withdrew the disciples responsible for security patrols. And this situation persisted for 2 or 3 years until now. Without the protection of the Cyan Origin sect, the tribulation cultivators became increasingly unrestrained, appearing and plundering every now and then. However, the rent and taxes everyone paid annually to the Cyan Origin sect did not decrease, but instead increased. In an instant, public resentment boiled over, yet it did little good. No one understood why the Cyan Origin sect acted this way. Was it due to internal issues or external pressure? No one knew. As bottom-tier loose cultivators, they could only accept their fate as fish on a chopping board. When the Cyan Origin sect was willing to maintain security and develop the industry, loose cultivators could share in the benefits. But when they didn't, although dissatisfied, everyone dared not speak out. For low-powered loose cultivators, what could dissatisfaction achieve? Life had to go on. At least compared to the vast number of loose cultivators, those plundered were only a small portion. Slowly, everyone got used to it. They just lived more cautiously. They also started to gradually organize their own loose cultivator alliances to face potential dangers together. Like Wang Mountain mentioned by Old Man Zhou, both Old Man Zhou and Qi Ping belong to a loose cultivator alliance called the Fusang Association. The Fusang Association is not large, with only a dozen or so members, and it was founded decades ago. This alliance was established by several nearby loose cultivators to help and support each other, offering warmth in numbers. The name Fusang Association signifies a wish for a lucky fate and prosperity of livestock, reflecting an ordinary loose cultivator's hope for life. Internally, the Fusang Association consists mostly of friends and familiar faces who help each other as needed. When Qi Ping's black little bees got lost, He searched for a long time in vain until the people from the Fusang Association helped him find them after much searching. Wang Mountain is a mature and steady elder brother within the Fusang Association, an expert at raising Tier 1 golden feather chickens, with several dozen in his flock. Qi Ping's impression of him is that he does things steadily and meticulously, is friendly and approachable, and leads many internal matters within the Fusang Association. Don't worry, Old Man Zhou, you know me, right? I won't tell anyone else but you. Facing Old Man Zhou's urging, Qi Ping patted his chest, assuring that he wouldn't tell others to ease Old Man Zhou's concerns. You do things steadily and carefully. Usually I wouldn't worry, but with so many tribulation cultivators lately, we must be extra cautious. This old man doesn't care much with only 10 years of lifespan remaining. But Qi, you are still young. You must live well and carry forward the beekeeping business. As he said this, Old Man Zhou's tone gradually lightened. Relax. I'll make sure you have enough wine. And besides, I haven't married yet. Qi Ping grinned. You young people only think about such things. I won't bother with you. I'm off to sleep. Don't come bothering this old man for no reason. With that, Old Man Zhou stretched lazily and returned to his laid-back demeanor. Turning around, he leisurely strolled back to his courtyard. The golden marrow bees that had agitated the black little bees had already been successfully contracted by Qi Ping, so the problem naturally resolved. How to handle them specifically was up to Qi Ping to figure out. Old Man Zhou wasn't concerned about so many things. Moreover, now that Qi Ping had contracted the formidable golden marrow bees, he could essentially ensure his own safety. If they encountered an enemy even the golden marrow bee swarm couldn't defeat, these old bones of his wouldn't be much use anyway. In Old Man Zhou's impression, Qi Ping was quite meticulous in his actions, so there wasn't much need for him to worry, nor would it be any use. Once he thought this through, Old Man Zhou returned to his relaxed and carefree demeanor. Let the tribulation cultivators be. Life and death are destined. Live longer, enjoy more, live shorter, that's just it. After munching on some fresh fruit from the table, Old Man Zhou lay back on the purple bamboo lounge chair. Soon enough, the sound of snoring quietly filled the air. Nothing bothers the heart. Qi Ping watched Old Man Zhou's leisurely departing back, feeling a bit at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Just moments ago, Old Man Zhou was shocked enough to almost drop his jaw, but now he was back to his calm and leisurely state. To live life with such ease is not too bad at all. But I have not yet reached the age of complacency. Having just awakened the Druid class and contracted the golden marrow bee, Qi Ping was poised for action and couldn't afford to slack off. First, inform the black little bee swarm that the golden marrow bee issue has been resolved, so they no longer need to fear. Afterward, start refining the golden marrow honey to quickly enhance my cultivation. Qi Ping watched Old Man Zhou return, then specifically left 20 golden marrow bees around the courtyard, having them hide in various corners as guardians for Old Man Zhou. Given Old Man Zhou's current level of alertness, a tribulation cultivator could boldly stroll in, and Old Man Zhou probably wouldn't notice. Therefore, for Old Man Zhou's safety, Qi Ping thought it best to arrange for some golden marrow bees to keep watch. Previously, Qi Ping had no choice but to rely on Old Man Zhou's shelter to keep bees and earn spirit stones. Now that Qi Ping had some strength, he naturally wanted to do what he could. With these 20 golden marrow bees, they could not only warn Old Man Zhou and Qi Ping of danger in advance, but also assist Old Man Zhou in fighting. After leaving the 20 golden marrow bees, Qi Ping hurried back to the flourishing ancient pine. At the beehive under the ancient pine, the black bees were still flying chaotically, and their agitation was more intense than before. Qi Ping guessed this might be because they had just caught the scent of the golden marrow bees. Buzz, buzz. Donji, donji. Buzz, buzz. Golden, big bee smell. Buzz, buzz. Afraid. A strong sense of unease spread among the black bee swarm. When they saw Qi Ping, they all cast curious and pleading looks at him. They remembered Qi Ping had just gone to see those big bees. Buzz, buzz. Friendly, two-footed beast. The two black bees that had taken Qi Ping into the depths of the forest flew out from the swarm and landed on Qi Ping's shoulder. However, they quickly jumped up in fright as soon as they landed. Buzz, buzz. Golden, big bee smell. Buzz, buzz. afraid. Looking at these two agitated bees, Qi Ping found them quite amusing. Yet at the same time, he was somewhat helpless. He quickly explained the situation to this group of black bees, lest they continue to worry and stop collecting nectar. He still needed the black bees' honey to make money. The blood ginseng and golden marrow bees were too conspicuous for now. Qi Ping wouldn't let them enter the market in the short term, as the risk would be too high. You don't need to worry. The golden marrow bees are now my partners, and they won't harm you. After repeating this several times, Qi Ping finally got the black bee swarm to understand his meaning. Buzz, buzz. Really? Wow. Buzz, buzz. Two-footed beast, you're amazing. Having learned that the golden marrow bees had become Qi Ping's partners, the black bees were no longer afraid. They had a mysterious trust in what Qi Ping said. If Qi Ping said it, it must be true. Qi Ping didn't expect that the black bees would believe him after such a simple explanation. He thought he would need to talk more persuasively. Seems like the Beast King Druid's influence is rising. In dealing with bees, such simple insects, the Beast King Druid had really excelled. Afterward, Qi Ping summoned the golden marrow bees from his body for a brief introduction, and then they all became acquainted. Initially, the black bees were instinctively afraid when they saw the golden marrow bees, an inherent response from their lineage. But seeing Qi Ping beside them, they gradually adapted, and soon they got used to the presence of the golden marrow bees. Especially the two courageous black bees, who, after getting permission from Qi Ping and the golden marrow bees, boldly approached to sniff them before quickly retreating like lightning. This scene of cowardly curiosity left Qi Ping both amused and helpless. Suddenly inspired, Qi Ping poured a few drops of golden marrow honey, sharing it between the two courageous bees. For the black bees, this was a rare treat. Upon receiving Qi Ping's gift, the two courageous bees trembled with excitement just by sniffing it. However, to Qi Ping's surprise, the two courageous bees, instead of consuming it themselves, cheerfully presented the golden marrow honey to the black bee queen. Initially surprised, Qi Ping soon understood. For bees, the propagation and growth of the community are paramount, and the highest honor for an individual bee is to greatly contribute to the swarm. For the two courageous bees, presenting the precious golden marrow honey to the queen was likely the most meaningful and happiest event for them. Qi Ping did not interfere with their actions, but chose to respect their decision. Every creature has its choices. Giving the golden marrow honey to the two courageous bees was Qi Ping's choice. The decision of these two bees to present the honey to the queen was theirs. This was a win-win outcome. Reflecting for a moment, Qi Ping poured out a few more drops of golden marrow honey for the queen of the black bees. This amount of golden marrow honey wasn't significant for him or the golden marrow bees, but could strengthen the bloodline of the black bee queen and future generations. This would be highly beneficial for improving the quality of black bee honey in the future. The agitation of the black bees is finally completely resolved. Having resolved one trouble, Qi Ping felt quite pleased. With the plant growth skill and sufficient supply of blood ginseng, the quality and yield of golden marrow honey will greatly improve, and it should be more than enough for my cultivation. I should also prepare some for Old Man Joe later. Perhaps it could help him break through again and extend his lifespan. Having settled the agitation of the black bees, Qi Ping once again ventured into the depths of the Cloud Mist Mountain Range. Amidst the forested mountains of the Cloud Mist Mountain Range, Qi Ping could cultivate under the blessing of the jungle druid, benefiting from the insight of wood spirit qi and wood attribute techniques. Refining golden marrow honey in the forest was a multi-beneficial endeavor for Qi Ping. Deep in the Cloud Mist Mountain Range, on a particularly large ancient cedar, Qi Ping sat cross-legged on one of its branches. Beside Qi Ping, about 100 golden marrow bees were hidden and guarding the area around him. Qi Ping chose this place for cultivation not only due to its confirmed safety, but also because he sensed richer wood attribute energy from this ancient cedar. Cultivating here would help Qi Ping absorb spiritual energy and comprehend the wood shield technique. The wood shield technique was a wood attribute technique that Old Man Joe had accidentally acquired during his adventurous youth. Its spiritual power fortified by this technique had extremely high defensive capability, making it a defense-focused cultivation method. Qi Ping liked this technique's concept quite a bit, but it was difficult to cultivate, and he had spent a long time only barely reaching the introductory stage, not even proficient yet. I hope to make progress in comprehending the technique this time. Let's begin. With everything ready, Qi Ping swallowed a mouthful of golden marrow honey. In an instant, a rich and sweet fragrance filled Qi Ping's mouth, sweet but not overpowering, with a moderate aroma, many times better than the honey of black bees. Perhaps because the main ingredient of this honey was blood ginseng, the unique aroma of blood ginseng was retained. This made Qi Ping even more reluctant to easily sell the golden marrow honey, as those familiar with honey would surely deduce the presence of blood ginseng from its flavor. As the golden marrow honey entered his stomach, an extremely rich spiritual energy and blood essence erupted instantly. After the golden marrow honey entered his stomach, in just a few breaths, Qi Ping's dantian meridians were filled with rich spiritual qi. Meanwhile, his body also rapidly strengthened under the baptism and nourishment of abundant blood energy. How incredible! Feeling the astonishing effects of the golden marrow honey, Qi Ping couldn't help but exclaim. Having been accustomed to coarse grains, this was the first time he had experienced such high-quality spiritual qi. Not to mention the continuous nourishing and enhancing blood energy. Compared to the spiritual medicine he had refined before, it was like heaven and earth. No wonder those sect disciples and family members can improve so quickly. The effect of such high-quality spiritual materials, you can never truly feel the real gap without experiencing it. Because for lower-tier loose cultivators, buying high-level spiritual medicine could cost more than half their assets. A little more, and they would deplete their assets. Once their assets are spent, how long it would take to accumulate spirit stones again is unknown. So most people are reluctant. Earning spirit stones is too hard. For ordinary cultivators, farming and raising spiritual chickens and ducks are considered the best channels. They simply can't make much spirit stone. It's not like in many novels, where with a little effort you can hunt various prey and gain all sorts of opportunities. Nor do great treasure secret realms emerge from time to time, giving ordinary cultivators a chance to soar. The true reality is that most core cultivation resources in the Immortal Cultivation realm are tightly controlled. Unless ordinary people have the opportunity to learn a powerful skill, such as alchemy, talisman making, or artifact refining, most can only farm, raise chickens and ducks, doing such things the higher-ups don't care for, earning meager spirit stones while facing risks of disease and beast disasters. Getting involved in commerce is out of the question. Without strength and connections, just a single high-level cultivator can make an ordinary cultivator disappear without a trace. The rules of this world are that you enjoy whatever resources according to your strength, unless you have status background. With spirit stones so hard to earn, one can imagine Qi Ping's delight at refining golden marrow honey right now. But after the initial joy, Qi Ping put aside all distractions and focused all his heart's spirit into cultivation. While seriously comprehending the cultivation technique and wood attribute spiritual power, he operated the wood shield technique to continuously convert the spiritual qi from the golden marrow honey into its shield spiritual power in his sea of qi. At this moment, Qi Ping's dantian sea of qi also expanded at an unprecedented speed. Rich spiritual qi and blood energy continued to spread around Qi Ping, along with his constantly growing momentum. While Qi Ping was immersed in cultivation, a special power also rose from the ancient fir wood beneath him and the surrounding trees. Under this special power, more wood attribute spiritual power, accompanied by the special power, surged into Qi Ping's body. In terms of spiritual qi absorption efficiency, Qi Ping's absorption efficiency at this time was already enough to reach the standard of a middle grade with spirit root. One must know that Qi Ping was just a first-level druid, and as his level increased in the future, this special effect would also continue to enhance. After this special power flooded into Qi Ping's body, Qi Ping's speed of refining blood ginseng spiritual qi also abruptly increased a lot. The cultivating Qi Ping was also amazed by this special power. Under this special power, Qi Ping's speed of refining blood ginseng increased several times over, and the conversion efficiency improved a lot. In addition, Qi Ping found that his comprehension of the cultivation technique with shield technique also became much easier. The previously obscure and difficult parts could now be comprehended without much effort. Is this the special effect brought by Jungle Druid? It seems I didn't choose wrong by going into seclusion in the forest of the Cloud Mist Mountain Range. As such, in the forest, the restriction of the lower-grade spirit root talent on him could be reduced a lot. After the surprise, Qi Ping hurriedly gathered his heart spirit and devoted himself to cultivation, seizing this hard-won opportunity. About 2 more moments later, the spiritual qi from that first mouthful of golden marrow honey was entirely refined by Qi Ping. The aura on Qi Ping grew another notch, roughly equivalent to the effect of half a year of cultivation for Qi Ping in the past. Wealth, companion, method, and place. Wealth indeed ranks first. In just a moment, it equals half a year of my cultivation. After sighing, Qi Ping took another big gulp of golden marrow honey and then continued to cultivate wholeheartedly. Qi Ping planned to take advantage of the good cultivation state to see if he could break through to the second layer of qi refining with the help of this bottle of golden marrow honey. With the experience of the first refinement, refining the golden marrow honey again, Qi Ping was now very proficient. Even with consuming more golden marrow honey in the second intake, Qi Ping still handled it with ease. The rich spiritual qi swirled in Qi Ping's body once more. When this rich spiritual qi was refined by Qi Ping, his aura grew another notch. Following this came the third sip, the fourth sip. During this process, Qi Ping's aura continued to soar. Several hours later, when Qi Ping finished refining the second, last mouthful of honey, his aura suddenly surged. Along with an extraordinary momentum sweeping all directions, it also meant Qi Ping's realm officially broke through to the second layer of qi refining. I broke through, feeling the power multiplied several times over. Qi Ping was overjoyed beyond measure. Almost exhausting this bottle of golden marrow honey caused his cultivation to quickly break through. Otherwise, according to Qi Ping's estimate, breaking through to the second layer of qi refining would still need 5 or 6 years. That is to say, this bottle of golden marrow honey directly saved him 5 or 6 years. With poor talent, after all, it still requires spiritual objects for cultivation. However, this bottle of golden marrow honey also consumed much of the golden marrow bee stock. It took them a long time to accumulate this, so its effect is not surprising. The understanding of the wood shield technique is also close to the proficient level. With the jungle druid's blessing in the forest, the speed of comprehending wood attribute techniques is at least several levels higher than before. Selecting the jungle druid profession was indeed not a mistake. For someone like me cultivating wood attribute techniques, it's simply perfect. Then an excited Qi Ping, due to his breakthrough in cultivation, immediately jumped off the ancient fir wood, couldn't help but take out his magical artifact, long saber, and started practicing it. He wanted to see what his enhanced strength was like. In the next moment, the shadows of the saber whirled heavily in the dense forest, all exhilaration. The Taoist technique Qi Ping was using at this time was named wind-breaking saber technique. The moves weren't profound. It was just an ordinary to the core Qi refining saber technique. But looking at the proficiency of the saber technique, it could be seen that Qi Ping had put quite a bit of effort into this saber technique. In fact, since Qi Ping came to the Immortal Cultivation realm, his cultivation was fairly diligent and perseverant, but due to not having high talent, he hadn't achieved much in cultivation. This is also the norm and the epitome for lower-tier loose cultivators. If it wasn't for Qi Ping merging with the druid profession and by great chance contracting the golden marrow bee, how could he have broken through to the second layer of qi refining so quickly? After finishing a series of saber techniques, overall, Qi Ping was very satisfied with the results of this cultivation. Not only did his cultivation break through a layer, but his strength and spiritual power intensity increased greatly, and his understanding of the wood shield technique improved, greatly enhancing his survivability. The effect of the golden marrow bee is indeed somewhat astonishing. Is this the effect brewed primarily with blood ginseng? Then if brewed with other spiritual medicines like those that enhance the body, heal injuries, or break through realms as the main ingredient, what kind of effect would that have? After experiencing the effects of golden marrow honey, this thought suddenly popped into Qi Ping's mind. After acquiring the brewing artisan talent, Qi Ping could distinctly feel that the effects of blood ginseng and golden marrow honey, which fortify the body and enhance spiritual power, had been refined and intensified. The reason golden marrow bees could achieve this, apart from removing the impurities from blood ginseng, also lies in the integration of special spiritual materials like centennial pine oil and Chuyang spirit dew by the golden marrow bees. With the talent of a brewing artisan, the golden marrow bees essentially draw strength from various spiritual medicines and materials, avoiding their weaknesses to create golden marrow honey with optimal effects through ingenious fusion. According to this principle, using other spiritual medicines as the main ingredient instead of blood ginseng should also work. Golden marrow bees are practically mini alchemists. After gaining a deeper understanding of the brewing ability of golden marrow bees, Qi Ping looked at these glittering golden bees with heartfelt admiration. Perhaps there is still a significant gap compared to true alchemists, and their limits are likely within the Qi refining stage. But for Qi Ping, this is already remarkable. Those precious elixirs, especially those that improve physique and cultivation, are all exorbitantly expensive. Even if Qi Ping sold that batch of blood ginseng he discovered, he probably couldn't buy much. Therefore, the importance and value of a small alchemist capable of continuously brewing honey, the golden marrow bee, to Qi Ping is self-evident. However, golden marrow bees also have limitations. They can only instinctively brew the best honey for their own kind. If there are other spiritual medicines and spirit flowers nearby, the effect of the honey they make will change accordingly. So, if I want to brew honey with other special effects, I must first research with them. At this time, the usefulness of Qi Ping's brewing artisan talent became evident. With this talent, Qi Ping could fully understand the principles and steps of how golden marrow bees brew honey, as this talent was shared from the bees themselves. Therefore, as long as he leads and researches with the golden marrow bees, he can actively create honey with various special effects. Additionally, he could try to study how to maximize and enhance the effect of a certain spiritual medicine. Perhaps I can also build on the abilities of golden marrow bees and my brewing artisan talent and attempt to develop honey with special effects with the help of some alchemy knowledge. Once successful, the golden marrow bees could gradually become my dedicated alchemists. The only trouble is that alchemy knowledge is too precious, and this top-tier skill of the Immortal Cultivation realm is beyond Qi Ping's current reach. What Qi Ping can do now is to acquire some basic knowledge of elixirs and spiritual medicines. Aside from alchemy knowledge, another issue in the future might be the Tier 1 intermediate bloodline limitation of the golden marrow bees. This Tier 1 intermediate bloodline is strong for Qi Ping now, but it is foreseeable that it will become a barrier for the golden marrow bees to break through further in the future. With ample resources and the Beast King's blessing skill, the difficulty for golden marrow bees to reach the late Tier 1 is not high, but the challenge to break through to Tier 2 is considerable. If the golden marrow bees fail to break through to Tier 2 in the future, the effect of the honey they brew will remain at the Qi refining stage. In such a case, when at the foundation establishment stage, the usefulness of golden marrow bees will be minimal. Although at that time, they can entirely use the honey-making ability of the golden marrow bees to earn spirit stones without worrying about being coveted. However, Qi Ping is very optimistic about the future development space of the golden marrow bees' ability, so he still hopes that the golden marrow bees can continue to grow. The golden marrow bee is also Qi Ping's first animal companion, and naturally, Qi Ping wishes for them to accompany him further. Later, I'll find a way to enhance the bloodline level of the golden marrow bee swarm. Buzz buzz. Boss, why are you looking at us like that? Buzz buzz. Is the honey not good? Buzz buzz. No way. Boss's aura has clearly become stronger. The golden marrow bees looked at Qi Ping, who was watching them strangely, and their little minds began to turn in confusion. Not at all. The honey is amazing. I was just thinking about how impressive you all are. Seeing these lively little ones, Qi Ping sincerely praised them. Buzz buzz. Oh dear, boss, you're making us blush with such praise. Buzz buzz. As long as the boss likes it. Hearing Qi Ping's compliment, some golden marrow bees twirled happily in the air. After this little episode, Qi Ping began slowly transitioning into a new life of immortal cultivation. Daily beekeeping, flower planting, cultivation, and blood ginseng cultivation. The rhythm was similar to his previous life cultivation. The major change was that previously, one box of black bees was enough. Now, there were the more advanced golden marrow bees. As a result, Qi Ping also needed to plant more flowers. Additionally, he needed to spend time and energy cultivating blood ginseng, which was quite taxing for Qi Ping's spiritual power and spiritual energy. However, every time he saw messages like Druid level experience +1 and plant growth skill experience +1, Qi Ping felt his efforts were worthwhile. Not only were there gains from the blood ginseng, but his Druid level and skill experience were also steadily increasing. This feeling of effort yielding rewards was very satisfying for Qi Ping, much better than in the past when there weren't many rewards despite all the hard work. Aside from the increase in Druid level experience and plant growth skill experience, occasionally there would be Beast King's Blessing experience +1. The increase in Beast King's Blessing experience was because after Qi Ping cultivated a relatively abundant amount of blood ginseng, the effect of golden marrow honey was continuously strengthening. With an ample supply of high-level spiritual medicine, the overall strength of the golden marrow bee swarm was gradually increasing. Both individual strength and swarm numbers were improving, leading the golden marrow bees to have great admiration for Qi Ping as their leader. The enhancement of the swarm's overall strength has been their greatest wish, and now, with the help of Qi Ping, their leader, this wish is continually being realized. Buzz buzz. Boss, your talent is amazing. This was what the golden marrow bees expressed the most. However, even though the overall strength of the swarm continues to grow, the speed of improving Beast King's Blessing is too slow compared to the speed of acquiring level experience, being more than 10 times slower. Compared to blood ginseng, cultivating ordinary flowers is much simpler. Because it is springtime, the humidity, soil, and spiritual qi in the Cloud Mist Mountain range are quite good, providing an excellent environment for the survival of ordinary flowers. Basically, sowing the seeds is enough for them to grow without the need to use the plant growth skill. The only concern is occasionally managing pest control. Some insects, like flower-eating bugs and compound-eyed moths, can cause substantial damage to the flowers. For these ordinary pests, simply harnessing spiritual qi to kill them when discovered is enough, and Qi Ping is very adept at this. Unless there's a large-scale pest outbreak that devastates the flowers before Qi Ping can discover it. Such large-scale pest outbreaks are rare. In over 5 years since Qi Ping arrived here, he has only witnessed it once. At that time, most of the flowers on the mountain were consumed, and it took a great deal of effort from Elder Zhou to salvage a bit. The losses that time were quite significant. However, now that Qi Ping can communicate with the bees, he has already instructed them to immediately find him in any pest outbreak and notify the other golden marrow bees to join in eradicating the pests. But compared to ordinary flowers, cultivating spirit flowers is significantly more challenging. Qi Ping is cultivating 2 types of spirit flowers in the Cloud Mist Mountain range, specifically moon sleep flowers and sun essence flowers. The reason for choosing these 2 types of flowers is that they are relatively easy to seed, have long flowering periods, and are not restricted by seasons, making them ideal for long-term honey collection by bees. Additionally, these spirit flowers have relatively low requirements for spiritual qi and growing environment. Generally, Tier 1 spirit flowers require either Tier 1 spiritual land or Tier 1 spirit veins to grow normally. Otherwise, they cannot grow properly. However, the peak of Zone D-007, which Qi Ping currently rents, is at the edge of the Cloud Mist Mountain range and does not have the rich spiritual qi of Tier 1 spiritual land. Only a small area on this peak has spiritual qi levels barely reaching a quarter of the lowest level of Tier 1 spiritual land. Therefore, given the limitation of spiritual qi density, Qi Ping doesn't have many choices for spirit flowers to cultivate. Moon sleep flowers and sun essence flowers are the most cost-effective options. Nonetheless, quite a few moon sleep flowers and sun essence flowers still wither due to insufficient spiritual qi. When the withering is severe, even the flower seeds preserved from last year's harvest aren't enough for replanting, requiring additional purchases from the Cyan Stone Marketplace. Fortunately, the seeds of moon sleep flowers and sun essence flowers are not expensive and can be bought with a few spirit stones. The limitations without good spirit veins and spiritual land are indeed significant. Qi Ping had considered renting a plot with denser spiritual qi, like those in Zone B and some in Zone C, but after learning the rent, he immediately gave up. Such plots are not something that a loose cultivator of his level can handle. With such high rent, only by raising higher-level bees and cultivating more spirit flowers can one ensure earning spirit stones. If everything goes well, the spirit stone income is naturally significant. But if it doesn't, such as facing disease, pest infestations, beast attacks, or tribulation cultivators, any one of these could bankrupt an ordinary cultivator, unable to even pay rent. Not being able to pay rent isn't just about owing spirit stones. If the Cyan Origin sect confirms the debtor can't pay back in a short term, they might be taken as slaves. Like medicine slaves or minor slaves, these are dangerous occupations, and even if one survives, it's highly likely their foundation will be half destroyed. So, considering such many risks, Qi Ping feels staying on the mountain peak in Zone D is more secure. Even if he has no income for a year or two, he can still scrape together the rent, not risking becoming a slave. As long as he carefully tends to his bees, he can still earn some spirit stones each year. In years of good harvest, after covering living expenses, he can even save some spirit stones. So, overall, it's concluded that Cloud Mist Zone D is the most suitable place for an ordinary cultivator like Qi Ping. Moon sleep flowers and sun essence flowers are also the best cost-effective choice, although they still have certain withering risks. But this problem is completely solved due to one skill of the Druid. This skill is plant growth. Plant growth can increase the growth speed of plants by consuming energy. Qi Ping discovered through trials that using plant growth on moon sleep flowers and sun essence flowers not only accelerates their growth, but also ensures that the plants won't show signs of withering for quite a long period. And if the flowers do show signs of withering, they can be revived through the plant growth skill. The reason these spirit flowers wither is due to a lack of spiritual qi. The principle of the plant growth skill is to produce an energy that plants can absorb in the short term. When these plants lacking spiritual qi receive this energy, they naturally won't wither. This discovery greatly delighted Qi Ping. The problem of withering moon sleep flowers and sun essence flowers had troubled him and Old Man Zhou for a long time. After racking their brains for solutions with no success, it was directly solved by this skill of plant growth. After Qi Ping managed the planting area of the moon sleep flowers and sun essence flowers for some time, the symptoms of withering completely disappeared, and the yield of the flowers increased significantly. This delighted the black bee colony very much. After Qi Ping's management, the honey yield increased by more than twice. With the black bee king having consumed golden marrow honey, its bloodline had already slightly improved, and now with the increased spirit flower honey production, it's like a double blessing for the black bees. This made the black bees admire Qi Ping immensely, trusting him even more. Qi Ping gradually gained over 10,000 loyal little fans. Qi Ping thought it was quite nice this way. Even though these black bees have negligible combat power enhancement, they're excellent as sentinels. After all, these are more than 10,000 pairs of eyes. Besides the black bees, the golden marrow bees also benefited somewhat from this. Because after adding moon sleep flower honey and sun essence flower honey, the overall quality and effect of the honey indeed improved slightly. In the Cloud Mist Mountain Range, on that tall ancient fir wood, Qi Ping sat cross-legged, slowly absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and comprehending the cultivation technique of the wood shield technique. As night gradually faded, a ray of warm sunlight shone through the treetops onto Qi Ping's face, revealing a delicate countenance. At that moment, Qi Ping slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of jet-black pupils. It's dawn. After a night's rest, the spiritual power and spiritual energy that Qi Ping had consumed to accelerate the growth of blood ginseng had fully recovered, making him feel remarkably comfortable. Qi Ping also found that each time his spiritual power was restored after consumption, it increased a little. Over time, this cumulative increase was quite impressive. Thanks to the jungle druid's bonus to recovery speed in the forest, Qi Ping can now leave a part of his consciousness to absorbing heaven and earth's spiritual power and comprehending the mental realm of the wood shield technique while resting. This significantly improved Qi Ping's cultivation efficiency. His control over spiritual power and proficiency in the wood shield technique were continuously enhancing. As Qi Ping awoke, the golden marrow bees, which were either guarding or dozing on various treetops, also flew over. Some landed in front of Qi Ping, while others landed on his shoulders. Qi Ping had long gotten used to this, as it had been like this for over a month. Without realizing it, it's already been over a month since awakening the druid profession. It's almost time to pay the rent. The day after tomorrow is the Fusang Association's gathering day. I can first inquire about the recent situation, then sell the black bee honey collected during this period to prepare the spirit stones for rent. I also need to purchase some living supplies like spirit rice and the liquors old man Joe likes. Qi Ping began planning the tasks he needed to do next. Over the past month, Qi Ping diligently tended to the bees, collected honey, cultivated, nurtured blood ginseng, and moon sleep flowers, and occasionally planted some ordinary flowers, leading a very fulfilling life. During this time, led by the golden marrow bees, Qi Ping discovered two spiritual medicines, one being a Tier 1 low-level concentration grass, and the other a Tier 1 low-level water crystal flower. However, due to the lack of spiritual qi in their growing area, the growth condition of these two spiritual medicines wasn't too good. Spiritual land is too important for the growth of spirit plant. Thus, Qi Ping moved the Tier 1 low-level concentration grass and the Tier 1 low-level water crystal flower to the cultivation ground of blood ginseng. On the mountain he rented, only the growth ground of the blood ginseng and the cultivation area of the moon sleep flower could barely support the growth of these two spirit plants. What surprised Qi Ping was that, after testing, he found that these two spirit plants could also absorb the mysterious spiritual qi from the underground, just like the blood ginseng. Under the ample cultivation of spiritual qi and the boost of Qi Ping's plant grow skill, the concentration grass and water crystal flower quickly recovered to their prime state, and even their age continued to increase. As a result, Qi Ping obtained two new high-quality spirit plants. This was a small profit for Qi Ping, and if he lacked spirit stone, selling them wouldn't pose much risk. At the same time, this couldn't help but make Qi Ping more curious about what exactly was under this land. Being able to support the growth of so many spirit plants, the things underground were definitely not ordinary. However, Qi Ping restrained his desire to explore, as he was in a period of rapid growth and didn't require new opportunities urgently. Sometimes, knowing when to stop was a better choice, especially under circumstances where the risks and opportunities were unknown. With such a large amount of spiritual qi dissipating, if there were dangers, it would definitely be fatal for Qi Ping. Qi Ping decided to wait until his strength reached a bottleneck, or if he needed to plant more high-level spirit plants and this land could no longer support them, to explore the underground. After more than a month of cultivation and refining golden marrow honey a few times with improved effects, my cultivation already broke through to the third layer of qi refining a few days ago. I believe it won't take a few months to catch up to old Joe. Qi Ping laughed as he summarized his progress over the past month. Overall, his improvement in strength was quite pleasing. Firstly, in terms of cultivation, after refining golden marrow honey with blood ginseng as the main ingredient 4 times, Qi Ping's cultivation officially broke through from the second layer of qi refining to the third layer of qi refining. It must be said that the medicinal effect of blood ginseng and the honey-making ability of the golden marrow bee were indeed powerful, especially after Qi Ping accelerated its growth several times, and with the increase in age, the medicinal properties of blood ginseng became stronger. Moreover, blood ginseng ranked highly among Tier 1 intermediate spiritual medicines, which is why it had such a powerful effect. For a cultivator like Qi Ping, who had such low talent, breaking through from the first layer of qi refining to the third layer in just under 2 months was astounding. Under normal circumstances, Achieving this leap in 20 years would already be considered lucky for Qi Ping. But he did it in just under 2 months. This shows the effectiveness of blood ginseng and the golden marrow bee, creating a significant impact for a cultivator in the early phase of Qi refining like Qi Ping, resulting in such astonishing enhancements. Of course, the jungle druid provided fundamental and foundational enhancements by gaining various boosts in the mountain forest. Without the druid, the efficiency of Qi Ping's accelerated growth of spirit plants and his cultivation would be greatly reduced. The enhancements from the druid were fundamental and critical improvements for Qi Ping. In addition to breaking through to the third layer of Qi refining, Qi Ping's wood shield technique also reached the minor achievement realm during this period. Now, he could effortlessly form a highly defensive spiritual shield anywhere around him. After testing, Qi Ping found that holding his own magical artifact long saber, he couldn't break the shield formed by the wood shield technique in a short time. Thus, it can be seen how powerful the defense of the wood shield technique is compared to other defensive cultivation techniques. After testing, Qi Ping increasingly felt that the wood shield technique was extraordinary, at least stronger than ordinary cultivation techniques. Defense-oriented cultivation techniques suited Qi Ping's style especially well, as the combat power of the golden marrow bee far surpassed his. It's essential for him to enhance his defense to avoid being targeted by higher-level cultivators as a weak point. Apart from cultivation, Qi Ping also made pleasing progress in his druid profession. Name: Qi Ping. Level: LV1, 83 100ths. Profession: Beast King Druid, main, Jungle Druid, secondary. Talents: Animal Companion, Natural Affinity. Animal Companion, 1 out of 1, Golden Marrow Bee. Skills: LV1 Plant Growth, 47 100ths. LV1 Beast King's Blessing, 7 out of 100. Skills: Constant Animal Communication, Beast Friend. The Druid level was only 17 experience points away from reaching level 2. The skill experience of Plant Growth had almost increased by half. The skill experience of Beast King's Blessing increased relatively slowly, only by 7 points. However, this was within Qi Ping's expectations, similar to his past life. But although the increase of this skill was slow, its effects were absolutely powerful, even at just level 1. Once the number of animal companions increased in the future, this enhancement would reach a terrifying level. The Druid level will soon reach level 2, at which point I can not only contract a new animal companion, but also choose 2 more Druid skills. Looking at the soon-to-upgrade level, Qi Ping felt extremely delighted and couldn't help but feel a strong sense of anticipation. The gains from the Druid level's upgrade would be enormous. Not to mention the 2 new skills, just the additional slot for contracting an animal companion was enticing enough. A new animal companion plus sharing an animal companion's talent. From looking at the Golden Marrow Bee, Qi Ping knew its effect. A powerful combat force, extremely high vigilance, the extraordinary honey-making capacity of the bee's honey. Each was crucial for Qi Ping. As long as the contracted animal companion was formidable enough, Qi Ping's strength could once again receive a significant boost. The room for imagination was immense. Overall, the improvements in this month or so were quite impressive. This mountain is very suitable for my improvement, so rent must be paid promptly, or it'd be troublesome if this plot was rented by someone else. The underground, mysterious spiritual qi in the area where the blood ginseng grows is something Qi Ping absolutely must not lose. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to find another spiritual land where blood ginseng could grow, unless he spent a lot of spirit stones to rent those Tier 1 spiritual lands. 2 days later, Qi Ping began his preparations for a trip to the Fushing Association and Cyan Stone Marketplace. The black bee honey prepared for sale on this trip is ready. This batch of honey is quite high in quality, with a total of 11 bottles. It should fetch a good price. Thanks to the improvement of the golden marrow honey on the black bee and a substantial increase in spirit flower honey, the quality of honey has increased by at least 2 levels. The most important thing now is to ensure my own safety. More than a month ago, Old Joe mentioned that tribulation cultivators were causing havoc again in Qingshi County, but the current situation remains unclear. So for his safety, Qi Ping was determined to bring the golden marrow bee along. The only question was how to carry it around without others finding out. Hiding it on him wasn't difficult, but it might not escape the divine sense scan of other cultivators, and entering the Cyan Stone marketplace carried a probability of being spiritually examined. There's also the possibility of being scanned by malicious cultivators' divine senses. What should I do? Chi Ping was somewhat troubled. If only I had a spirit beast bag. Inside the spirit beast bag, there is a space where pet beasts can live and cultivate. The higher the quality of the spirit beast bag, the larger the space inside. Even the smallest spirit beast bag can easily accommodate a swarm of golden marrow bees. Correspondingly, spirit beast bags that can hold living creatures are much more expensive than storage bags. Unless Chi Ping sells blood ginseng or golden marrow honey, he wouldn't be able to afford even the most ordinary spirit beast bag. It's definitely impossible to get a spirit beast bag now. This can only be considered later. How should I carry the golden marrow bees then? The outside is too dangerous. Without the golden marrow bees, Chi Ping feels no sense of security. Therefore, bringing the golden marrow bees is absolutely necessary for Chi Ping. For this reason, Chi Ping racked his brains and finally came up with a relatively feasible plan. I can quietly arrange for a portion of the golden marrow bees to follow me from a distance on the roadside, especially on more secluded roads where tribulation cultivators appear most frequently. Just let the golden marrow bees wait outside the Cyan Stone marketplace. There are quite a few late-stage chi refining cultivators there, even ones at the foundation establishment stage. The risk of exposing the golden marrow bees is too high, but generally the safety inside the market is assured. The Cyan Stone marketplace is managed jointly by several Immortal Cultivation clans from Qingshi County and the Cyan Origin sect. Though it's unclear why the Cyan Origin sect allows tribulation cultivators to appear in the Qingtian realm, these markets are significant sources of income for the Cyan Origin sect and various families, and under normal circumstances, they would never allow tribulation cultivators to meddle. Then for carrying, I still need to keep about 100 golden marrow bees on me. Chi Ping's own strength is too weak. If unexpected danger arises, the distant golden marrow bees might not be able to rescue him in time. Although there's still the risk of being discovered, as long as I disguise the golden marrow bees as being on the verge of death, adding a touch of something like poison disguise. Even if found, others would think they were caught, and unless closely inspected, no one would find any issue. This disguise isn't difficult for Chi Ping. Over the years, to save his own life, he has accumulated various types of poison even though he hasn't gone out much. He doesn't have many powerful poisons, but he does have a whole bunch of ordinary ones. After some operations, 100 golden marrow bees seemed poisoned, lying there on the verge of dying. Then Chi Ping put the golden marrow bees into a sturdy bag. Before going to market, first go to the association's courtyard and meet with the others, exchange recent news. If there's someone going to market together, go with them. This way there's mutual support, and the chances of being targeted by tribulation cultivators are smaller. Old Man Zhou casually instructed Chi Ping, who came to say hello, while sipping on some wine. His face, full of wrinkles, was slightly reddish due to the alcohol, and his whole person appeared a bit dazed. In his hand, he was holding a tattered, ancient book titled Record of Strange Creatures of Mountains and Seas. Absorbed in reading, and it was unclear if he could concentrate on it. Chi Ping didn't mind. Old Man Zhou had always been like this. After replying, Chi Ping said goodbye to Old Man Zhou and headed to the courtyard where the Fusang Association was located. The Fusang Association's location is an ordinary courtyard at the foot of the Cloud Mist Mountain Range, built years ago by Old Man Zhou and others. The location was chosen at the foot of the Cloud Mist Mountain Range, relatively close to all Fusang Association members. Since the Fusang Association consists of people from Zone D and some nearby spirit fields in the Cloud Mist Mountain Range, there's a certain level of trust between them. Everyone agreed to have a large gathering once a year, where generally everyone would be present if there were no urgent matters. Other times, it's once a month when it's time if anyone wants to exchange news, seek help, or go to the Cyan Stone marketplace together, they can choose to come here. And if there's nothing, they don't have to come. When Chi Ping arrived early at this familiar courtyard, there were already two people sitting by the stone table in the courtyard, waiting. One was Wang Mountain, whom Old Man Zhou had mentioned before, a mature and responsible elderly brother. With cultivation at the fourth layer of chi refining, he has the image of a mature and kind middle-aged man with a bit of a paunch. He raises dozens of Tier 1 golden feather chickens in the Cloud Mist Mountain range. The meat is good, and he also raises a considerable number of non-tier blue feather chickens, probably 100 or two. The other person is known to everyone as Sister Nan. Unlike some female cultivators who appear ethereal and beautiful, Sister Nan dresses somewhat like a village woman, with freckles on her face that look like dirt. But don't underestimate her because of this appearance. Sister Nan's cultivation level is said to be nearing the fifth layer of chi refining, with combat power even stronger than Wong Mountain. Old Man Joe once told Chi Ping that Sister Nan is a very smart woman and used to look pretty, but later, for unknown reasons, she gradually changed to this appearance. She cultivates a patch of Tier 1 lower-grade spirit storage fruits on peak number 005 in Zone D of the Cloud Mist Mountain range, just a peak away from Chi Ping's peak number 007. She knows a secret recipe for making spiritual fertilizer, buys raw materials to make her own, and can provide the spiritual energy needed by the spirit storage fruit trees at a low cost. In Chi Ping's mind, Sister Nan is a rather mysterious woman, very smart, and her strength is quite admirable among ordinary low-level cultivators. Brother Wong, Sister Nan, long time no see. After entering the Fusang Association's simple courtyard, Chi Ping greeted them warmly. Since Chi Ping joined the Fusang Association with Old Man Joe's introduction, the two have taken quite good care of him. Last time, when Chi Ping's black little bees got lost, apart from Old Man Joe, these two were the ones who searched the hardest. Chi Ping saw all this. Little Chi, it's been nearly half a year since you last came. Take a break from cultivating sometimes. Come out for a walk more often, and come to Brother Wong's place for some chicken when you're free. After chatting with Wong Mountain about his recent personal situation, Chi Ping led the conversation to more serious matters. Brother Wong, I heard from Old Man Joe earlier that tribulation cultivators have reappeared in our Qingshi County. How's the situation now? This question concerns personal safety, and it's what Chi Ping is most worried about right now. And after hearing Chi Ping's question, Wong Mountain and Sister Nan's expressions suddenly turned serious. Looking at the grave expressions on Wong Mountain and Sister Nan's faces, Chi Ping immediately guessed the general situation. The circumstances definitely don't seem good. The tribulation cultivators are still there, and it's even more severe than it was over a month ago. Wong Mountain's words startled Chi Ping. Sister Nan then took over the conversation. She doesn't like small talk, but when it comes to important matters, she always has her own opinions. What I know is similar to what Brother Mountain said. The situation with the tribulation cultivators hasn't alleviated, but instead has worsened. Someone I know, the beekeeper on Summit 032 in Zone D, was a third layer of chi refining. He was ambushed by a tribulation cultivator and cut into pieces 2 weeks ago, with no signs of resistance. So that means the tribulation cultivator may be very powerful, and the things on the summit have been quietly looted, the bee king and honey all taken away. Sister Nan's words sent a chill down Chi Ping's spine once again. A third layer of chi refining was killed without any resistance. This means the tribulation cultivator has at least fifth layer of chi refining strength, or maybe even higher. In other words, if Chi Ping were ambushed, he might be swiftly attacked and killed before he could react. Or even if the golden marrow bees reacted in time to confront the attack, the opponent might break through the bees' encirclement and kill him. This is a drawback of such insect pet beasts like the golden marrow bee. Unless the enemy is killed in a short period, in situations not overwhelmingly in their favor, the defense might be breached, harming Chi Ping. And the beekeeper on Summit 032 in Zone D, mentioned by Sister Nan, was someone Chi Ping had met twice. He was considered a friend of Old Head Joe and was shockingly dismembered by a tribulation cultivator 2 weeks ago. Learning this news left Chi Ping with a bitter taste. Wong Mountain then carried on the topic. I've heard about this too. That tribulation cultivator could still reach Summit 032 in Zone D, indicating familiarity with the area. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. This is undoubtedly a very dangerous signal. If that tribulation cultivator is well acquainted with the geography and personnel around the Cloud Mist Mountain range, the danger level rises sharply. In situations where the enemy is in the dark while we are exposed, if targeted by a tribulation cultivator attack, the chances of death are high. After a long silence, Wong Mountain sighed heavily and said, I really don't understand why the Saiyan Origin sect no longer maintains the security of Qingshi Town. I really miss the old days. Back then, while life was tough and money hard to earn, at least safety was ensured. With hard work, one could still earn some money, occasionally gather with fellow cultivators, drink, and eat chicken. Life had its flavors. Unlike now, where stepping out the door raises the worry of being suddenly killed by a tribulation cultivator. The world is hard. Wong Mountain then added, so if it's not necessary, we shouldn't go out recently. Qi Ping and Sister Nin could only give a wry smile at these words. Clearly, both had reasons to venture out. Qi Ping sighed helplessly. I don't have enough spirit stones to pay the next rent. I need to sell some honey, and I also need to buy some living and cultivation supplies. The box of black bee honey previously supported both him and Old Head Zhou, although barely sufficient, was not as ample as when Old Head Zhou lived alone. Old Head Zhou once said not to buy blood essence pills for him anymore, and that ordinary wine would suffice, but Qi Ping refused. Without blood essence pills, Old Head Zhou's vitality would deplete faster, shortening his lifespan by several years. Moreover, the actual output of the black bees barely provided enough for both to cultivate and live, just not plentifully so. Qi Ping couldn't possibly inherit all of Old Head Zhou's legacy and wealth, and then take away a few years of his lifespan. Now, Qi Ping no longer has this worry. Golden Marrow honey's effects are vastly better than blood essence pills, but to gather enough spirit stones, he still needs to sell honey. I'm in a similar situation. I need to sell a batch of spirit storage fruits and buy materials to make spirit fertilizer. Otherwise, if the spirit storage fruit trees wither due to fertilizer shortage, it'd be troublesome. Sister Nin explained likewise. After exchanging a look with Qi Ping, they both saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Wong Mountain also expressed his inability to help as his own spirit stones barely covered his rental, and he couldn't assist much. As for taking the risk to accompany Qi Ping and Sister Nan to the Cyan Stone marketplace, he might have done so when younger, but now he has a wife and children at home. The responsibilities on his shoulders have long surpassed the age of reckless sacrifices. He would help within his limits, but couldn't neglect his wife and children. Following that, the three continued chatting about current affairs in Qingshi County while waiting for others to arrive, hoping someone would join them in going to the Cyan Stone marketplace. Having one more person meant more security, especially since Fusang Association members had all learned the breath concealment technique, rendering tribulation cultivators cautious due to uncertainty about their strength. It must be mentioned that Wong Mountain generously taught all Fusang Association members the breath concealment technique for free, intending for everyone to have a greater sense of security. This gesture speaks volumes about Wong Mountain's character. Unfortunately, the three waited long, but no one else arrived. Probably, everyone was avoiding going out due to the tribulation cultivators. Looks like it'll just be the two of us going, Qi. But don't worry, with Sister Nan around, the two of us together will deter most tribulation cultivators. Just be cautious, and taking the small paths will be safer. Sensing Qi Ping's concerns, Sister Nan reassured him. She knew Qi Ping's strength was not high, so she generally took him along whenever convenient these past few years. Much appreciated, Sister Nan. Qi Ping didn't refuse, understanding Sister Nan's good intentions. Even with the golden marrow bees, having Sister Nan's near fifth layer of Qi refining strength by his side greatly increased his safety and margin for error. Just as Qi Ping and Sister Nan were saying goodbye to Wong Mountain, preparing to take the small path to Qingshi Town, a bright, lively young man entered Fusang Association's courtyard. Brother Mountain, Sister Nan, Brother Qi, you're all here. This youthful face and energetic tone unmistakably belonged to Lin Xiaoyang, the second youngest member of Fusang Association. Lin Xiaoyang was 2 years younger than Qi Ping, with his cultivation at the second layer of Qi refining, possessing notably better talent than Qi Ping. Born a young master to a wealthy mortal family, he likely retained his youthful spirit due to being well cared for since childhood, and he was indeed quite a nice person. When wandering aimlessly outside, he met Wong Mountain, who, seeing potential in Lin Xiaoyang, introduced him to Fusang Association. Indeed, he eagerly began speaking as he entered. Let me tell you, I recently learned that at the border between Changsha County and Baiyun County, a small secret realm is about to emerge. All cultivators at the Qi refining stage can enter and seek opportunities. Have you heard about it? A secret realm accessible to Qi refining stage cultivators? Qi Ping, Sister Nan, and Wang Mountain all shook their heads, indicating they hadn't heard of it. Let me tell you about it. Lin Xiaoyang began enthusiastically. The situation with that secret realm is roughly as follows and is expected to open in about a month. Opportunities are paramount on the path of immortal cultivation. Without opportunities, there's no immortal ascension. Brother Mountain, Sister Nan, Brother Qi, shall we try our luck together? We might find a great opportunity. Lin Xiaoyang stumbled upon a cultivation technique through a twist of fate, leading him into the path of immortal cultivation, making him a firm believer in opportunities and fortune. However, upon hearing Lin Xiaoyang's excited words, Qi Ping and the other two fell silent. The three of them were not easily convinced by the notion of a secret realm. If a good secret realm truly existed, why would news of it spread so easily? It would have long been occupied by the upper echelon cultivators of sects and prominent families. How could it fall to ordinary folk? Generally, valuable items aren't left for the lower tier. If they appear, there's a high probability they're poison honey. Wang Mountain, the elder brother, was mature, steady, and meticulous. He wouldn't easily believe in such hearsay. Sister Nan felt the same, and her vigilance was even higher than Wang Mountain's. As for Qi Ping, he was scared upon hearing the two words secret realm. In Qi Ping's impression, anything associated with a secret realm was bound to cause numerous deaths, be it due to the inherent risks or the conflicts between cultivators. Qi Ping now only wished to farm bees calmly and steadily enhance his strength, having no interest in taking risks. Even if Qi Ping hadn't awakened as a druid, he'd prefer to keep his little black bees peacefully, living a carefree mortal life. It's a pity that Lin Xiaoyang hadn't noticed the meaning behind their silence, being too caught up in his enthusiasm and simple-mindedness. And the elder brother Wang Mountain, not wanting to dampen Lin Xiaoyang's spirits, and also to gently advise the newcomer he had brought back, carefully said, Xiaoyang, secret realms come in many forms. Some are rich with opportunities, and obtaining one can make you soar, but such cases are rare. Most secret realms are perilous, possibly containing a killing array or traps set by evil cultivators, where you might encounter high-level cultivators who love to kill and plunder. We still have ample time. We can wait until we gather all the information to make a decision. If the dangers are high, we must think carefully before acting. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiaoyang nodded in agreement after listening. You're so meticulous, Brother Sean. I'll go inquire and research further. I'll discuss any new findings with you. Just as Qi Ping and the other two nodded in approval, feeling Wang Mountain's advice was effective, Lin Xiaoyang's next words left them knowing Wang Mountain had spoken in vain. When the time comes, let's devise a comprehensive plan, seize an opportunity in the secret realm, and share it together. Before the three could respond, Lin Xiaoyang dashed off to find more information about the secret realm, as if fearing the opportunity would slip through his fingers if he delayed a moment. Lin Xiaoyang's enthusiasm left the three silent once more. After a long time, Wang Mountain spoke with a complex expression. Do you think I was wrong to bring Xiaoyang into our Fusang Association? He comes from a wealthy mortal family and has never learned the dangers of the world. After gaining the opportunity to enter the Immortal Cultivation realm, he joined our Fusang Association, not having seen the sinister side of it. With a simple mind, he seems to think most cultivators in the world are good. I suddenly feel that our good intentions might be doing him harm. However, not all talk of opportunities is false. Although the probability is low, Xiaoyang did enter the path of immortal cultivation through fortune. He might indeed be a person with deep blessings. Forcibly intervening might be seen as hindering his path. Besides, we might not be entirely correct. Wang Mountain's complex words resonated deeply with Qi Ping and Sister Nan. They too couldn't be sure if they were right, only opting for a more cautious choice. If Xiaoyang approaches us again, we should decline while gently advising him. If he's determined to go, We can't force him. Sisternin spoke up uncommonly. That works, as we should interfere with others' choices. Speak as we can, and have no regrets. Wong Mountain nodded in agreement. After Wong Mountain and Sister Nan finished speaking, they couldn't help but glance at Qi Ping. Such a vast difference in character among young people. It's not that Lin Xiaoyang's temperament was bad. He was sincere and willing to share, but could such a personality survive in this world? Even Qi Ping, Wong Mountain, and Sister Nan weren't sure of their survival in this world, making it even harder to interfere with others' destinies. After the episode with Lin Xiaoyang and the Secret Realm, Qi Ping and the other two briefly discussed and then put the matter behind them, lacking the desire to explore further. Qi Ping and Sister Nin soon set out on their journey to Cyan Stone Marketplace. Cyan Stone Marketplace is located at the center of Qingshi County, managed by the Cyan Origin sect and the Liu, Zhu, and Murong families in Qingshi County. The Liu, Zhu, and Murong families have an extremely close relationship with the Cyan Origin sect. To put it simply, these three families are developed by the disciples of the Cyan Origin sect and can be considered familial forces formed by the sect disciples. The role of these familial forces is to manage various affairs within the designated territory under the overall planning and management of the Cyan Origin sect, including commercial development, industry development, taxation, rent collection, security management, and searching for talented disciples to send into the Cyan Origin sect. The Cyan Origin sect conducts annual assessments of the managers and managing families of each place, including Qingshi County, generally small assessments every 3 years, and large assessments every 10 years, with rewards and punishments determined by the assessment results. The commercial transactions at Cyan Stone Marketplace are one of the core income sources of Qingshi County, bringing in a large amount of tax revenue and entry fees every year. To ensure a good business environment, the marketplace is equipped with bases from the Cyan Origin sect and the Liu, Zhu, and Murong families, forming a law enforcement team with more than 2 Foundation establishment cultivators specifically responsible for maintaining order and business environment within the marketplace. Moreover, since Qingshi County's industries mainly revolve around little black bees, golden feather chickens, spirit storage fruits, jumbo horn oxen, and so on, there are many associations within a marketplace specifically to purchase these items. At the same time, they sell products used in these industries, along with plenty of cultivation resources and daily necessities. Qi Ping and Sister Nan aim to visit a small association within the marketplace called Ziyuan Association. The owner of this association was a 6th layer of Qi refining middle-aged man named Gao Ziyuan, about the same age as Wong Mountain. Members of the Fusang Association mostly sold their goods here because the prices offered were slightly higher than in larger associations. Moreover, Boss Gao was very congenial and often shared the latest news with people. So, Qi Ping, along with Wong Mountain and Sister Nan, preferred selling their products here, not only for the higher prices, but also occasionally picking up minor news they couldn't otherwise obtain. The courtyard of the Fusang Association was about 100 kilometers away from Cyan Stone Marketplace. Even Qi refining cultivators needed quite some time to cover such a distance. So, when Qi Ping and Sister Nan reached the Cyan Stone Marketplace by following the trail, it was already afternoon. Luckily, the journey was smooth, with no encounters with dangerous tribulation cultivators. Qi Ping's golden marrow bee scouted ahead the entire way, without spotting anything suspicious. Cyan Stone Marketplace, finally here. Upon reaching Cyan Stone Marketplace, Qi Ping felt relieved as he gazed at the marketplace, brimming with an air of luxury. Besides selling honey and purchasing daily necessities, he also planned to inquire about information and prices related to pet bees from Boss Gao. Qi Ping estimated that within a week, his Druid talent would level up to level 2, at which point he could contract a second animal companion. Thus, he needed to plan ahead to avoid making another risky journey to Cyan Stone Marketplace. For the second animal companion, Qi Ping originally wanted an animal companion with high attack and high defense, capable of engaging in frontal combat. For example, the barbaric armor bear, Crimson Flame Tiger. Their frontal combat capabilities could very well compensate for Qi Ping's own lack of combat power, and when combined with the golden marrow bees, could produce a terrifying level of lethality. For instance, the barbaric armor bear could engage and hold the opponent, while the golden marrow bee uses its speed to release venom. If Chi Ping were luckier and could share the physical or defensive talents of the barbaric armor bear or crimson flame tiger, coupled with the wood shield technique, it would undoubtedly greatly enhance his defense and survival abilities. However, for Chi Ping, there is a fatal flaw with these kinds of spirit beasts. They're too large in size, and Chi Ping doesn't have a spirit beast bag, so keeping them close is too conspicuous. It's simply like openly telling tribulation cultivators or others with ill intent, "I have good stuff here." Even if the tribulation cultivators don't harbor evil intentions, encountering an enemy would mean such a large pet beast could easily become a target, possibly attracting even stronger enemies. Therefore, before obtaining a spirit beast bag, Chi Ping is not considering this type of pet beast, unless he encounters one that's very suitable. A lesser option would be a spirit beast that is easier to conceal in body size, yet possesses some frontal combat ability, which is now Chi Ping's best choice. Chi Ping is currently considering flying-type spirit beasts as the first tier, like the Cyan Cloud Crane or Thunder Eagle. They are not conspicuous in size, yet possess decent frontal combat abilities, working quite well in conjunction with a swarm of golden marrow bees. If there isn't a suitable flying pet beast, alternatives like the stone hedgehog, thick shell turtle, or starlight raccoon cat can also be considered. The current situation is too dangerous. I need to contract a second animal companion as soon as possible once my druid level reaches 2 to increase my strength. In the future, as the druid level increases, there will be more contract positions for animal companions, so not every animal companion needs to be perfect. As long as it's not too bad, getting through the current tribulation cultivator chaos is the priority, especially since the information Lin Chiang mentioned about the secret realm gives Chi Ping a sense of unease. Perfect spirit beasts are exceedingly rare, and truly pursuing this might mean Chi Ping won't encounter even one until his death. Encountering a divine beast on a journey is something Chi Ping has never even dreamed of. What are you thinking about so intently? Sister Nan asked, slightly puzzled, as she observed Chi Ping lost in thought. Sister Nan, I was thinking about the items I need to buy this time, and also what kind of wine old man Joe wanted. That old guy. Just buy him whatever. Maybe drinking less could prolong his life by a couple of years. From Sister Nan's remarks, it was clear she was quite familiar with Old Man Joe. Otherwise, she wouldn't speak in such a tone. Old Man Joe just likes drinking. What can we do about it? It's not that we haven't told him, but he says if he can't drink, he might as well have his lifespan run out now. He really is a booze hound, but he's not wrong. Without reaching foundation establishment, one's lifespan is less than 200 years. So happiness is what matters. A few more or fewer years don't make much difference. So let's just let Old Man Joe do as he wishes. Enough about that old guy. It's getting late. We should sell our stuff quickly and buy what we need. Otherwise, it'll be much more dangerous after dark than during the day. All right, listening to you, Sister Nan. With that, the two wasted no time heading towards the Ziyuan Trading Company. Although there were quite a number of small vendors on either side of the road, nothing caught their attention. At least, nothing worth wasting spirit stones on according to Chi Ping's judgment. On the way, Chi Ping even encountered the market's patrol team twice, composed of cultivators from the mid-stage and late-stage Chi refining. And these are only the ones on open display, showing the defense strength at the Scienstone Marketplace. Bosgao Ziyuan Trading Company was located in a corner of the East District of Scienstone Marketplace, its location not being prominent, naturally leading to fewer customers, thus reducing rent and entry fees accordingly. Because of this location, Bosgao of Ziyuan Trading Company mostly conducts business with familiar customers. When Chi Ping and Sister Nan arrived at the entrance of Ziyuan Trading Company, they saw Bosgao enthusiastically sending off a pair of customers. Upon seeing Chi Ping and Sister Nan, Bosgao warmly greeted them. Sister Nan, Brother Chi, it's been a long time since I've seen you. Please come in quickly. I'll make you some tea first. A middle-aged man at the 6th layer of Chi refining enthusiastically welcoming Chi Ping and Sister Nan inside. You couldn't fault his service attitude. Because the location of Bosgao's shop isn't ideal, he relies on retaining old customers to make his money. After a cup of tea, Sister Nan first took out her 30 spirit storage fruits that she had prepared. Bosgao, take a look at how much these spirit storage fruits are worth. in spirit stones. Boss Gao, with a piercing gaze, glanced over them and said, 5 upper grade level B, 13 middle grade level B. Sister Nan's farming skills have improved a lot recently. After remarking, Boss Gao gave Sister Nan an astonished glance. He knew that Sister Nan's cultivation land wasn't even considered spiritual land, yet she managed to grow such a large quantity of upper and middle grade level B spirit storage fruits. Even many level 1 spiritual lands might not be able to produce upper grade level B spirit storage fruits. Boss Gao, you're too kind. It's thanks to you that the spiritual fertilizer materials you found for me are much better than those I could by myself. When Sister Nan requests it, of course, I do my best to deliver. Generally, this batch of spirit storage fruits would be priced by large trading houses between 67 to 69 spirit stones. How about I offer you 72 here? Boss Gao spoke with candor, which was the reason he had so many long-standing customers. He earned spirit stones by being open and honest. No problem. Sister Nan readily agreed. Having grown spirit storage fruits for so many years, she was quite familiar with their market price, and Gao Ziyuan indeed hadn't deceived her. Boss Gao quickly counted and handed over 72 lower-grade spirit stones to Sister Nan, then put the spirit storage fruits away. With Sister Nan's transaction complete, it was Qi Ping's turn. Without hesitation, Qi Ping took out the 11 bottles of honey he had prepared. Boss Gao, please have a look. When these 11 bottles of honey appeared on the table, both Boss Gao and Sister Nan exclaimed in surprise. 4 bottles of lower grade level A honey, 7 bottles of upper grade level B honey. There was a hint of shock and amazement in Boss Gao's voice. Neither Boss Gao nor Sister Nan expected Qi Ping to bring out level A honey. Producing level A honey is as challenging as cultivating level A spirit storage fruits. Although not exceedingly precious, producing level A honey in a commonplace place like Zone D of the Cloud Mist Mountain Range is quite rare. Brother Qi, your beekeeping skills have surely surpassed expectation. Boss Gao praised. Old Man Zhou, who had been collaborating with him for so long, had only a few instances of producing level A honey, and Qi Ping managed it today. Recently, my beekeeping experience has indeed seen a breakthrough, but it's mainly thanks to Old Man Zhou's teachings and his accumulated knowledge. Qi Ping modestly replied. He naturally wouldn't mention the ample supply of golden marrow honey and spirit flowers as the reason. It's also because Brother Qi has remarkable comprehension to master the skill so thoroughly in such a short time. I've met many people, yet few match your abilities. Normally, big trading firms offer between 53 to 56 spirit stones for this. How about I offer 59 here? The premium for level A honey might be slightly higher, so Boss Gao also offered a price higher than 3 spirit stones to purchase it, just like Sister Nan. Qi Ping naturally accepted this. One of the great advantages of trading with Boss Gao is the simplicity and directness, without all the haggling and back-and-forth probing. Qi Ping despised those bosses who would come up with a bunch of reasons just to lower prices. It was especially annoying to argue back and forth. No problem. I have always trusted Boss Gao's offers. Win-win cooperation, right? It's only lasting when everyone benefits. Just patronize my little shop often in the future. If you want to buy something expensive in the future, you can also talk to me. I know Qingshi County inside and out, and I can find you the most cost-effective options. While counting spirit stones for Qi Ping, Boss Gao introduced his new business to him. This service of finding and purchasing high-value items for others is a money-making venture that Gao Ziyuan recently developed. Because he's very familiar with the Cyan Stone marketplace and has some connections here, he can often buy things that are more cost-effective than what most people can find. This business came to him a few months ago when a regular customer proactively asked for help in purchasing some items, giving him the inspiration. It's only been open for a short time now, and it's already earned him quite a lot of spirit stones. Even though he's tithed quite a bit, it's still pretty good for a cultivator at the 6th layer of Qi refining, especially since it doesn't affect his previous business. It's possible to earn double. I just happened to want to buy something and was thinking of asking Boss Gao for help. Qi Ping was planning to talk to Boss Gao about it anyway, but didn't expect him to bring it up first. Sister Nan had already told Qi Ping about this business while they were on the road, which is why he thought of asking Boss Gao to help look into spirit beasts. Since there are few beast-taming cultivators in Qingshi County, there aren't any large trade associations here dedicated to selling spirit beasts, making it difficult to buy a suitable spirit beast here. It's possible that even if Qi Ping visits the Cyan Stone Marketplace 10 times, he might not find a suitable spirit beast. Besides the time spent, the risk of the journey to the Cyan Stone Marketplace is something Qi Ping can't accept. Is that so? How coincidental. What's Brother Qi planning to buy? Boscow's expression showed a hint of surprise. He didn't expect business to come so soon. I want to purchase a spirit beast. Does Boscow have any channels for that? Qi Ping wasn't sure if Boscow had resources in this area. A spirit beast? Boscow's expression became even more surprised when he heard Qi Ping wanted to buy a spirit beast. Because beast taming isn't a simple thing. Everyone knows that a powerful spirit beast can be of great help, and the blood contract technique isn't hard to find. But even with these conditions, there still aren't many people in Qingshi County who choose beast taming, which shows the problem. The main reason is twofold. The first reason is that nurturing a spirit beast is akin to nurturing a money-burning beast. The cost of nurturing most spirit beasts often exceeds the expenses cultivators incur on their own cultivation, and that's not even taking into account the cost of purchasing the spirit beast. For most people in Qingshi County, their cultivation resources are squeezed out from their teeth. Where would they have extra resources for nurturing spirit beasts? Even a slight surplus will be more practical to use on themselves rather than elsewhere. And a spirit beast that hasn't been nurtured to grow up doesn't possess combat power. It's not even enough to survive a single slash. For the majority of cultivators in Qingshi County, the resource issue alone is enough to forestall beast taming. Another issue is the high difficulty of beast taming. The imagined beast taming. After signing a blood contract with a spirit beast and gaining familiarity over a period of time, one would achieve telepathic communication with the owner, and it can fight alongside and even die for its owner. This is just wishful thinking. The reality of beast taming. The spirit beast's unwillingness complicates force contracting. Due to intelligence and language barriers, communication is extremely difficult, especially with spirit beasts that are inherently unfriendly. During combat, it might slack off or even rebel. It's very disobedient, easily causing trouble if not constantly watched. There are just too many problems. The average cultivator encountering any one of these issues would have a failed beast taming attempt to declare. And most spirit beasts are difficult to tame, especially the more powerful ones. Some even possess a bloodline-based hostility towards the human race. Hence, beast taming becomes a specialized cultivation path, requiring a specialized beast taming sect even. From selecting a spirit beast to increasing its favorability, nurturing, training, and combat, all these issues require specialized knowledge and cultivation techniques. A good beast taming cultivator can help an ordinary spirit beast grow into an exceedingly powerful entity, possessing power beyond its own bloodline. This is why Boss Gao was so surprised when he heard Qi Ping wanted to buy a spirit beast. However, he didn't dwell on it. Probing too much into customers' matters is a taboo for merchants, and Boss Gao was well-versed in this principle. Naturally, he wouldn't be that foolish. As long as Qi Ping has a need, he provides a solution and earns the spirit stones. That's all there is to it. After thinking a bit, Boss Gao said to Qi Ping, "There are, of course, channels. Even though there are few beast-taming people in Qingshi County, I still know some people who can acquire spirit beasts. And because competition is low, spirit beast prices are slightly lower than in many other places." Hearing this, Qi Ping couldn't help but feel glad. He found the right person indeed. Does Brother Qi have any specific requirements for the type of spirit beast? Those of the avian category would be best. Otherwise, if the cost performance is high, other types are also fine. I'm more inclined towards smaller spirit beasts. And what about the price range you're thinking of? Within 200 to 300 spirit stones. If it's higher and the quality is good, it could be considered, but I'll need some time to gather those spirit stones. Qi Ping said this cautiously. 200 to 300 spirit stones wouldn't surprise anyone if he or old Zhou took it out, but more than that would seem a bit much. That's why Qi Ping mentioned having to think of ways to gather more. This is also to avoid missing out on higher-priced yet highly cost-efficient spirit beasts. Boss Gao understood Qi Ping's point. 200 to 300 spirit stones can be managed if slightly higher, it can still be scraped together. So with this in mind, he knew what price range of spirit beasts to consider for Qi Ping. Do you also have any age requirements for the spirit beasts? Generally, the younger they are, the easier the contract difficulty, and they are more suitable for cultivating rapport, hence they are priced higher correspondingly. All are fine. Adult spirit beasts can still be an option if the cost-effectiveness is high, just that the price should be lower. Afterward, Boss Gao asked several more questions, some of which Qi Ping hadn't thought of himself. I must say, Boss Gao is too professional in his work. In a few words, he grasped Qi Ping's specific needs. I understand. Once I find some suitable spirit beast information and prices, I'll provide them to you. Then you can choose which one suits you best. Great, thanks so much, Boss Gao. Not a problem at all. Brother Qi and sister Nin place their trust in me, which is my honor, so I will certainly do my best to fulfill your requirements. Sister Nan, Qi Ping, and Old Zhou are all long-term customers he has collaborated with for a while. He would only proactively offer his purchasing service to these customers. If not, he prepares very good spiritual fertilizer raw materials, yet Sister Nin doesn't need them, and he exhaustively finds several suitable spirit bee sellers. Only for Qi Ping not to need them. It would just be wasting his spirit stone earning time, wouldn't it? This purchasing service relies on his network and information resources. Once a transaction is reached, it's a benefit for both him and Qi Ping. But all of this is founded on trust. After finishing the transaction at Ziyuan Chamber with Sister Nan, Qi Ping, and Old Zhou, they bid farewell to Boss Gao, who immediately started searching for the spirit beast information for Qi Ping. This order from Qi Ping is not small. If he fulfills this commission successfully, he can make a nice profit from it. Earning is not easy. Every earning opportunity for Spirit Stone is precious, especially when it's something with no inherent danger. Moreover, he noticed that Qi Ping mentioned cost-effectiveness many times during their conversation. So if he could find those high-quality spirit beasts that are hard to sell for some reason, there's a good chance Qi Ping would take interest. Not long after Boss Gao began helping Qi Ping search for spirit beasts, Qi Ping and Sister Nin quickly purchased the ordinary supplies they needed. Though the day was still early, they felt it was safer to return sooner rather than later. Sister Nin only gave Qi Ping a surprised glance when he mentioned buying spirit beasts to Boss Gao, and after leaving the trade association, she didn't bring it up again. If Qi Ping didn't mention it, she wouldn't ask. It was clear that Qi Ping had his own secrets or plans regarding the matter, and since he wasn't forthcoming about it, he clearly didn't want to discuss it with others. This is an important aspect of becoming friends among loose cultivators. While honesty and mutual assistance are valued, one should not overexplore the other's secrets. In the Immortal Cultivation realm, probing into the secrets of others is considered taboo. After all, which cultivator doesn't have their own secrets? Even loose cultivators, even those who only have a few last resort tricks up their sleeves. When secrets are exchanged openly, that's when the relationship has reached a truly good stage. Like Lin Cheyong, a carefree young master from a wealthy family. Such people are rare in the Immortal Cultivation realm, considered a rarity. Qi Ping knew this well. Sister Nan was a very clever woman who was trustworthy, which is why he didn't shy away from discussing the purchase of spirit beasts in her presence with Boss Gao. Of course, because the need for secrecy wasn't that high, no matter how important a matter was, Qi Ping wouldn't expose it. The entrance of Cyanstone Marketplace. Qi Ping and the others looked at the road back, their eyes filled with seriousness and concern. Little Qi, we must be extra cautious on the road back. My divine soul feels a bit disturbed, as if there's a bad premonition. Sister Nan, they say women's intuition is the most accurate, but don't scare me. You know I have a small heart. Cultivators sometimes have inexplicable premonitions about incoming crises, like feeling uneasy inside or having a disturbed divine soul. The more acute the perception, the easier it is to sense such things. Sister Nan was clearly this type of person. Old Man Zhou said Sister Nan had foreseen impending crises several times. Thankfully, they had enough preparations to pass through each time. Little Qi, I'm not joking with you. We should make some preparations. Did you bring poison? Sister Nan looked at Qi Ping with a serious expression. I have brought it. Qi Ping nodded solemnly. Seeing Sister Nan's serious expression, Qi Ping knew this was no joke. Fortunately, he was cautious enough this time, bringing out most of the golden marrow bees. Besides the 100 bees on him, He also hid 500 to 600 bees in the mountains outside Sandstone Marketplace. After consuming honey with higher blood ginseng content, the strength of these golden marrow bees had significantly improved. Thinking of the presence of these golden marrow bees calmed Qi Ping's uneasy mind somewhat. All right, I also brought quite a few. Let's find a place and figure out the best arrangement. A moment later, the two hid in a corner on the outskirts of Cyan Cloud Marketplace, inventorying the poison they carried. Poison powder, poison liquid. After contemplating the poisons for a long time, Sister Nan finally spoke. Little Chi, when the time comes, we'll divide these poisons into 16 portions, each of us taking 8. We'll place them on our hands and feet, and coat them on our weapons. I also have several needle-shaped magical artifacts. We'll coat them with the deadliest poisons, and when the enemy's attention is drawn by the poison powder, we'll seize an opportunity to fully utilize the poison needles. If the enemy is strong, you follow behind me. I'll distract the enemy up front, and you look for opportunities to use the poisons. Sister Nan seriously and earnestly explained every detail and technique of using the poisons to Qi Ping multiple times, even practicing with Qi Ping several times. After all the practice, Qi Ping was left dumbfounded. Poison could be used like this? According to Sister Nan's method, defeating a cultivator of the same level. Even if Qi Ping was in the first layer of Qi refining, he could injure a mid-stage Qi refining cultivator if he took them by surprise. Although the probability wasn't high and relied on timing, Sister Nan would seize the timing for Qi Ping. Because even at mid-stage Qi refining, it's hard to maintain a high-intensity spiritual shield at all times, as it would consume too much. Once the strength of the spiritual shield decreases, the needle-shaped magical artifacts can easily penetrate the defense. If against someone of the same level, Qi Ping felt that against same-level Sister Nan, without knowing her methods, the probability of being poisoned was at least 80%. Various poisoning methods were impossible to defend against. Old Man Zhou once said Sister Nan's use of poison was formidable, which Qi Ping had no concept of before, but after witnessing it this time, he realized just how impressive it was. In comparison to Sister Nan, he was just a novice. It also served as a wake-up call for Qi Ping that the battles in the Immortal Cultivation realm might be far more treacherous and terrifying than he imagined. In this regard, he was still very inexperienced, so no matter what he did in the future, he needed to proceed with caution. The two practiced a few more times to ensure there would be no mistakes before cautiously embarking on their journey back. To ensure caution, they even chose a different small path. However, this didn't bring much more sense of security to Qi Ping and Sister Nan. This crisis premonition was more like an occasional effective warning talent. Changing routes, changing return timing might avoid danger, or it might lead directly into danger. Danger could appear on the small road, on the big road, or even when Qi Ping and Sister Nan returned to Sandstone Marketplace after staying overnight, or it might not appear at all. Overall, there was no pattern to it. The only thing to do was to act cautiously, like Sister Nan, and make every preparation. On the way back, Qi Ping and Sister Nan were extremely vigilant, carefully avoiding places where ambushes might be present to avoid being successfully attacked by enemies. Along the way, they hardly spoke, afraid that talking might distract them and allow a tribulation cultivator to successfully ambush them with concealed weapons or other means. Qi Ping also controlled the golden marrow bees to spread out and perform extensive searches along the route. In this manner, they safely traversed more than half of the road. This allowed them to breathe a slight sigh of relief. A little further, and they'd be entering the range of the Cloud Mist Mountain Range. As one of the main production areas of Qingshi County, the Cloud Mist Mountain Range was regularly patrolled by the Cyan Origin sect and the 3 great families. There, tribulation cultivators usually dared not act, as the commotion from battles would easily attract the patrols over. Yet, just as they had barely relaxed, when Qi Ping followed Sister Nan onto a forest path, Qi Ping suddenly felt something amiss ahead. However, Sister Nan didn't notice anything unusual, nor did the golden marrow bees perceive any irregularities ahead. But Qi Ping knew his perception could be enhanced as a jungle druid in such forests. In the forest, Qi Ping could doubt anything, but he must not doubt a jungle druid's keen sense within a forest. So without any hesitation, Qi Ping immediately began secretly summoning the golden marrow bees, instructing them to prepare for battle. At the same time, Qi Ping quickly stopped Sister Nan from proceeding further. "Sister Nan, something's wrong." Qi Ping gestured with his eyes. Although Sister Nan didn't sense anything amiss, she chose to believe Qi Ping and halted her footsteps. Her vigilance immediately heightened to the highest level. She knew that with Qi Ping's personality, he must have discovered something. Otherwise, he wouldn't act in such a manner. Though she was unsure how Qi Ping achieved such an observation, given his ability, some cultivators indeed have unexpected talents, of which she was one. Now is not the time to delve into these matters. Just as she intended to ask Qi Ping something, from 2 places ahead where nothing had seemed unusual moments ago, 2 figures suddenly charged out. The timing was perfect when these 2 shadowy figures launched their attack. Upon realizing they might have been exposed and unable to ambush, they immediately chose to strike when Qi Ping and his companion were unprepared both for battle and communication. Their goal was to catch Qi Ping and his companion off guard. Qi Ping and his companion instantly guessed the enemy's intention to strike at this moment. Experts. They are definitely assassination experts. These 2 could, without communication and unexpected circumstances, choose to act at that moment with such tacit understanding. Regardless of their strength, in terms of battle experience, they were certainly no pushovers. At the very least, Qi Ping, who hadn't been through many life-and-death battles, couldn't compare to them. Therefore, despite having the golden marrow bees as a backup, Qi Ping dared not be the slightest bit careless. The figures were clad in dark magical robes, which appear to be lower-grade, defensive magical artifacts from their texture and aura. Judging by their physique, it seemed to be a man and a woman. The man was at the 5th layer of Qi refining, and the woman at the 4th layer. Upon realizing the enemy's cultivation realm and equipment, Qi Ping and Sister Nan's expressions instantly turned grim. These 2 not only had higher combined strength, but their defensive robes also have the effectiveness of Qi Ping's poison tactics. Though still quite useful, they were undoubtedly greatly restricted. Such a situation was extremely dangerous for Qi Ping and his companion. Perhaps life and death would be decided in an instant. Faced with this situation, Sister Nan immediately prepared for a desperate struggle. She planned to risk everything to delay the 2, attracting the enemy's attention with the greatest commotion, thereby buying time for herself and Qi Ping to use poison. Qi Ping's strength was not high, making him ineffective in frontal combat. Only by deploying poison from behind could he catch them off guard. Only then would they have more chances of victory. The moment Sister Nan took action, an overwhelming aura erupted from her, almost matching that of the 5th layer Qi refining man in dark robes. This powerful aura surprised even Qi Ping, as Nan's current outburst far exceeded that of Wong Mountain. However, despite Sister Nan's outburst, the 2 dark-robed enemies seemed to have long prepared counter. From revealing themselves to assaulting, the 5th layer male swiftly attacked Sister Nan. The 4th layer female circled around and attacked Qi Ping from behind. This rendered Sister Nan's plan to hold off the 2 futile. Do these 2 know our information? Qi Ping and Sister Nan both had the same suspicion in their hearts. If not, how could they implement such a targeted surround and kill strategy without revealing their aura? Especially since Qi Ping was still using the breath concealment technique to hide his aura. They recalled the beekeeper from Zone D, number 032, who was killed outside, and the mountain's wealth looted half a month ago. It seemed their information might have been sold out. Sister Nan even suspected her poisoning methods might have been exposed, as these dark-robed figures were clearly attempting to quickly kill Qi Ping, the novice, and then surround and kill her. Damn, who sold our information? Sister Nan cursed inwardly. But with the situation this critical, she could only hope that with poison, she could unexpectedly kill the 5th layer male in dark robes quickly. Then, save Qi Ping before he's killed and deal with the remaining dark-robed woman together. This was her only chance now. If Qi Ping fell first, she would likely perish under the pincer attack. Qi, hold on a little longer. Sister Nan hoped inwardly. Qi Ping had shown some signs today that made her believe he must have some hidden means. And the fifth-layer dark-robed man before her, with the timing right, might not escape in one go under her full force. The life-and-death battle commenced in the blink of an eye. Sister Nin instantly engaged in a fierce battle with the dark-robed man. Amidst flashing swords and cold clashes from magical artifacts, intense waves swept through all directions. Both sides uttered not a word, nor questioned why, focusing solely on ruthlessly slaying the opponent. The brutal nature at the bottom of the Immortal Cultivation realm was laid bare at this moment. No questions, no reasons, just a bloody battle for survival where the weak fell to the strong. Victory meant life, defeat meant death. Just like the life-and-death struggle between the dark-robed man and Sister Nan now, a slight misstep could lead to decapitation or death by poison. If tribulation cultivators didn't use poison, Sister Nin wouldn't believe it even if she were beaten to death. Amidst their focused battle, a shrill scream suddenly resounded. This made Sister Nan's heart involuntarily turn cold. Had Qi Ping fallen so quickly? She quickly realized the scream actually came from the dark-robed woman. Joy surged within Sister Nan's heart. Did Qi Ping win? Though this outcome seemed unbelievable, she didn't know how Qi Ping achieved it, but it was undoubtedly great news. She immediately calmed herself and focused entirely on the ongoing battle. She wanted to see if the scream would cause the dark-robed man to make a mistake, providing her with an opportunity to use poison. Here it comes. Sure enough, after the dark-robed woman's scream, the man in dark robes showed a slight gap in shock. Due to this small opening, in the next moment, a poison needle-shaped magical artifact sliced across the back of the dark-robed man's hand. The highly poisonous substance instantly alerted the man in dark robes to the imminent danger. Acting decisively, the dark-robed man pulled out a dark jade cicada from his wrist, causing Sister Nan's expression to change dramatically. A lethal sense of crisis arose within her. How did the dark-robed man possess such an item? Luckily, in this critical moment, hundreds of golden bees instantly surrounded him. Under their sharp and powerful stingers, the man's robe, only as strong as a lower-grade magical artifact, was rapidly pierced. Amidst the agony and poison invasion, screams followed. Sister Nan seized this opportunity, rushing forward to decapitate the dark-robed man with a swift strike, preventing him from using the jade cicada with sheer will, which would result in her demise. After killing the dark-robed man, Sister Nin exchanged a glance with Qi Ping, and they tacitly stripped the dark-robed individuals of their magical robes, weapons, and storage bags. The bodies were tossed with all their might into the dense forest nearby, and Qi Ping and Sister Nin quickly left the area. After covering a considerable distance, the two found a relatively safe place to hide. At this moment, they finally breathed a little easier. They didn't flee farther because the more they feared and panicked, the easier it was to fall into new traps. Sister Nin let out a long breath, then looked at Qi Ping with a complex expression. Qi, are these golden marrow bees your pet beasts? Sister Nin asked, still finding it hard to believe. Yes, Sister Nan, I've contracted their bee king. Qi Ping nodded. Denying it now would be futile, as Sister Nin wouldn't believe him. Moreover, during the recent life-and-death battle, Sister Nin had stood by him, setting him behind while she held off the two mid-stage, refining dark-robed individuals alone. Although the plan failed, it showcased Sister Nan's character. You really are? I didn't expect you to be hiding the deepest among us. I was completely fooled. But luckily, you were here, or else we might have perished. Recalling her earlier worry for Qi Ping, with his swarm of golden marrow bees, her concern was clearly misplaced. Despite the relief from surviving a deadly encounter, her heart was filled with joy and a hint of hesitation. After a long while, Sister Nan seemed to have made a decision, pulling out a somewhat tattered ancient manuscript from the storage bag and handing it to Qi Ping. Qi Ping, puzzled by the worn-out manuscript, asked, Sister Nan, what is this? It's for you. It should be useful. You'll know once you look at it. Consider it a token of gratitude for saving my life earlier. If it weren't for you, that jade cicada would have ended me. Curious, Qi Ping took the torn manuscript from Sister Nan, and upon opening it, 7 large characters were written on the first page. Spirit Beast Cultivation, Demon Insect Chapter. Spirit Beast Cultivation, Demon Insect Chapter. Seeing these words, Qi Ping felt a shock in his heart. No way. Recently, he had been trying various methods to cultivate the golden marrow bees, but besides relying on plant growth to stack resources, he hadn't come up with anything. After much consideration, Qi Ping felt that he could only rely on the beast-taming sex cultivation knowledge. After all, how could one person compare to the beast cultivation knowledge passed down for thousands of years? But that would be a long time later, because Qi Ping hadn't heard of any manual about spirit beast cultivation appearing in Qingshu County. In Qingshu County, not only are combat-type spirit beasts hard to find, but beast-taming techniques are even rarer. Qi Ping even prepared himself to search for methods to help the golden marrow bees break through their bloodline tier, even if he needed to do so after reaching Foundation establishment, because he believed the golden marrow bee had great potential with a talent for brewing artisanship. If he could cultivate them to Tier 2, the value of the golden marrow bees would increase exponentially. Elixirs at the Foundation establishment level are worth many times more than those at the Qi refining stage. Even though at that time the honey of the golden marrow bees may still not compare to elixirs, the value would definitely not be too low. At least it would hold a measurable value for Qi Ping's cultivation. Yet this thing, which Qi Ping expected to obtain at least at the late-stage Qi refining or even Foundation establishment stage, just appeared in his hands so effortlessly. It's unbelievable. I hope there's a method for cultivating bee-type spirit beasts. With excitement and anxiety, Qi Ping continued to browse through the book. Demon Insect Cultivation Introduction. Although demon insect-type beast taming is one of the most difficult among all beast taming types, its cultivation difficulty is relatively easier because there's a large room for trial and error and a low demand for rare herbs. Basic cultivation methods: spiritual medicine cultivation, carnivorous cultivation, special cultivation methods, mutagenic potion. This book introduces 7 main mutagenic potions. Mainstream demon insects introduction and cultivation characteristics: blood mosquito, blood fiendworm, viperant, illusionary dream moth. Mutagenic potion 1, bloodline mutation potion. Main ingredients: flowing light grass, blood ginseng. After a quick browse, Qi Ping, although he didn't find the introduction or cultivation method for bee-type spirit insects, was nevertheless replaced with strong delight on his face. After briefly skimming through this spirit beast cultivation, demon insect chapter, Qi Ping's mind was instantly opened. Although this demon insect cultivation manual only introduces cultivation methods for demon insects and doesn't involve knowledge about contracts, combat, or emotion cultivation, and even the 7 mutagenic potions were only down to 3. But for Qi Ping, it was already very surprising. Because he possesses the Beast King Druid profession, the most difficult contracts and emotion cultivation are not the key for him. What Qi Ping truly lacked was the spirit beast cultivation method. Although this spirit beast cultivation, demon insect chapter, didn't introduce a specific method for bee-type cultivation, Qi Ping could discover many applicable cultivation methods from it. He could deduce from some text certain demon insects combat methods and important information not related to spirit beast cultivation. Moreover, according to the introduction of the Demon Insect Cultivation Manual, 5 of the 7 potions above could be used on the vast majority of demon insects. As for the remaining 3 mutagenic potions, all belong to the universal class of potions, meaning that these 3 mutagenic potions should be basically usable for golden marrow bees. Even one of the 2 main ingredients of the bloodline mutation potion, Qi Ping already possessed the blood ginseng. Once again, like searching high and low, only to find it effortlessly. Great! Qi Ping roared in his heart. How could he not be excited to receive such a fitting inheritance? The advancement of the golden marrow bees seems hopeful. How do you like it? Sister Nan, seeing Qi Ping's excited expression, knew that this demon insect cultivation manual must be of great help to Qi Ping. I love it so much, Sister Nan. Qi Ping didn't hide his excitement. Sister Nan took the initiative to gift him such a precious inheritance, pretending would be somewhat hypocritical. It's just, isn't this too precious? I really want it, but I feel unworthy of it. Qi Ping said with a bit of shame. The value of this manual was simply immeasurable, Not to mention anything else, just the 3 mutagenic potions alone would each be extremely valuable. The entire inheritance's value was beyond estimation. You just saved my life, didn't you? Does my life not even worth a demon insect cultivation manual in your eyes? To make Chi Ping feel at ease with accepting her gift, Sister Nan even rolled her eyes at Chi Ping. Sister Nan, that's not what I meant. I really feel unworthy. If it weren't for your significant role in our victory against those 2 black-robed men, I might not have been able to kill them either, especially considering that jade cicada. So it's not accurate to say that I saved your life alone, but I really want this manual. Why don't I give you some golden marrow honey? It's the most valuable thing I currently have. The efficacy of this batch of golden marrow honey is great. I see you're about to break through to the 5th layer of chi refining. I estimate that your probability of breaking through after refining it will be high, and when I have spirit stones in the future, I'll compensate you. Upon hearing this, Sister Nan was somewhat surprised. She truly did not misjudge him. The reason she hesitated about handing over the Demon Insect Cultivation Manual to Chi Ping was not that she couldn't bear to part with it. This manual was useless to her. Without the crucial contract and emotion cultivation knowledge, it was nothing but clutter. If she tried to sell it, she estimated she might not survive beyond 12 hours. Such an inheritance was too precious. Once exposed, it would be a life-threatening disaster. That was why she hesitated. Fortunately, Chi Ping's current behavior confirmed that she did not misjudge him. It was precisely because of Chi Ping's character that she ultimately decided to hand the manual over to him. When Chi Ping's golden marrow bees are cultivated, it's also beneficial for her. Little did she expect a return so soon, breaking through to the 5th layer of chi refining. How could these words not be tempting? She wanted to break through for a long time, but could never afford the right spiritual medicine and elixirs. Little Chi, this golden marrow honey you mentioned, I'll shamelessly accept it. I indeed lack spiritual medicine for breakthroughs right now, but there's no need for future spirit stones. Just in the future, when you become very strong, if Sister Nan has a favor to ask, don't turn me away. How could that be? If Sister Nan has any requests in the future, as long as it's within my capacity, I would never refuse. After speaking, Chi Ping and Sister Nan exchanged a smile, knowing that after this experience, their friendship would become closer. Chi Ping estimated that after Sister Nan acquired the golden marrow honey, she would soon break through to the 5th layer of chi refining. By then, with her combat experience and poisoning skills, she would be a formidable force. Having such an ally ensured a bit more security for him as well. More friends, more paths. Today's events effectively prove this, especially with someone like Sister Nan, whose strength and experience are not lacking, and the talent for predicting danger. Such an ability might be highly useful in some situations. After dealing with the matter of the Demon Insect Cultivation Manual, Chi Ping put it away, and the 2 began to tally up the spoils of their recent harvest. The spoils were all taken out by the 2 of them. Once the spoils were out, their gaze immediately fell on the black jade cicada. Spoil 1, Jade Cicada. With this item, their safety upon returning to the Cloud Mist Mountain range would surely be significantly enhanced. The ink cicada is a well-known dark weapon among cultivators at the chi refining stage. When sufficient spiritual power is infused, it can penetrate an enemy's body with terrifying speed and then explode violently. Generally speaking, with the power of the ink cicada, the probability of death for someone at the mid-stage chi refining is as high as 70%, and if someone at the late-stage chi refining is hit due to carelessness, they can also be severely injured. However, the origin of the ink cicada is mysterious, unknown to the public, and they are extremely rare, often making them hard to find even at a high price. The price usually ranges from 500 to 700 spirit stones and can sometimes even exceed 1,000. The reason the ink cicada is so expensive is because it is one of the few life-saving dark weapons that has low user requirements. Often someone with the 2nd layer chi refining can unleash its initial power. This time, the fact that Chi Ping and Sister Nan managed to kill the black-robe tribulation cultivator and obtain even 1 ink cicada can be considered a significant gain. The hundreds of spirit stones could take Chi Ping and Sister Nan a long time to earn if they didn't eat, drink, or cultivate. And now, The spoils they reaped are far more than just this. The two decided to set the ink cicada aside for now and plan to deal with it later. Spoils 2. 2 black lower-grade magical robes. These 2 robes are almost identical except for some differences in size. Although both robes were pierced during the battle by the sharp stingers of the golden marrow bees, their basic toughness and defensive power remain intact, just with many small holes. They still offer considerable defense against the slashing of swords or other magical attacks. These 2 robes were easily pierced not because of a lack of defense, but due to the golden marrow bee's stingers' overwhelming attack power, which far exceeds what a lower-grade magical robe suited for early chi refining can withstand. Perhaps a middle-grade robe might block a few strikes. Chi Ping and Sister Nin each took a robe. Once he had the robe, Chi Ping immediately used spiritual chi to wash away the blood and stains, then wore it inside his clothes, thus enhancing his defense without exposing the black robe. With the protective spiritual power from the wood shield technique, Chi Ping suddenly felt much safer. Sister Nin also went to a place facing away from Chi Ping to change into her robe. Spoils 3 for storage bags. Among the storage bags, 2 had large spaces and 2 had small spaces. It seemed that 2 of the storage bags were plundered by the black-robed man from others. Chi Ping and Sister Nan each took 2, which were also worth quite a few spirit stones. Spoils 4. 1 middle-grade magical artifact, sword, and 1 knife each. Chi Ping used the knife, and Sister Nin used the sword, making this loot easy to divide. Spoils 5. 372 lower-grade spirit stones. This sum of spirit stones wasn't small, but not much for a tribulation cultivator. Chi Ping guessed it was because the 2 might have used spirit stones to buy the robes or ink cicada. The 2 split the 186 lower-grade spirit stones equally. Spoils 6. 2 chi refining techniques, 1 Changchun technique, and 1 Vasi technique. Compared to the techniques the 2 were currently cultivating, these techniques offered little advantage and weren't very valuable, so they each copied a set. Spoils 7. Some low-value miscellaneous items. Chi Ping estimated that the valuable items were probably sold by the 2 black-robed men for spirit stones to buy ink cicadas, and these miscellaneous items were of little value for distribution. With the ink cicada remaining, all the spoils had been distributed. Just as Chi Ping intended to discuss the distribution of the ink cicada with Sister Nan spoke first. Little Chi, you take this ink cicada. Your contribution this time was greater. More importantly, your current strength is not high, and your combat experience is insufficient. Even with the contract with the golden marrow bee, you will still be in danger when facing sudden enemies, making its value to you greater. Meanwhile, I'm about to break through to the 5th layer of chi refining. Upon hearing Sister Nan's words, Chi Ping was slightly stunned. But Sister Nan, if we do that... Sister Nan obviously anticipated that Chi Ping would have more to say, so she quickly interrupted. I'm not done yet. Although you use this ink cicada first, if by the time your strength increases and you haven't used it yet, then it becomes mine, okay? And let me make it clear, you can't secretly sell the ink cicada and then claim you used it. When Sister Nan said those last words, she pretended to look at Chi Ping very sternly. Chi Ping, hearing these words, couldn't help but understand that this was Sister Nan openly looking after him. Even with the honey brewed by the golden marrow bee swarm, improvement in strength would take a long time, considering Sister Nan didn't know Chi Ping had a skill that could accelerate spirit plant growth through plant growth. Besides, even after he got stronger, if Chi Ping secretly sold the ink cicada, Sister Nan had no way to verify it. But Chi Ping certainly wouldn't do such a thing. After finishing the distribution of the spoils, the 2 cautiously began their return journey. With the robe and ink cicada, their strength increased significantly, so they were no longer as uneasy as before. In the end, Chi Ping naturally ended up with the ink cicada. Meanwhile, Chi Ping secretly resolved to help Sister Nin break through to the 5th layer of chi refining, and even the late-stage chi refining, as soon as possible within his capabilities. 1 Spirit Beast Cultivation, Demon Insect Chapter, and 1 Ink Cicada. The former showed Chi Ping more space for future development, while the latter could possibly save Chi Ping in a crisis. and the resources needed to break through to the late stage qi refining by far do not match the value of these things. On the return journey, Qi Ping and Sister Nin did not encounter any danger. Soon, they smoothly entered the range of the Cloud Mist mountain range. Finally back, gazing at the familiar mountain range, Qi Ping let out a huge sigh of relief. This journey had been too dangerous. Even though they eventually won, if the enemy had used the ink cicada from the start or in time, either Qi Ping or Sister Nin would have been doomed, and even the golden marrow bee couldn't have averted it. Luckily, they were the ones who won. Yeah, finally back. Sister Nin also showed a relieved expression. This wasn't the first time she faced a life-and-death crisis, but it was the first time she felt so powerless at such a critical moment. Despite her many toxic techniques, under that ink cicada, they seemed utterly ineffectual. Fortunately, Qi Ping had hidden such an impressive trump card as the golden marrow bee, catching the black-robed man completely off guard. At this moment, both of them were eager to get back home, realizing the outside was too dangerous. But before they walked far, they saw a chubby figure at the fork in the road ahead, eagerly looking out. "Isn't that Fatty Zhou? It seems like he's waiting for us." Sister Nin looked at the chubby figure, somewhat puzzled. Fatty Zhou was also a member of the Fusang Association. He rented a mountainside by a stream in the Cloud Mist mountain range to raise a group of Tier 1, lower-grade black spirit ducks. Since marrying a pair of mortal twins and having 2 sets of dragon and phoenix twins, he seldom participated in the Fusang Association activities and mostly stayed at home, only coming out for annual gatherings or urgent matters. It seems there might be some issue. As soon as the chubby figure saw Qi Ping and Sister Nan, he ran over at a surprising speed for his size. "Sister Nan, little Qi, we've been waiting for you to come back. Brother Sean said you went to the Cyan Stone Marketplace. I figured you'd head straight home when you returned, so I came here to wait for you early." Fatty Zhou spoke with a mix of urgency and worry on his face. "Brother Fat, is something wrong?" Qi Ping asked. "Oh," Fatty sighed before continuing. "It seems the black spirit ducks I'm raising have gotten sick and haven't been eating or drinking for days. But I've checked multiple times and have had several friends look at them, but no one can figure out the problem. Sister Nan, you're well experienced. And little Qi, you've researched many books and knowledge on breeding. Could you guys help me take a look? Just solve it, and you can name any reward." Hearing Fatty Zhou's words, Qi Ping was quite surprised. Another situation where the cause is unclear, much like with the black little bee. Is this a coincidence? Or is there a deeper reason behind it? Qi Ping thought, puzzled. Qi Ping and Sister Nin readily agreed to Zhou Fatty's request. The mountain stream where Zhou Fatty lived was located at the outskirts of the Cloud Mist mountain range, not far from everyone. So going to take a look would incur no loss, and there was no danger involved. More importantly, being fellow members of the Fusang Association, if they were to stand by idly today for such a simple matter, who would kind of help them in their own time of need? Now, almost every person in Fusang Association has, to some extent, received assistance from others in facing difficulties. In the harsh lower echelon of the Immortal Cultivation realm, lone wolves are rare. Typically, one either forms a group on their own or joins some other faction or organization. The lone wolves in the Immortal Cultivation realm are generally those who possess both courage and strength, essentially true strongmen, because those who are not strong often perish. Besides, although Zhou Fatty has been less involved in Fusang Association matters in recent years, whenever something requires his help, he never refuses, including when Qi Ping needed help escaping a swarm. Zhou Fatty came immediately upon hearing. "Of course, Fat Brother. Quickly take us to have a look. We wouldn't want further delay to cause any problems." Qi Ping replied. Sister Nin also nodded in agreement. "All right, then follow me quickly. I fear they'll starve to death if this continues. There are over 60 Ullen ducks there. They started not eating or drinking 4 days ago. Everything was fine before that, but nothing happened that day." Zhou Fatty babbled all the way, expressing his distress while detailing the Yulin duck problem. He had this kind of talkative nature, combined with a lack of scheming and his chubby appearance, which made him quite endearing. Not long after, the two of them followed Zhou Fatty to a mountain stream next to a water source. The mountain stream was filled with neatly tended flowers, plants, and trees. In the middle of a vegetable field stood a rather exquisite country-style courtyard. The courtyard was decorated with various beautiful or cute adornments, and judging by the style, it was likely arranged by Zhou Fatty's wife and children. Inside the courtyard were two beautiful women dressed in pale yellow silk, accompanied by 4 children who were playing. Seeing this, Qi Ping couldn't help but praise Zhou Fatty for being blessed with 2 beautiful twins. And not only did he wed them, but both wives also simultaneously gave birth to 2 pairs of mixed-gender twins. "Daddy, you're back." Upon Zhou Fatty's return, the 4 children happily clung to him. "Yes, did you miss Daddy?" Zhou Fatty hid his inner distress, greeting each child with a smile while hugging them individually. "Miss you. Daddy, can you play hide-and-seek with us?" The 4 children said in unison, evidently enjoying the games with Zhou Fatty. "Not right now. Daddy has work to do. Could you play by yourself for a while? Daddy will join you later." "All right, we'll go play by ourselves." While Zhou Fatty greeted his children, his 2 wives immediately went indoors to brew tea. In their eyes, Zhou Fatty had brought home Immortal Master, so they couldn't neglect him. Perhaps Zhou Fatty had never discussed the struggles of low-level cultivators with his wives. However, Qi Ping and Sister Nan shook their heads, insisting that solving the Yulindup problem was more urgent. But there was another crucial reason. Cultivators generally don't interact with mortal family members of other cultivators. Lack of topics to discuss is one issue, but more importantly, involving mortal family members in cultivators' matters offers them no benefits, considering they don't possess spirit roots. Soon after, Qi Ping and Sister Nan were led by Zhou Fatty to his duck farm. Look at them, they just lie there without a move, can't be stirred even if chased. For days without eating or drinking, the only thing they do is occasionally make quacking sounds. "Now, they're so weak, Sai." As Zhou Fatty said, Qi Ping looked and saw over 60 Ullen ducks lying weakly on the ground without moving. Ullen ducks are a Tier 1 low-level spirit beast that has been traditionally bred in the Cloud Mist Mountain range. Under normal circumstances, their feathers would be bright and shiny, emanating rich spiritual qi. But now their feathers were dry, not to mention lacking any spiritual qi. Under normal circumstances, such large-scale and identical symptoms are most likely due to a plague or poisoning. So Qi Ping and Sister Nan moved forward to examine thoroughly using their divine sense. But with time passing, their expressions changed from calm to tightly furrowed brows, still finding nothing. Because within the bodies of the Ullen ducks, there were no signs of plague or poisoning. Their bodily functions and organs were perfectly normal, just weak from not having eaten. Seeing this, Zhou Fatty's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. Many friends he had invited had looked, just like Qi Ping and Sister Nan, unable to find the root of the problem. "How's it? Can you not find a reason either?" Zhou Fatty, seeing them still clueless after a long wait, asked somewhat unwillingly. If these ducks died, even selling them as sick ducks to breeders of carnivorous spirit beasts could be refused. Breeders wouldn't dare feed them to their own spirit beasts without knowing the cause of death. And cultivators certainly wouldn't eat them. Such a loss would be significant for Zhou Fatty. Sister Nan nodded to Zhou Fatty's query. She really couldn't find the problem, and her experience mostly revolved around planting, only knowing a little about breeding. If so many experienced breeders couldn't solve it, how could she? To this, Zhou Fatty could only sigh in resignation. At this point, was it truly a situation beyond rescuing? Zhou Fatty's heart was filled with despair at that moment. But just as Zhou Fatty thought Qi Ping would find nothing like others, Qi Ping signaled Zhou Fatty softly. This gesture instantly ignited hope in Zhou Fatty's heart. Could there be a discovery? Sister Nan also looked at Qi Ping with some surprise, finding that Qi Ping was full of surprises today. "Fat brother, has there been any news of flowing light grass appearing here or nearby peaks?" Qi Ping suddenly asked after pondering for a long time. "Flowing light grass? It really appeared, and I even know where they are. Are the Ullen ducks symptoms related to flowing light grass?" Zhou Fatty was surprised and excited. Flowing light grass had never been mentioned by him to anyone. Qi Ping was aware of this, indicating he truly found a root of the problem. This made Zhou Fatty very delighted. Seems like reading more is indeed beneficial. Zhou Fatty mused, amazed that even more experienced breeders couldn't identify the cause. Yet Chi Ping pinpointed the breakthrough, just as I expected. Hearing Zhou Pengzi's response, Chi Ping felt like he was starting to grasp something. Spirit Beast Cultivation, Demon Insect Chapter, Blood Ginseng, Blood Fiend Insect Poison, Flowing Light Grass, Black Spirit Duck. One or two things might not explain anything, but so many coincidences gathered together forced Chi Ping to doubt the secrets behind these things. Chi Ping suspected that perhaps long ago, there was a beast taming or insect taming force in the Cloud Mist Mountain range. The reason Chi Ping had such a suspicion was due to the Druid skill, animal communication. Animal communication. You can understand the language of animals and communicate with them. Through this skill, Chi Ping heard a lot of key information in the intermittent calls of the Black Spirit Duck. GAA, Bloody Big Worm. GAA, Uncomfortable. GAA, Glowing Grass. Detoxify. If Chi Ping had not obtained the Spirit Beast Cultivation, Demon Insect Chapter before, he might have only known they were poisoned, and it would have taken a long time to find information on the Flowing Light Grass. He couldn't have known about the Blood Fiend Worm poisoning and the deeper connections. But after obtaining the Demon Insect Cultivation Manual, Chi Ping remembered that the introduction to the Blood Fiend Worm mentioned that a special toxin appeared where they lived. This special toxin would cause spirit beasts like black spirit ducks to refuse to eat, causing their vital energy and blood to deplete slowly. The simplest way to neutralize this toxin is to boil flowing light grass in water. Just a little bit can easily solve this special toxin. In Chi Ping's impression, breeding black spirit ducks had always been prevalent in Qingshu County. So if an insect taming sect had existed here before, it made sense for the cultivation manual to specifically mention black spirit ducks. Zhou Pengzi's ravine was always a place with the most black spirit ducks. So in this situation, there's a high possibility that flowing light grass will be planted where blood fiend worms appeared. As long as there is flowing light grass here, it can also corroborate the authenticity of Chi Ping's suspicion. That's right, blood ginseng, flowing light grass, demon insect cultivation manual, blood fiend worm, black spirit duck. The main ingredients for the bloodline mutation potion are also centennial blood ginseng and 50-year-old flowing light grass. When these factors are combined, it further proves that this is not a coincidence. There's even the golden marrow bee, which, like the blood fiend worm, seem to have appeared recently, and the mysterious spirit energy constantly emanating underground from the blood ginseng. Even the secret realm Chuyang mentioned that's about to emerge. Are these all coincidences? Or are they heralds of a major event about to happen? Connecting all these clues made Chi Ping suddenly feel a sense of unease inside. Because if a significant event were to occur, the level of disaster and massacre is not something a small character like him can easily face and contend with. Even a slight mistake could lead to a shattered body outcome. This situation filled Chi Ping's heart with a sense of urgency. I must quickly improve my strength. He already possessed the blood ginseng, and as for the flowing light grass, he could buy 2 stalks from Zhou Pengzi, which would save him from going to the Cyan Stone marketplace. This would not only be much safer, but would also allow him to start cultivating the golden marrow bee sooner. Once the golden marrow bee is successfully cultivated, his druid level should already be at level 2. By then, he will quickly complete the contract for a second animal companion. However, knowing that there are blood fiend worms here, Chi Ping became more deliberative and hesitant about his second animal companion. First, let's see the metamorphosis of the golden marrow bee after taking the bloodline mutation potion, and then review the pet beast information provided by Boss Gao to decide on the choice for the second animal companion. Chi Ping was not troubled by this. Having more choices is good. The blood fiend worm is a tier 1 intermediate spirit insect. Its overall combat power subtly surpassing the golden marrow bee, with excellent potential for cultivation. What the blood fiend worm lacks is a honey-making method similar to that of the golden marrow bee, but its combat methods and flexibility are higher than the golden marrow bee. At the same time, there's an issue where the blood fiend worm, although herbivorous, has a rather violent temperament, and Chi Ping is unsure whether his identity as a Beast King Druid could successfully contract with a blood fiend worm. The flowing light grass should be able to solve the problem of the black spirit duck. In response to Zhou Pengzi's question, Chi Ping nodded affirmatively. All right, then come with me, Fatty said, a bit overjoyed. Then Chi Ping and Sister Nan, under Zhou Pengzi's guidance, quickly crossed a large patch of rugged and jagged rocks to a very concealed spot in the ravine. There grew 3 small stalks of grass, green with a hint of golden yellow, from which tendrils of golden light were emanating from the leaves. No doubt it's tier 1 lower flowing light grass. However, compared to the nourishment of the blood ginseng, these few flowing light grasses seemed somewhat malnourished, perhaps due to a lack of spirit energy, and were rather petite. Here it is. I saw they're not growing well, so I didn't pick them, thinking I'd come back when they're older. Zhou Pengzi explained, pointing at the 3 flowing light grasses. It's fine even if they haven't grown up. Just pick a small leaf and boil it in water, then feed a little to each black spirit duck. All right, should I pick more? Zhou Pengzi asked a bit uneasily. No need, just a tiny leaf the size of a pinky should suffice. More would likely be a waste. The actions of the cultivators were swift. In no time, the 3 of them had returned to the duck farm with the brewed flowing light grass water. Upon arriving at the duck farm, Zhou Pengzi couldn't wait to envelop about 2 spoonfuls of water with his spiritual power and pour it in the mouth of a black spirit duck, fearing that his beloved ducks might starve to death. Once the black spirit duck ingested the medicine, the 3 of them stared intently at it, especially Zhou Pengzi, whose nervous expression almost matched his countenance when his wife was giving birth. Fortunately, after some anxious waiting, the outcome did not disappoint them. The black spirit duck began to stand up on its trembling legs and walked laboriously to the feed, eating ravenously. GAA. Saved. Hungry. Seeing this scene, Zhou Pengzi actually shed tears like a 200-pound child. Who could understand his worries and anxieties over the past few days? If all the ducks died, such a considerable loss, how would he support his family in the future? Especially if he couldn't pay the rent, he might really be dragged off to the mines. If he were alone, it would be another story, but now that he has a family, if something happens to him, how will his 2 wives and 4 children survive? But now, the most urgent task is to save all the ducks first. Thus, Zhou Pengzi put aside his inner excitement and continued administering the medicine. Qi Ping and Sister Nin didn't just stand by. They quickly stepped forward to help. Before long, all the ducks were swiftly rescued by the 3 of them. Watching the black spirit ducks tremble as they ate, Zhou Pengzi's eyes were blurred again with tears. After a while, he walked over to Qi Ping and Sister Nan and made a solemn bow. Little Qi, Sister Nan, thank you so much this time. Little Qi, this time you saved Fat Bro's entire family's life. The following scene was so moving that Qi Ping felt somewhat uncomfortable, though Zhou Pengzi's personality was always like this, and Qi Ping and Sister Nan had anticipated such a scene. For compensation, Qi Ping only requested 1 stalk of flowing light grass, but Zhou Pengzi gave him 2, mentioning that he could always purchase more at the market if needed. Then Zhou Pengzi also offered Qi Ping a bag of spirit stones and several black spirit ducks, and prepared something for Sister Nan, albeit less generous than for Qi Ping. However, these were all refused by Qi Ping and Sister Nan. Zhou Pengzi had just been through this worrying event, and he must have spent quite a bit already, not to mention needing to support his family. Gathering the rent money would likely require selling black spirit ducks or other things, so his situation was not looking optimistic. For Qi Ping and Sister Nan, who had recently profited greatly from the tribulation cultivator, it was natural to decline the spirit stones and black spirit ducks that Zhou Pengzi himself was in urgent need of. Especially for Qi Ping, having 2 stalks of flowing light grass was already an unexpected joy. With the 2 main ingredients of the bloodline mutation potion, blood ginseng and flowing light grass, now assembled. Next, he just needed to use the plant grow skill to cultivate the 2 spiritual medicines to 100 years and 50 years respectively, and he could start preparing the potion to cultivate the golden marrow bee. After saying goodbye to Fatty Zhou, Qi Ping and Sister Nin hurried back together. Since they only had 1 mountain peak between them, it was on the way home. Little Qi, how did you figure out so quickly that the symptoms of the black spirit duck were related to the blood fiend insect poison? I wouldn't have realized it if you hadn't pointed it out. Sister Nin looked at the young beekeeper, whose face still retained some boyish features, with surprise. She thought this whelp picked up by old man Zhou seemed to have grown up in the blink of an eye and has become so formidable. She had read the Demon Insect Cultivation manual more times than Qi Ping, But only after Qi Ping mentioned it did she realize. Qi Ping's mind was strikingly keen. Well, it might be because I just finished reading it. Qi Ping thought for a moment, somewhat unsure. The fact was, thanks to the Druid skill, animal communication, he understood the language of the black spirit duck. The black spirit duck almost spelled out the answer on Qi Ping's face. How could he not know? That's possible. After listening to Qi Ping's explanation, Sister Nin also found it reasonable. But she still couldn't deny that Qi Ping had a remarkably clever mind. She could no longer treat Qi Ping as a mere boy as she used to. Now, Qi Ping was already pretty formidable, both in strength and intelligence. As they chatted idly, it wasn't long before they each returned to their respective mountain peaks. After Qi Ping returned, he immediately handed the fine wine, fruits, and some spirit rice and other living supplies he bought this time to Old Man Zhou. After exchanging a few simple words, he went back into the dense forest. Qi Ping didn't tell Old Man Zhou about the troubles he encountered today. Meeting with a tribulation cultivator, encountering an ink cicada, such dangerous situations would only make Old Man Zhou worry, and there was no use in that. If possible, Qi Ping still hoped that Old Man Zhou, who had given up on many things, could continue to enjoy his old age in peace and happiness. So when Old Man Zhou asked Qi Ping how things were today, Qi Ping replied that it was the same as usual, with the tribulation cultivators still rampant, but as long as he was careful, it wouldn't be a big problem. After returning to the dense forest, Qi Ping inquired about the recent honey-making situation of the golden marrow bees. Finding the honey-making situation to be good and that the golden marrow bees' food was still sufficient, he had them fill a bottle. With a sufficient supply of blood ginseng, the honey-making speed of the golden marrow bees was indeed impressive. It not only was enough to support the expansion of the bee colony and the improvement of individual bee strength, but also provided plenty of surplus for Qi Ping to use for cultivation and other matters. After acquiring this bottle of golden marrow honey, Qi Ping swiftly brought the promised golden marrow honey to Sister Nan. Considering their current level of trust, it was also a good thing for Qi Ping if Sister Nan broke through to the 5th layer of Qi refining. Even when Sister Nan was in the 4th layer of Qi refining, she could go toe-to-toe with that 5th layer tribulation cultivator and even seize the opportunity to poison him. If it weren't for the ink cicada, Sister Nan likely would have one. Thus, her strength can be considered formidable. Once she breaks through to the 5th layer of Qi refining, coupled with her poison skills, her combat strength might directly challenge the 6th layer of Qi refining. Moreover, Sister Nin has a danger sensing talent, which has substantial potential. And with Qi Ping living so close to her, they could conveniently take care of each other and resist any enemies together if trouble arises. Upon returning to the dense forest, Qi Ping tirelessly planted the 2 flowing light grass in the place with blood ginseng. Being a precious resource for crafting bloodline mutation potions, no unexpected accidents could be allowed. After planting them, Qi Ping immediately and continuously performed the plant growth skill to help the 2 flowing light grass establish their roots here. After casting the plant growth skill 5 times in a row, Qi Ping finally stopped, feeling slightly mentally exhausted. Seeing the rejuvenated brightness of the 2 flowing light grass, a relieved smile appeared on Qi Ping's face. It feels pretty nice to farm like this peacefully. Qi Ping sighed deeply from the heart. Although he was out only for half a day this time, Qi Ping felt more tired than when he had been busying himself on the mountain for more than half a month. Especially thinking about those 2 extraordinarily capable tribulation cultivators, Qi Ping still felt a lingering fear. Because they ambushed him while hidden, if it weren't for the jungle druid's perception boost in the forest and his own caution, noticing something was slightly off early, he might have truly been dealt a fatal sneak attack. Even though he could detect the enemy ahead of time, they still possessed a lethal weapon like the ink cicada. Luckily, they didn't plan to use it from start. More importantly, Qi Ping felt that among the tribulation cultivators lurking in Qingshu County, there must be those more powerful and with more means compared to those 2 black-robed tribulation cultivators. If he wasn't careful and ran into others who were stronger, more devious, or more stealthy, any of those factors could cost Qi Ping his life. Thinking of these things made Qi Ping even more cautious about venturing out. If there's nothing urgent, It's better to stay on the mountain farming and beekeeping. At this moment, Chi Ping finally felt some sense of safety in his familiar forest. Perhaps due to the life-or-death battle he experienced, or perhaps because he had cast the plant growth skill multiple times, Chi Ping, mentally exhausted, soon fell asleep leaning against a tree trunk, under the watchful guard of the golden marrow bees. Chi Ping initially slept uneasily, his brow furrowed tightly, still gripping the middle-grade magical artifact long saber he had seized, not daring to remove the black lower-grade magical robe he wore. The golden marrow bees seemed to sense their leader Chi Ping's unease, staying vigilant and guarding the surroundings closely, alert to any movement. It wasn't until Chi Ping had been asleep for almost half a day that he gradually relaxed and drifted into deep sleep. Chi Ping slept for nearly 10 hours before slowly waking up. Did I sleep for so long? Looking at the sky, Chi Ping only then realized that he had slept for almost an entire day. Stretching lazily, Chi Ping felt incredibly refreshed throughout his body. It feels good. This kind of life suited him. Although the adventurous life of sword lights and dramatic events was exciting, the danger, panic, and anxiety involved were not what Chi Ping wanted to experience. How great it is to steadily cultivate blood ginseng and keep ease to increase his strength each day without taking risks. Moreover, the role of blood ginseng and the spiritual land beneath it still hasn't been fully utilized and still has a lot of potential. Let's continue cultivating the blood ginseng and flowing light grass so they reach the age required for brewing bloodline mutation potions sooner. A beautiful day starts with speeding up the growth of spiritual medicine. Buzz buzz. Good morning, boss. Buzz buzz. Boss, you slept for so long. Even I haven't slept as much as you did in 3 days combined. Buzz buzz. Yeah. Good morning. After greeting the golden marrow bees that had been guarding him, Chi Ping immediately began casting plant growth to accelerate the growth of the blood ginseng, which was an urgent matter that could not be delayed. One of the blood ginseng had almost reached its 100-year medicinal maturity, and with another 1 or 2 days of cultivation, would fulfill the requirement for the bloodline mutation potion. After performing plant growth, Chi Ping busied himself with other tasks, such as caring for the black little bees, tending to the flowers on the mountain, cultivating sun essence flower and moon sleep flower, and so on. You have planted flowers, Druid level experience, +1. You have had deep communication with the black little bees, Druid experience, +1. The sources of Druid experience are quite diverse. As long as you practice the philosophies of the Beast King Druid and Jungle Druid, the Druid experience will continuously grow. A day later, a blood ginseng under Chi Ping's cultivation finally reached 100-year medicinal maturity. A week later, Druid level increased to level 2, generating Druid level 2 skills. Finally leveled up. Level LV1 99/100ths, level LV2 0/200. Chi Ping looked at his Druid level, now raised to level 2, and couldn't help but feel a bit excited. After more than a month, he finally reached level 2. Over the past month, he raised bees, farmed, cultivated spiritual medicine, and even connected with the forest. He never slacked off. It took so long to grind to level 2, it wasn't easy at all. Sweet success after bitter struggles. After the level up, Chi Ping could finally choose the 2 Druid skills he had been eagerly anticipating. Level 2 Druid skills generating. Please choose a professional skill. Beast King Druid. Choose one of 2, Beast Mastery, Wild Heart. LV1 Beast Mastery. Force an animal to fight alongside you. High intelligence animals have a chance of resisting. LV1 Wild Heart. As a Beast King Druid, you can awaken the resilient will and powerful fury within animal companions, enhancing their will, attack power, and attack speed. Active, cannot be upgraded. Jungle Druid. Choose one of 2 Tree Skin Technique, Greedvine. LV1 Tree Skin Technique. Consume energy to form a tree-like skin with high defense on your body. Active, can be upgraded. LV1 Greedvine. Consume energy to summon a giant vine to attack the enemy. Active, can be upgraded. Beast Mastery Wild Heart, Tree Skin Technique, Greedvine. Choose 2 out of 4 skills. For the Jungle Druid choice, let's directly choose Tree Skin Technique. Greedvine can be temporarily excluded because Chi Ping currently has the Golden Marrow Bee and will soon contract a second animal companion. He doesn't lack in attack. On the other hand, due to his low talent, it's difficult for him to quickly improve his strength, which is a weakness he cannot ignore now. His encounter with the Tribulation Cultivator during his last outing precisely proved this point. Survival ability is what Chi Ping values most right now. The attack power of Greedvine is far less than the combat power of the Golden Marrow Bee. While the entangling effect of Greedvine is decent, its necessity is not high. But Tree Skin technique is different. It can be combined with the Wood Shield technique Cultivation, and with double protection, Chi Ping's survival ability can greatly increase. But how should I choose between Beast Mastery and Wild Heart? Faced with these two skills, Chi Ping hesitated. Wild Heart is a skill that boosts animal companions. Simply put, it increases their mental defenses and enhances their power through rage. This is an all-purpose skill, useful both now and in the future, and the more animal companions you have, the more noticeable the benefits. For example, if in a disadvantageous situation or if an animal companion is attacked by soul attack, invoking Wild Heart might just turn the tides. But Beast Mastery is also good, allowing you to command an animal to fight alongside you. For example, if you encounter a blood fiend worm, using Beast Mastery might successfully bring it to your side. Though the higher the animal's intelligence, the higher the chance of failure. But with recent events, Chi Ping suspects that a legacy from a beast-taming sect might soon emerge. Creatures like blood fiend worms, or even more terrifying demon beasts and demon insects, might appear and pose great danger. If such a situation arises, the Beast Mastery skill could potentially reverse fortunes. At least in this context, the Beast Mastery skill will be very useful. So Chi Ping wanted both Wild Heart and Beast Mastery. Unfortunately, I can only choose one. After much hesitation, Chi Ping finally made a decision. I'll choose Wild Heart. The success rate-dependent skill Beast Mastery is too unstable. After thinking it through, Chi Ping realized he dislikes skills with a high level of uncertainty. In a game, if he dies, he can respawn, so he could use the skill in various ways, sometimes even commanding beasts far stronger than himself. Failure was just a matter of respawning. But here, Chi Ping only has one life. Even with a 99% success rate, Chi Ping doesn't want to gamble, especially when the success rate surely isn't that high. Instead of gambling on probability, it's better to cultivate his animal companions. Next, quickly accelerate the Flowing Light Grass to 50 years of potency. Then attempt the Bloodline Mutation Potion. The talent Brewing Artisan, shared by the Golden Marrow Bee, can enhance Chi Ping's sensitivity to spiritual medicine, giving him greater confidence in formulating the Bloodline Mutation Potion successfully in a short time. Brewing Artisan. You have a keen talent for pollen and some spiritual medicine, able to brew them into honey with extraordinary effects. Reflecting now, it's quite fortunate to have shared this talent. Once the Bloodline Mutation Potion is successfully formulated, he can attempt to enhance and nurture the Golden Marrow Bee. According to the description of the Bloodline Mutation Potion, successfully cultivated demon insect bloodlines can generally advance at least one minor tier. Therefore, a successfully enhanced Golden Marrow Bee would certainly have a Tier 1 high-level bloodline, and with luck, could even become one of the top. And under the boost of Wild Heart, the upgraded Golden Marrow Bee should be able to handle many situations. This is far more stable than choosing Beast Mastery. Choose Wild Heart and Tree Skin technique. Once determined, Chi Ping hesitated no longer. Skill selection complete, generating data panel. Name, Chi Ping. Level, LV2, 0/200. Profession, Beast King Druid, main, Jungle Druid, sub. Talent, Animal Companions, Natural Affinity. Animal Companions, 1/2, Golden Marrow Bee. Shared Talent, Brewing Artisan. Skills, LV1 Plant Growth, 58 out of 100. LV1 Beast King's Blessing, 8 out of 100. LV1 Tree Skin Technique, 0 out of 100. Skills, Constant Animal Communication, Beast Friend, Wild Heart. You've acquired a new spot for an animal companion contract. Not bad. Looking at these ever-growing stats, Chi Ping felt an unspeakable joy and satisfaction in his heart. In fact, Every bit of level or skill experience gained fills Qi Ping with motivation. With this motivation, Qi Ping becomes increasingly earnest in executing skills and contemplating nature, and the more dedicated and attentive he is, the easier it becomes to gain experience. Qi Ping discovered that experience doesn't increase through mechanical repetition, but only improves when certain insights are reached. Yet, this didn't frustrate him. Instead, he liked it, as every gain was earned through sincere effort and comprehension. This experience, achieved through true effort and understanding, gave him an unparalleled sense of solidity. After reaching level 2 as a druid, Qi Ping wasn't satisfied or complacent. Instead, he became more motivated. Besides daily beekeeping, farming, and cultivating spiritual medicine, Qi Ping added the task of training the tree skin technique. To not only familiarize himself with the tree skin technique battle mode, but also simultaneously level it up, enhancing its defensive power. Qi Ping places great emphasis on this survival skill. A little over a week later, through Qi Ping's relentless efforts, one of the flowing light grass finally reached 50 years of potency. This Tier 1 low-level flowing light grass has reached a 50-year medicinal potency. Seeing this spiritual medicine that occasionally emitted a stream-like golden light, Qi Ping's heart surged with excitement and joy. The final main material for the bloodline mutation potion was finally successfully cultivated. During this week, Qi Ping hadn't focused much on cultivating blood ginseng. Most of his time was devoted to cultivating the flowing light grass. It took quite a bit of effort for Qi Ping to finally succeed. Fortunately, accelerating the growth of Tier 1 low-level spiritual medicine, like flowing light grass, is much easier compared to Tier 1 intermediate spiritual medicine, like blood ginseng. That's why Qi Ping was able to complete the cultivation of flowing light grass in less than 2 weeks, while also taking care of other cultivation work. The medicinal materials are gathered. It's almost time to begin. Soon, a pile of medicinal herbs appeared in front of Qi Ping. The most striking one was a deep red, semi-transparent ginseng that exuded a dazzling brilliance like a crystal. The spiritual qi emanating from it made one feel as if their cultivation would improve just by inhaling it. Once the blood ginseng reaches a centennial medicinal potency, it undergoes a qualitative change, which is far beyond what it was at 90 years. Next is the flowing light grass, which occasionally flows with streaks of golden light. After reaching a 50-year medicinal potency, the flowing light grass also underwent a qualitative change, with the golden light shifting from a pale gold to a dark gold, adding an indescribable sense of weight. No wonder the formula has minimum age requirements for these two main ingredients. It turns out that only with these qualitatively changed spiritual medicines can the bloodline mutation potion have the effect of altering the bloodline. The bloodline mutation potion formula. Formula name, bloodline mutation potion. Main ingredients, blood ginseng over 100 years old, flowing light grass over 50 years old. Secondary ingredients, insect gall wood, vine yellow 1 green. Effect, while retaining the effect of blood ginseng to nourish the body and spirit qi, it amplifies the effect of making the blood boil by more than 10 times. After consuming this potion, there is a chance for demon insects to experience bloodline mutation and advancement. The success rate of bloodline mutation depends on the specific type of demon insect, and there's a considerable risk of death. The better the physical condition of the demon insect and the higher its adaptability to blood ginseng, the greater the chance of transformation. Alchemy method. Use spiritual qi to extract each herb and stably complete the fusion. Blood ginseng extraction technique and product requirements. Flowing light grass extraction technique and product requirements. The main ingredients are gathered. The secondary ingredients have also been found. In this bloodline mutation potion formula, the secondary ingredients are common non-tiered herbs, available in many ordinary herb shops, and even abundantly in the Cloud Mist Mountain range. Qi Ping had already taken the time to collect these while cultivating the blood ginseng and flowing light grass. But the risk of consuming the potion is considerable. I just hope the Beast King's Blessing skill can increase the success rate of the Golden Marrow Bee's transformation a bit. Beast King's Blessing. As your animal companion, it will gain increased upgrade speed and transformation success probability. With this skill, the success rate of the golden marrow bee's bloodline mutation should be significantly higher than that of other demon insects. Judging from the effects of the bloodline mutation potion, its efficacy is quite explosive. Its essence is to use the effect of the flowing light grass to wash and cleanse the body, in combination with other herbs, to retain the blood ginseng's nourishing effect on the body and spirit chi. At the same time, it amplifies the effect of making the blood boil by more than 10 times, thereby forcing and promoting the upgrade and mutation of the demon insect's bloodline. The herb like one green that also slightly increases the probability of bloodline transformation without compromising the main ingredient's efficacy. In essence, it's very straightforward and brutal. It bets on the potential of individual demon insects, which carries a significant risk of death. However, if they withstand it, there's a probability that demon insects may break through their original bloodline shackles in the process, becoming a stronger new type of demon insect, with naturally multiplied strength and bloodline. But such a straightforward and brutal effect inevitably brings a high mortality rate. So this potion only has value in the development of colony-type demon insects. If it were other demon beasts similar to the barbaric armor bear or crimson flame tiger, not only would it require massive amounts of centennial blood ginseng, flowing light grass, and other precious herbs to prepare the potion to achieve a bloodline mutation, but they would also face a high mortality rate, rendering it essentially valueless. In contrast, colony-type demon insects have two significant traits: short lifespan and reproductive dependence for survival. As long as one is successfully cultivated, that mutated demon insect can be used for reproduction and cultivation. Then, in a very short time, a new generation of powerful demon insects can emerge, bringing about a bloodline upgrade for the entire swarm. Usually, within 3 to 10 generations, the effects of this bloodline mutation can endure. However, initially facing the issue of mortality rate, Qi Ping hesitated when he saw the bloodline mutation potion. Therefore, upon receiving the potion formula, Qi Ping communicated with the golden marrow bees. The response from the golden marrow bees made Qi Ping realize he was overthinking it. Confronted with such a potion, all the golden marrow bees went wild, clamorously eager to consume it. To have something that could elevate the entire swarm's bloodline, they wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice dozens or even half of the swarm, as long as they could achieve the bloodline mutation. Indeed, from a demon insect perspective, a small sacrifice to enhance the swarm's bloodline is the best deal possible. However, within the swarm, not all golden marrow bees could use it, as the advancement of single individuals meant little for the swarm. Only by having drones complete the bloodline mutation, mating with the bee king to produce offspring with a new bloodline, could the entire swarm transform. Golden marrow bees typically mature in 4 to 8 weeks, and if honey supply is sufficient, it may even be quicker. Approximately 1 month is sufficient for a golden marrow bee to grow from a larva to a mature individual. So theoretically, once Qi Ping successfully concocts the bloodline mutation potion, the golden marrow bees could cultivate a massive new swarm within about a month. Next is the method to concoct the bloodline mutation potion. At this stage, Qi Ping couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Although concocting these potions is considerably easier than alchemy, requiring only the simplest spiritual energy control to extract the spirit medicine essence, then stabilizing and merging all spirit medicine essences in the correct proportions, it still presents 2 major challenges for most cultivators. One was the extraction of spirit medicine essence or the removal of spirit medicine impurities, which demanded a high level of spiritual energy control and understanding of medicinal properties. If the spiritual energy control wasn't precise enough, one couldn't accurately isolate the impurities from the spirit medicine. If one didn't understand the medicinal properties well enough, distinguishing impurities and medicinal essence was impossible, let alone removing impurities, as it couldn't be identified in the first place. And any mistake in the composition or slight deviation in the spirit medicine essence would lead to failure in alchemy. The second issue is that the degree of detail required during the fusion process is extremely high. When each kind of spirit medicine essence should be fused, how long they should be fused for, to what extent the reaction should be before adding other herb essences. All these details have very high requirements. This is a very complex process. Any slight mistake can lead to the entire alchemy process failing. These two major difficulties have blocked countless cultivators. Without exceptional talent and a lot of practice, it's simply impossible to succeed in alchemy. Even though this is relatively simple alchemy medicine, liquid refining. And from the difficulty of refining liquid medicine, one can glimpse the difficulty of alchemy. Under normal circumstances, the difficulty of refining elixirs is at least 10 times that of refining medicine liquids. The process is also more cumbersome, requiring more precious pill furnaces and spiritual fire for alchemy aided. For the centennial blood ginseng and 50-year flowing light grass, such precious high-year spiritual medicine, for ordinary cultivators, because they are so precious, a single failure in refining could take years to financially recover. However, for such a high-difficulty alchemy task, although Qi Ping felt somewhat uneasy, he wasn't overly worried, because during the spare time of cultivating spirit medicine, Qi Ping had already practiced and tried it several times. He had even managed to refine a reduced version of the bloodline mutation potion, which didn't meet the age requirement, multiple times. So Qi Ping dared to directly start refining the bloodline mutation potion once the flowing light grass and blood ginseng reached the required age. In fact, Qi Ping started practicing the extraction technique in the forest from the moment he returned from the Cyan Stone Marketplace. This spirit medicine extraction technique is more of a skill than magic. It can be practiced by any Qi refining cultivator, but the level of proficiency varies from person to person. The reason for choosing the forest is because, in the forest, jungle druids can gain enhancements like perception increases, spiritual power increases, and mental increases in most attributes, giving Qi Ping a natural advantage in extracting and fusing spirit medicine essence there. Additionally, Qi Ping's with spirit root, the jungle druid's own affinity for spirit plants, and the brewing artisan talent, gave Qi Ping a keen talent for spirit medicine. Under so many favorable conditions, Qi Ping began practicing herb essence extraction with ordinary herbs alongside spirit medicine cultivation. The extraction difficulty of ordinary herb essence is not high, and Qi Ping quickly mastered it. But when attempting to extract the active essence of blood ginseng, even with so many favorable conditions, Qi Ping spent the initial stages enduring extraction failures. The extraction difficulty of spirit medicine is far greater than that of ordinary herbs, completely on a different level. Qi Ping finally understood why alchemists are one of the most costly professions. Even with all these advantages, he failed many times before gradually mastering the extraction technique of spirit medicine essence. And this was just the most basic extraction technique. By the time Qi Ping completely familiarized himself with the spirit medicine extraction technique, most of the dozen or so blood ginsengs had been plucked to many pits and hollows, caused by hundreds and thousands of practices by Qi Ping. Each time, a tiny portion was taken without harming the blood ginseng's life force. And then, using plant growth, Qi Ping restored the blood ginseng's condition before continuing multiple tiny extraction practices. After hundreds of practices, Qi Ping gradually mastered the extraction technique for blood ginseng. Fortunately, this spirit medicine extraction process generally doesn't make the blood ginseng lose efficacy. Whether successful or failed, most parts can be used by golden marrow bees to brew honey, with only a small portion lost. Even this small portion made Qi Ping heartbroken. In the past nearly half a month, the honey that golden marrow bees used was almost entirely brewed from the spirit medicine essence Qi Ping either failed or succeeded in extracting. Finally, after numerous practices, Qi Ping not only became proficient in this spirit medicine essence extraction technique, but also got familiar with the medicinal materials required for the bloodline mutation potion over 100 times. Because for centennial blood ginseng and flowing light grass, even with the plant growth skill, it almost took a month for Qi Ping to cultivate them. Therefore, Qi Ping had to minimize the possibility of alchemy failure through various means. In the dense forest, under the ancient fir wood where Qi Ping usually cultivated. This place is where the power of nearby vegetation is most concentrated, allowing Qi Ping to achieve the greatest enhancement boost here. At this moment, he sat cross-legged on the ground, with a wooden table placed in front of him, and on the table were all the herbs and several jade bottles that Qi Ping had prepared. Let's begin. With everything ready, Qi Ping took a deep breath to adjust his state, then commenced his alchemy work. Firstly, according to the formula ratio for the bloodline mutation potion, Qi Ping began dividing the spirit medicine on the table. After some effort, Qi Ping finally divided the formula materials into 10 portions, with the blood ginseng having slightly more than 10 portions and the flowing light grass having 20% more. It was mainly because centennial blood ginseng was limited. Otherwise, more portions could have been prepared. There are 2 reasons for not extracting them all at once. One is that Qi Ping's spiritual power cannot support extracting an entire blood ginseng at once. Extracting in smaller portions would have a higher success rate. The other reason is that Qi Ping estimates his success rate for extracting centennial blood ginseng is around 70%. By dividing it into 10 portions, as long as the luck isn't too bad, he could definitely succeed in over 5 portions. If they were all extracted at once and failed, it would be a total disaster. The same principle applies to the fusion of spiritual medicine. Anyway, for the configuration of the bloodline mutation potion, as long as the ratio is correct, the quantity doesn't matter. After dividing the herbs, Qi Ping began the spirit medicine extraction work. 10 portions of ordinary herbs were quickly and effortlessly extracted successfully by Qi Ping. Ordinary herbs pose no difficulty, almost no likelihood of extraction failure at all. Next is the flowing light grass. With more portions of flowing light grass, it's more appropriate to start with it to get familiar with the feel. Thus, Qi Ping picked up a portion of flowing light grass, skillfully enveloping it with spiritual power, and began refining it. Through a series of smooth operations, as expected, the extraction failed. However, Qi Ping did not feel much frustration. Instead, he felt more assured. The properties of 50-year flowing light grass are much stronger, so the extraction steps and methods need a slight adjustment. The second extraction still failed. Failed again? But I know where the problem is now. A confident smile appeared on Qi Ping's face, and he estimated that there wouldn't be issues next time, confidence gained from hundreds and thousands of practices. The third extraction, success. The fourth, success. The ninth, failure. The 12th, success. In the end, Qi Ping failed 3 times and succeeded 9 times. Not bad. Qi Ping was quite satisfied with this result, as the success rate was slightly higher than he expected. More importantly, with the experience of extracting 50-year flowing light grass, Qi Ping became more confident in his ability to extract blood ginseng next. After operating the wood shield technique to recover some spiritual power, Qi Ping once again devoted himself to refining the blood ginseng. The first extraction, failure. As expected, Qi Ping wasn't overly concerned. He estimated that the probability of success would be very high next time. The second, success. The third, failure. The fourth, success. The 10th, success. Ultimately, 10 portions of centennial blood ginseng resulted in 8 successful extractions. Very good. The success rate reached 80%, higher than my estimated 70%. This counts as a good start for Qi Ping. Now, Qi Ping had a total of 8 portions of materials, and the number of final successes would depend on the success rate of the fusion into the bloodline mutation potion. Out of 10 sets of materials, 8 were successful. 80% success with a single centennial blood ginseng. Not a bad run. Qi Ping was fairly satisfied with this success rate. He originally estimated that he could only succeed with 7 sets of materials. But the next step of merging into a potion will be much more difficult. The process of merging into a potion requires all the potion liquids to be fully merged at once, without the slightest error. Each step's degree of merging must be just right, and the fusion between every spirit medicine essence is crucial. This process is a huge test of spiritual power control, the sensitivity to the properties of spiritual medicines, and one's mindset. Especially the step of merging the green of flowing light grass into the blood ginseng, which allows less than a breath's time. Too early or too late will render the merge potion useless and completely ruined. The merge potion is unlike a failed blood ginseng extraction, where the material can still be given to the golden marrow honey for brewing. A failed merge potion's properties are essentially utterly wasted and can only be discarded. So once it fails, the precious spirit medicine essence is completely wasted. But this is inevitable. My success rate for merging this potion is estimated to be only about 60%. Hope the final result can give me a little surprise. Before starting the potion merging, Qi Ping checked each portion of spirit medicine essence multiple times, confirming there were no issues before he began to meditate and adjust his state. After about half an hour had passed and his state returned to its peak, Qi Ping opened his eyes. These spirit medicine essences are too precious. Even wasting one would upset Qi Ping for a long time, so he could not afford to be careless. Let's begin. With his condition back at its peak, Qi Ping, with a determined look, started the potion fusion work without the slightest pause. This fusion process Qi Ping had practiced many times and rehearsed countless times in his mind. So once Qi Ping began, his movements were smooth and fluent, demonstrating the style of a master. Yet, under such proficient operations, Qi Ping's first attempt at fusing the bloodline mutation potion predictably failed. The flowing light grass's essence was too little, and the green essence was a bit too much. The difference between 50-year-old flowing light grass and ordinary flowing light grass is still too big. Although Qi Ping followed the proportional formula strictly, there was still a deviation. Perhaps it's due to the passage of time, changes in the properties of either green or flowing light grass, or simply the individual peculiarities of the spiritual medicines. But as long as I can detect where the issue lies, it's fine. Here is where the importance of sensitivity to spiritual medicine properties can be seen, because often there are individual differences in each spiritual herb. The differences become more apparent when refining different potions. If one were to refine solely according to the formula, success would be purely dependent on luck. Meanwhile, a skilled alchemist or pharmacist can easily identify the nature of a potion and quickly make the necessary adjustments, which is merely the basic operation of becoming a true alchemist. Qi Ping was undoubtedly fortunate, not only having the jungle druid profession blessing, but also sharing the talent of the golden marrow bees brewing artisan. Again, after identifying the problem, Qi Ping immediately started the second attempt at fusion. On the second attempt to fuse the bloodline mutation potion, failed again. The timing for adding the green essence has become even more demanding. Another failure darkened Qi Ping's complexion a bit. So next, instead of continuing, Qi Ping readjusted his mindset and reviewed the fusion processes of the past two attempts. Much later, as Qi Ping opened his eyes again, his gaze was once more replaced by calm and determination. This time, Qi Ping was as smooth and fluent as before. The third attempt at fusing the bloodline mutation potion succeeded. The fourth attempt succeeded. The sixth attempt failed. The seventh attempt succeeded. The eighth attempt succeeded. Out of 8 fusion attempts, 3 failed. 5 succeeded. Phew! After merging the remaining herbal essences all at once, Qi Ping let out a big sigh of relief. The initial consecutive failures disturbed his mindset slightly, but thankfully he adjusted in time, and with the remaining 6 portions of spirit medicine essence, he succeeded in 5, barely reaching the goal of 60%. No surprises, but it nearly gave him a fright. Luckily, the final result was still acceptable. There's no surprise in the fusion success rate. I wonder if the upcoming bloodline mutation of the bee swarm might surprise me. Qi Ping consoled himself that maybe his luck this time wasn't present, but perhaps it had been saved for the bee swarm's transformation to come. Buzz buzz. Boss, is the bloodline mutation potion completed? Buzz buzz. This concoction is even more enticing than the previous ones. I'm about to lose control. Seeing Qi Ping finishing his refinement, the golden marrow bees surrounding him couldn't help but ask, it's done, and there's enough for about 50 drone bees. Qi Ping nodded and replied, an indescribable joy appearing on his face. It wasn't easy. Qi Ping didn't know how much thought and effort he had put into these portions of bloodline mutation potion, and now he just hoped the bee swarm's transformation result could bring a little surprise. Otherwise, all this effort would have been for naught. The golden marrow bees would probably be quite disappointed too. Buzz buzz. Wow, boss, you're amazing. Buzz buzz. I really want to try it too. Buzz buzz. That's only available for drone bees. Silly. Buzz buzz. Boss, should we notify the drone bees to prepare? Just as Chi Ping was about to nod in agreement, some golden marrow bees rushed over at almost their maximum speed. Even from afar, they began communicating with Chi Ping through their special connection. Buzz buzz. Boss, a strange two-legger has appeared on the mountain. Buzz buzz. It feels a bit dangerous to us, but we haven't sensed any hostility yet. A strange cultivator? A bit dangerous? Those two pieces of information instantly made Chi Ping's heart miss a beat, thinking it could be a tribulation cultivator coming for them. However, hearing there was no hostility made him relax a little, as golden marrow bees are extremely sensitive to hostility and usually wouldn't make a wrong judgment. It's probably Steward Zhu coming to collect the rent. If you calculate the time, these days coincide roughly with when Steward comes to collect the rent. Thinking of this, Chi Ping's heart finally settled a bit. However, his sense of caution didn't diminish in the slightest, and he knew everything must be prepared thoroughly. Inform the other golden marrow bees to get ready for battle and attack immediately on my command. Buzz buzz. Okay, boss. Simultaneously, Chi Ping discreetly placed the ink cicada into his sleeve and also donned a lower-grade magical robe, ready to handle any possible crisis. After rapidly preparing these, Chi Ping headed down the mountain at full speed. Cloud Mist Mountain Range, Zone D, at the foot of mountain number 007. There stood an antique courtyard with exterior walls and an inner yard, showing traces of time on its mottled walls. The courtyard was very clean inside and out, clearly maintained regularly by someone. Outside the courtyard, there were numerous types of flowers planted, with over 100 small black bees diligently collecting nectar. This courtyard was naturally built by Old Man Zhou himself when he was younger, and it's been over 50 years now. At this moment, inside the courtyard, next to the purple sandalwood table, Old Man Zhou was drinking tea with a slightly plump, affluent man dressed in a golden magical robe. When Chi Ping entered the courtyard, he discovered that this person was none other than Steward Zhu, who was responsible for rent collection in the Cloud Mist Mountain Range. Steward Zhu was a member of the Zhu family, one of the 3 major families in Qingshi County, and he was in charge of some areas in Zone D of the Cloud Mist Mountain Range. He had been collecting rent here for decades, and since his status in the family was not high, coupled with his affable nature, he got along well with loose cultivators like Old Man Zhou. Every time Steward Zhu visited Old Man Zhou, they would chat for a while. Steward Zhu, Old Man Zhou. As Chi Ping entered, he cupped his fists at Steward Zhu. As a small figure, Chi Ping dared not neglect anyone from the 3 major families. At least, the basic courtesy had to be shown, otherwise, even a small whim of someone with power could bring him many troubles. This is a survival philosophy that low-level cultivators must follow. Fortunately, this Steward Zhu was amiable and did not possess the usual arrogance typical of many from large families, who often look down upon loose cultivators naturally. I was just about to ask for you. Steward Zhu came to collect the rent. Old Man Zhou said with a hearty laugh. You've certainly grown taller each year. Steward Zhu remarked with a hint of emotion, noticing how much Chi Ping had grown taller. Time flies indeed. Young people surely grow fast. I've already prepared the rent. After speaking, Chi Ping handed over 110 spirit stones he had prepared in advance, 100 for rent and 10 for the tea fee, which was an industry norm. Even though Steward Zhu and Old Man Zhou got along, this fee could not be exempted. However, facing the spirit stones Chi Ping handed over, Steward Zhu did not accept them. Instead, he let out a heavy sigh, wrapped a jade token with spiritual power, and handed it to Chi Ping. A sense of unease arose in Chi Ping's heart. What is going on here? Simultaneously, there was a vague bad feeling looming over him. Upon accepting the jade token and inspecting the information within it with his divine sense, Chi Ping's expression instantly changed to an unpleasant one. The jade token clearly recorded one piece of information. The overall rent for Cloud Mist Mountain Range is increased by 30%. The jade token carried the sect contract mark of Cyan Origin Sect, making fake claims virtually impossible. What's wrong? Let me see. Old Man Zhou, noticing Chi Ping's expression, found it odd as well. When he and Chi Ping both looked at the jade token, Old Man Zhou's smile froze. Steward Zhu, why the sudden rent increase? Old man Zhou asked in confusion. He had been here for decades without a change in rent, so why suddenly increase by 30% now? Had some changes occurred? Believe it or not, when I received the instruction not long ago, my expression was just like yours. I have expressed to the higher-ups that increasing the rent by 30% could lead to several people being unable to pay, causing a lot of trouble, but they remain firm. If they couldn't pay, they have to use their possessions as collateral, pay up the rent for the previous term, and then pay half the rent as moving costs to move out. If they can't pay Steward Zhu didn't continue, but Xi Ping naturally knew what the outcome would be. Steward Zhu himself was quite helpless. The rent wasn't originally his, yet there were so many troubles along with a meager fee. Steward Zhu, do you know what has happened within the Cyan Origin sect? They've tolerated tribulation cultivators running amok for years, and now suddenly raised the rent. Faced with old man Zhou's inquiry, Steward Zhu helplessly shook his head and said, "Not even I know. Our patriarch might not know either. The rampant tribulation cultivators and the increase in rent have negatively affected our family's income, and the patriarch always wanted to solve this, but the higher-ups at Cyan Origin sect suppressed any attempts. We are regarded as friends, and my only advice is to plan your exit strategy and protect yourselves as best as you can during the upcoming time." Upon hearing this, Qi Ping and Old Man Zhou fell silent. Old Man Zhou did not care much about his life, but this situation negatively affected both Qi Ping and the beekeeping industry, which made him uncomfortable since beekeeping and Qi Ping were among the few things he still cared about. After thinking for a while, Qi Ping made a clenching teeth plus struggling expression and gathered 143 spirit stones to hand over to Steward Zhu, requesting a receipt in return. After handling everything, Qi Ping didn't linger to chat with Old Man Zhou and Steward Zhu, but bid farewell and returned to the forest. Back in the forest, Qi Ping furrows his brows tightly. What in the world happened to Cyan Origin sect? From managing security, spiritual medicine, spirit beast industry, and trade development all in a neat order to suddenly becoming like this. It was already a problem for tribulation cultivators to disrupt industries and trade environment, but now even the rent is increasing. The key issue is that this doesn't seem to benefit anyone. A short-term rent increase of 30% is barely anything compared to the direct and indirect losses caused. Perhaps knowing who ultimately benefits from all this may reveal the reason, but unfortunately, my capabilities and status are too low to access that level. Maybe Steward Zhu knows something, otherwise he wouldn't have advised planning an exit. Also, is it possible that this is related to that mysterious beast taming sect or insect taming sect? Next time when meeting Sister Nan, I could ask where the Demon Insect Cultivation Manual came from to help judge. The situation is too complex, and the information is extremely incomplete. Despite thinking for a long time, Qi Ping couldn't unravel the complex causes and effects. Ultimately, he could only summarize it in 4 words. Chaos is about to begin. As one at the bottom, all he could do was enhance his strength and prepare his means to deal with the chaos as much as possible. Better focus on enhancing strength. As long as the golden marrow bees evolve a powerful bloodline, once the bee colony forms, it would at least withstand late-stage qi refining strength, and possibly even stronger. Once the golden marrow bees completely evolve, I can fully devote myself to improving my own cultivation realm. If the second contracted animal companion is strong enough, it will be even more excellent. Thinking of these, the anxiety in Qi Ping's heart and the sense of powerlessness facing chaos was considerably reduced. After closing his eyes to regulate his breath for a while, Qi Ping learned from the golden marrow bee that Steward Zhu had already left. Thus, Qi Ping immediately took the 5 portions of the bloodline mutation potion to the hive of the golden marrow bees. The bloodline mutation potion can finally be administered. The extent to which the golden marrow bees can evolve will be determined at this moment. In the depths of the dense forest, about 5 miles from the golden marrow bee's nest, Qi Ping stood on an open field, facing 50 drones that were about twice the size of ordinary golden marrow bees. These are the targets for consuming the bloodline mutation potion this time. At this moment, all 50 drones looked at Qi Ping with resolute and longing eyes, each one with a determination of indomitable spirit and readiness to face death. To them, this was not only a test, but also an unparalleled honor. Buzz. Boss, let's start. Buzz. Boss, we are ready. The 50 drones spoke in unison. Meanwhile, surrounding Chi Ping and the 50 drones were as many as 1,500 golden marrow bees, intently watching this metamorphosis ceremony. Almost all the golden marrow bees were present, including the bee king, surrounded and supported by the swarm. At this moment, nearly all the golden marrow bees on the outskirts were looking at those 50 drones with anticipation and envy. They knew this was an immensely important ceremony for the swarm. If successful, their swarm would be 10 times stronger than it is now. It's worth noting that with Chi Ping's abundant supply of spiritual medicine, their numbers had increased to 1.5 times their original size, and individual strength had more than doubled. Now, under Chi Ping's leadership, their tribe had the opportunity to become 10 times stronger. So naturally, they were extremely hopeful about this. In such a scenario, Chi Ping did not hesitate and solemnly nodded his head. He then took a bottle of bloodline mutation potion from his storage bag and placed it in front of the 50 drones. This potion was a fusion of the 5 successful potions Chi Ping had previously made. Each of you must eat until you feel comfortable, not too much or too little. This way, the success rate of the bloodline transformation is highest. Got it? Chi Ping solemnly instructed. Chi Ping hoped that each drone would successfully transform, but he also knew that this was unlikely. He couldn't obtain potions with such effects at his current status and strength. If a potion with a 100% success rate existed, it would be more suitable for spirit beasts like the Cyan Cloud Crane or the Crimson Flame Tiger, and the cost would be tens or even hundreds of times higher. Now Chi Ping just hoped that the effect of his Beast King's Blessing skill could be significant. Beast King's Blessing. As your animal companion, it will gain increased upgrade speed and heightened transformation success probability. This success effect of transformation should increase the success rate of the drones after consuming the bloodline mutation potion. Buzz. Yes, boss. The 50 drones responded in unison. They then stopped speaking and resolutely dove towards the bottle of bloodline mutation potion. Chi Ping watched as the bloodline mutation potion gradually decreased with the drone's consumption, and his mood became increasingly anxious. Whether it can succeed or to what extent they can transform depends on this moment. The mood of the more than 1,000 golden marrow bees on the periphery was the same as Chi Ping's. How strong their swarm could become depended on the outcome. The drones ate quickly, and in no time, the bottle of bloodline mutation potion was almost empty, with only a little left. This was an excess estimation by Chi Ping, meant to avoid running out of potion if too many drones were chosen. There's enough for one more. Seeing there was still enough to cultivate one more, Chi Ping called out. As Chi Ping's voice fell, the fastest drone rushed over first. It wasn't the strongest, but its speed and reflexes were unparalleled, at least unmatched by the other drones. Soon, this golden marrow bee devoured the remaining bloodline mutation potion in the bottle. The transformation is about to start. Chi Ping couldn't help but feel tense inside. The other golden marrow bees watching felt the same way. After consuming the bloodline mutation potion, the 51 drones scattered and landed on the ground. Layers of eerie and powerful red blood light mixed with golden light began to appear on them, dyeing the entire clearing a rich blood gold color. With the appearance of this light, the aura around the drones became violent. A surge of blood-colored spiritual chi erupted from within them. Wild, powerful, dangerous, this was the sense the drones gave at this moment. This anomaly lasted only a short while before a change occurred. With 15 consecutive explosive sounds, 15 drones directly blew into pieces. Seeing this, Chi Ping's brow furrowed. Surviving the violent drug properties after the bloodline mutation potion entered the body was only the first step, yet 30% of the drones had already perished. Only 36 survived this step. Those that withstood the violent drug properties of the first step, their bodies quickly began the second step of transformation. Under the blood-colored spiritual chi infused with golden flowing light, the bodies of the drones began to change rapidly. Some wings became more transparent and broader, like sharp blades. Some mandibles grew more robust and sharper. Some tails turned pitch black, growing extremely robust. Some bodies expanded in all aspects, gradually transforming into giant golden marrow bees. The golden patterns on some bodies began to decrease, gradually transforming towards a blood color. These were seemingly good transformations. There were also seemingly useless changes. For example, some eyes began rapidly enlarging. Some grew a second bee tail. Some bodies became extremely bloated, which was the most common situation. Some legs began to grow exceedingly thick. These changes were a normal phenomenon described in the Bloodline Mutation Potion. After consuming the Bloodline Mutation Potion, there was a high probability of aberrations. This kind of transformation was entirely different from the normal transformation after a long accumulation and natural progression. But there was also a possibility of appearing super strong organ enhancements, which was like hitting the jackpot, often enhancing the individual strength of a demon insect by more than 10 times with just one occurrence. However, just as the bodies of the drones began gradually transforming, the second wave of deaths started. Those that evolved unusable organs or had abnormal transformation directions quickly died under the ensuing violent drug properties, with bodies exploding. Only those that evolved strong organs and whose overall physical strength continued to increase could survive and continue transforming. The mortality rate in this step was far higher than the first one, with 23 drones dying successively. Only 13 survived this step. Only 13 left. At this point, Chi Ping's whole heart was in his throat. The death rate of the second wave was too high. Fortunately, only the last step remained. As long as they could stabilize these changes, integrate them with their bodies, and successfully advance to Tier 1 later stages, the transformation would be considered complete. This time, the transformation lasted significantly longer, extending for an hour without conclusion. It wasn't until more than an hour later that the body and trait enhancements of the remaining 13 drones gradually stabilized from the intense changes. What surprised Chi Ping the most was the 51st drone that, at the last moment, rushed out of the swarm to devour the final bloodline mutation potion. Not only did it withstand the highest mortality rate of the first two steps, but it also evolved a trait that no other drone had achieved. Wings. At this moment, its wings are almost invisible, nearly transparent. But with careful observation using divine sense, one would sense an extremely strong resilience and a terrifyingly sharp aura. The dangerous aura it gave Chi Ping was the strongest. It's important to know that Chi Ping is no longer a novice. With a relatively abundant supply of golden marrow bees, his cultivation has gradually approached the fourth layer of Chi, refining over time, and with the defense of the tree skin technique and with shield technique, his strength is not weak. Yet this single golden marrow bee, which hasn't completed its advanced evolution, gave Chi Ping such a strong sense of danger. It can be imagined just how significant the transformation of this 51st drone must be. Thinking about this, Chi Ping felt some joy in his heart and silently prayed that it would overcome the final advancement stage. Aside from this single drone that evolved wings, among the other 12 drones, 5 had increased body and belly sizes. 4 drones achieved relatively balanced enhancements, with a slight emphasis on reinforcement of the mandibles. 2 bees whose tail needles became enlarged, and 1 drone completely enveloped in blood color. A total of 5 types of drones survived the second step mutation. The increased body and belly sizes are generally an emergency mutation to withstand the violent energy of the bloodline mutation potion as documented in the Demon Insect Cultivation Manual. This type of mutation generally serves no purpose and often leads to death during the promotion process. Therefore, Chi Ping had no expectations for this group of big belly bees. Those balanced bees with balanced enhancements were not bad. Although they didn't have any exceptionally outstanding characteristics, they retained the most basic features of the golden marrow bees, making it the most stable transformation route, preserving almost all the traits and characteristics of the golden marrow bees. Drones with reinforced tail needles likely represent toxicity enhancement. The function of such a change needs no elaboration. At least Chi Ping quite liked it. If you can't beat them, use poison. As for the last be enveloped entirely in blood color, Chi Ping was a bit puzzled because such a scenario was relatively rare. Add to it that this drone was still undergoing transformation and couldn't communicate with Qi Ping, so Qi Ping couldn't understand the nature of this mysterious change. I hope more than 1/3 of these 13 drones can successfully transform. According to the description of the Bloodline Mutation Potion formula, it's already quite good for 3 to 4 out of 100 demon insects to successfully mutate. So if Qi Ping's 13 drones have 5, or even just 4, that succeed in advancing, it would already be quite impressive. In fact, having 13 out of 51 drones reach this point is already very commendable, exceeding the probabilities described in the Bloodline Mutation Potion. Qi Ping estimated that the ability to achieve this was greatly aided by the skill Beast King's Blessing. Additionally, these golden marrow bees had recently fed almost exclusively on honey brewed from blood ginseng, giving them a higher adaptability and absorption capability for the Bloodline Mutation Potion, which was mainly made from blood ginseng. The Bloodline Mutation Potion formula explicitly mentioned that the higher the adaptability to blood ginseng, the higher the probability of successful mutation. Due to these two reasons, Qi Ping felt confident enough to start the transformation process with only a sufficient amount of Bloodline Mutation Potion for 40 to 50 golden marrow bees. And now, the results confirmed Qi Ping's assumptions were correct. In Qi Ping's slightly anxious and restless mood, more than another hour passed. The closer it got to the final decisive moment, the more anxiously impatient Qi Ping became. Even more than 1,000 peripheral golden marrow bees fell into a similar state as Qi Ping, because they knew that whether the group could complete the leap depended on this final step. And under such a myriad of gazes, those 13 drones finally ushered in the ultimate advancement transformation. Once they passed this step, they were certain to ascend to the later stage of Tier 1, and the transformation would be completely successful. Almost simultaneously, under the power of the Bloodline Mutation Potion and the force of transformation, the aura of the 13 drones reached the pinnacle of the mid-stage Tier 1 at this moment. In the ensuing time, the aura of the latter stage Tier 1 steadily rose one after another among them. It began. However, just as the process had barely started, one big belly bee couldn't withstand the power of advanced transformation and exploded with a bang. Qi Ping had anticipated this outcome. The big belly bee was born under a half-fail mutation and was never likely to succeed in transforming. After the first big belly bee died, the second, third, and fourth followed, all failing in transformation at the last moment. Just when Qi Ping thought that the last big belly bee would also fail, it persisted, prompting Qi Ping to glance at it a few extra times. Following this, for quite a while, no more deaths occurred, allowing Qi Ping's nerves jangled by the chain deaths of the big belly bees to slightly relax. Fortunately, it seems the situation is not too bad. But Qi Ping hadn't been relieved for long when a series of 4 explosive sounds sank his heart to the depths. 2 of the 4 balanced bees couldn't withstand the transformation force and shattered. In addition to this, the 2 highly poisonous bees that Qi Ping favored also failed in their transformation. This meant the hope of cultivating the highly poisonous bee army was dashed for Qi Ping. Now, Qi Ping could only think of 2 words to describe his feelings, particularly distressed. However, when it rains, it pours. Not long after, that mysterious blood-colored drone also exploded. This explosion directly plunged Qi Ping's emotions to the extreme. Qi Ping had extremely high hopes for that mysterious blood-colored bee, to find it had died at the last moment. Fortunately, providing Qi Ping a tiny bit of comfort, no further transformation failures occurred afterward. Soon, 4 perfect and stable auras at a later stage of Tier 1 rose one after another. So the remaining 4 drones all finally succeeded in their transformation. At this moment, Qi Ping's anxious mood finally relaxed. They finally succeeded. Under normal circumstances, using the Bloodline Mutation Potion, having 3 to 4 successful out of 100 demon insects is already commendable. While Qi Ping with 51 bees succeeded with 4, it's already an extremely favorable success rate. It's just, although the success rate is considered remarkable, the failure of the highly poisonous bees and the blood-colored bees still leaves Qi Ping with some regret. Fortunately, the 51st drone with transformed wings succeeded in its transformation. This is what made Chi Ping happiest, because this bee gave the strongest sense of danger to Chi Ping. Undoubtedly, in the aspect of combat power enhancement, this drone ranks first among all others. Moreover, the wing mutation must confer supreme speed. Chi Ping hadn't forgotten the drone's meteoric rush out of the swarm. The two balanced bees' successful transformation also isn't bad. The enhancement of balanced bees is not only more comprehensive, but their foundation is also the best for any future bloodline transformations. But what's up with this big belly bee? Wasn't it said that this type almost never successfully transforms? This was Chi Ping's most puzzling question. After observing it for a while, he discovered that this big belly bee seemed different from the other big belly bees in the description in the Demon Insect Cultivation Manual. Could it be that this big belly bee is not a half-failure product, but instead succeeded in transforming normally by walking the tightrope? Under Chi Ping's careful observation, he found that this big belly bee had some differences from the records. In the records, the abdomen of a big belly demon insect is formed through the expansion and strengthening under the stimulation of the potion's violent force to prevent the power from bursting the body. But this kind of strengthening is locally deformed, unable to form any combat power, and cannot complete a breakthrough in tier. The characteristics in these records are the same as those of the big belly bees that died during the transformation. Yet this big belly bee before me looks almost the same as other big belly bees, with a large belly appearing rather deformed, but upon closer inspection, its body has an inexplicable sense of coordination and smoothness. More importantly, it's successfully transformed. Big belly demon insects generally have no chance of successful transformation. Perhaps there's some surprising change. Chi Ping thought to himself. The highly poisonous bee and mysterious blood-colored bee both failed to transform, which made Chi Ping quite regretful. These bee types could only be sought again during the next refinement of the bloodline mutation potion. Now that the balanced bee has completed its transformation, it can be used as a foundation for the next transformation. However, the secondary transformation of the demon insects requires the bloodline mutation potion to be at least 500 years effective. Not to mention how long it will take. The more important thing is that Chi Ping can clearly feel the limit of plant growth is around 1 to 200 years, and the higher the year, the harder it is to accelerate the growth. To cultivate a 500-year blood ginseng, Chi Ping estimates the plant growth skill needs to be upgraded by several levels. But at least 4 drones have successfully transformed, which is quite fortunate. The high-speed bee with transformed wings is estimated to be the strongest in combat power. The balanced bee is the foundational species for future transformations. The only uncertainty is whether the big belly bee will bring surprises. After these 4 drones have adapted to the changes, I will consult with them. Chi Ping estimated that in another moment or two, these 4 drones will be able to fully digest and adapt to the transformation. At this point, Chi Ping was not in a hurry. Just transforming the high-speed bee and balanced bee was already quite good from the probability of transformation. Especially the high-speed bee, which had obvious super strong organ enhancements, usually only appeared with great luck in such a demon insect. At this moment, Chi Ping was also thankful that he had slightly reserved a bit more of the bloodline mutation potion, with luck creating this high-speed bee's emergence. Soon, the 4 successfully transformed drones adapted and digested their newfound abilities post-transformation. Can you feel the new strength gained after this transformation? Chi Ping first looked at the drone that completed its wing transformation. Buzz buzz. Boss, my talent is extreme speed flight. And high-speed cutting. Extreme speed flight? High-speed cutting. Buzz buzz. Yes, boss, let me demonstrate. After the high-speed bee finished speaking, its figure suddenly appeared in the distance, leaving only blurred afterimages in its path. Chi Ping watched the figure darting and turning in the sky, his heart extraordinarily shocked. So fast. This speed far surpasses Sister Nan at mid-stage Chi refining and is hardly comparable. Next, the high-speed bee flew around a hard boulder. With a series of piercing cutting sounds, in less than a breath, smooth cuts appeared on the hard boulder, with each cut wider than a finger. Meanwhile, looking at the high-speed bee's wings, under such high-intensity vibrating cuts, they remained completely undamaged. Such terrifying speed and cutting effects left Chi Ping's heart extremely shocked. Impressive. Even the destructive power displayed by just one high-speed bee made Chi Ping's scalp tingle a bit. The only shortcoming is the cuts are too shallow. Size is a hard limitation. But one high-speed bee might not do. But how about 100, 1,000? A cultivator with insufficient strength might be sliced to pieces in a couple of breaths. Even those with high strength, when paired with bee toxin or other poisons, high-speed bees are a trump card-level existence. Knowing the combat power of the high-speed bee, Chi Ping felt incredibly delighted. Indeed, according to the description of the bloodline mutation potion, a demon insect that has gained super organ enhancement mutation, its combat power was truly fearsome. In fact, if those who used the bloodline mutation potion knew that Chi Ping bred such a rare organ super enhanced mutation demon insect with just 51 demon insects and a bit of this potion, they'd surely die of jealousy towards Chi Ping. Breeding such a rare golden marrow bee was enough to secretly rejoice. What is there to regret? Because even if they used 5 times, 10 times the amount of potion, they might not be able to breed such a rare demon insect. Not to mention Chi Ping also succeeded with 2 balanced bees and one even more peculiar big belly bee. His luck could be described as explosive. After a series of tests, Chi Ping finally determined the specific attributes of the high-speed bee. Species: high-speed ring-cutting bee, golden marrow bee mutation. Bloodline: Tier 1 high level. Talent: blade wings, high-speed cutting, wins extreme speed. Blade wings: the wings possess excellent toughness and high sharpness. High-speed cutting: capable of terrifying cutting effects through high-speed wing movement. Wins extreme speed: during mutation, lost the original wood attributes of the golden marrow bee, only retaining and enhancing the wind attribute. With the wind attribute's mutated wings effect, the speed is incredibly fast. Evaluation: high-speed ring-cutting bee, having lost the original venom and honey-making abilities of the golden marrow bee, gains super speed talent and blade wings talent. Although the high-speed ring-cutting bee lost the brewing artisan and highly poisonous tail needle talents, under the blade wings, high-speed cutting, and enhanced wind speed, its combat power improved by more than 1 notch. Next, as long as the golden marrow bee swarm forms a high-speed ring-cutting troop, with the speed and effect of the high-speed ring-cutting bee, even facing late-stage chi refining enemies, it would be sufficient to cause massive damage, and the ambush effect is likely to be even more remarkable. Furthermore, before the battle begins, other golden marrow bees could apply venom to the wings of the high-speed ring-cutting bee, and the effect is bound to be even more explosive. The surprise brought by the high-speed ring-cutting bee was completely unexpected for Chi Ping. After testing the attributes of the high-speed ring-cutting bee, Chi Ping turned his attention to the 2 balanced bees. After careful observation and testing, he found that the overall attributes of the balanced bees didn't vary greatly, being a plus version of the golden marrow bee, similar to when an ordinary accumulation gradually breaks through and evolves to Tier 1 late-stage golden marrow bee. Their physical bodies, size, and all aspects were slightly enhanced. Honey-making and highly poisonous talents were higher than before, but did not show a qualitative change like the high-speed ring-cutting bee. From a combat perspective, the high-speed ring-cutting bee could completely outmatch the balanced bee, probably cutting the balanced bee into several pieces at face value. But this doesn't mean the balanced bee is not strong. It's simply that the combat power of the high-speed ring-cutting bee is too abnormal. Balanced bees must also be cultivated for honey collecting, honey making, and even useful during secondary transformations. The combat power of something like the high-speed ring-cutting bee is indeed extraordinary at the late stage of Tier 1. But if it comes to a secondary transformation with its body already being extreme, not only will the transformation success rate plummet, the potential transformation directions will also be greatly reduced. After testing the balanced bees, only the last big belly bee remains. Speed is slow, lacks agility. Why does it seem so dumb? As if its intelligence has decreased. What the hell is this? Chi Ping was a bit speechless. Initially, Chi Ping didn't mind that the big belly bee's agility and speed were inferior to the ordinary golden marrow bee, thinking perhaps it had awakened some special talent. So Chi Ping started to communicate with the big belly bee, wanting to know what special talent it had mutated. But after communicating dozens of times, Chi Ping found that its intelligence seemed to have decreased. Even when Chi Ping communicated with it, The responses were inconsistent, and its intelligence was far inferior even to the little black bee. If it weren't for its solid late first-tier aura, Chi Ping would have suspected it broke through to nothingness. This is ridiculous. Could it really be the big-bellied demon insect described in the Demon Insect Cultivation Manual, which only 1 in 10,000 evolves? But upon closer inspection, Chi Ping still felt something was off. This big belly bee still gave a very harmonious feeling. Its aura was stable and solid, not floating at all. It should indeed be a solid late first-tier bee. What's in its belly? Could it be related to honey making? Chi Ping began proactively searching. The bloodline mutation potion generally follows certain traces, mutating original aspects of the demon insect. And the best talent related to the golden marrow bee's belly is honey making. So Chi Ping started testing in the direction of honey making. About half a day later, Chi Ping was utterly stunned by the spiritual medicine fused under the big belly bee's control. Wow, amazing! The big belly bee could keenly distinguish how different spiritual medicines should be proportioned to maximize their effects, then make honey. This honey-making ability far surpassed the golden marrow bee. This is too amazing. The only pity is that the big belly bee's intelligence seems quite low, only instinctively distinguishing and fusing the spiritual medicine nectar before it, creating combinations that maximize efficacy, and then brewing it into honey. What a pity! If these big belly bees had higher intelligence, they'd be natural alchemists. From the big belly bee situation, Chi Ping figured it could handle most first-tier spiritual medicines perfectly, and the honey brewed by the big belly bee surpassed the ordinary golden marrow bee significantly. In this way, cultivating a batch of big belly bees within the golden marrow bee hive to specialize in high-quality honey making is feasible. In the future, other uses might also be discovered. After numerous tests, Chi Ping finally grasped the attributes of the big belly bee. Species: brewer big belly bee, golden marrow bee mutation. Bloodline: Tier 1 high level. Talent: Great Brewmaster. Great Brewmaster possesses a talent for honey making far superior to ordinary golden marrow bees, with extremely keen spiritual sense towards spiritual medicine, able to keenly fuse them to maximize their effects, then brew them into honey. Evaluation: endowed with exceptional sensitivity towards spiritual medicine, but consequently loses talents like highly poisonous tail needle and wind speed. Even its intelligence is reduced as a result. Actually, in a way, the transformation of the big belly bee is nothing less than that of the high-speed ring-cutting bee. With the big belly bee around, I needn't worry about my late-stage chi refining resources. If using the big belly bees for mass production of high-grade honey, Chi Ping estimated he could make a fortune, but feared a foundation establishment expert might come knocking the next day. Chi Ping was certain that the honey brewed by the big belly bees would be valuable enough to tempt even those at the foundation establishment stage. However, it also required sufficient spiritual medicine, and if including the value of the spiritual medicine, the profit margin wasn't that high, still far behind the alchemist's vast profits. After all, the perfected legacy of alchemy over the ages isn't something a big belly bee with a great brewmaster talent can match. More accurately, the big belly bee is like an alchemist with low intelligence, but high success rate in fusing spiritual medicines, valuable but not exaggerated. But this alchemist-like bee form was just right for Chi Ping. Chi Ping could accelerate spiritual medicine growth, and the big belly bee could brew honey suitable for Chi Ping's cultivation enhancement or honey with other healing effects. This setup suited Chi Ping perfectly for quietly farming and strengthening himself, without unnecessary external conflicts. Compared to risking life in various perilous ruins for resources, Chi Ping preferred farming and beekeeping on the mountain. After testing the attributes of 3 drones, Chi Ping was still very satisfied. The disappointment from the failure of the highly poisonous bee and blood-colored bees transformation gradually faded. Overall, the effect of this bloodline mutation potion was excellent, far exceeding Chi Ping's expectations. This is really thanks to Sister Nan. Once there's surplus golden marrow honey, I should send some to her. Considering the value of spirit beast cultivation, demon insect chapter, giving her only a small amount of honey seems insufficient. Chi Ping recognized the principle of repaying kindness, of course, without affecting his cultivation. After all, Qi Ping was a selfish person. Within his capability, he was willing to do what he could for both old Zhou and Sister Nan. After instructing the excited golden marrow bees several times, Qi Ping returned to the ancient fir tree, calmed his excitement, and entered a state of full cultivation. With his animal companions getting stronger, he couldn't fall too far behind in cultivation, especially since he hadn't started practicing yet today. After receiving Qi Ping's instructions, the golden marrow bees didn't need further guidance from him. Whether cultivating the high-speed ring-cutting bee legion, the big belly bee, or the balance bee, the golden marrow bees would cultivate in the most suitable direction for their hive enhancement, perhaps more diligently and excitedly than Qi Ping himself. Next, Qi Ping simply needed to wait quietly for the formation of the high-speed ring-cutting bee legion and the big belly bee legion. In the days that followed, Qi Ping entered a state of full cultivation. With rent paid, Qi Ping didn't have to worry about anything for the next year. After explaining things to old Zhou, he didn't ask further, knowing that with the golden marrow bees, Qi Ping could generally handle things himself, just advising him to be more cautious. However, Qi Ping soon encountered a new problem. Due to excessive consumption of golden marrow honey, his realm began to feel a bit unstable. Originally, he was close to breaking through to fourth layer of Qi refining, but due to the unstable spiritual Qi, rashly attempting a breakthrough posed the risk of failure and serious harm. If the breakthrough failed, it would truly be a loss. Fortunately, Qi Ping estimated that within half a month, he could stabilize his realm, making the breakthrough to fourth layer of Qi refining likely trouble-free. In any case, before the high-speed ring-cutting bee legion is trained, Qi Ping wasn't planning to head to the Cyan Stone Marketplace, even if High Boss had to wait another month. Although Qi Ping was curious whether High Boss had found the second animal companion he sought, he suppressed this impulse, prioritizing stability. No rush over just 1 month. In a bit over a month, Qi Ping estimated a breakthrough to fourth layer of Qi refining was achievable, and with tree skin technique level already at level 3, his defense would suffice against more dangers. But just after Qi Ping calmly settled his cultivation, someone unexpected, yet expected, appeared. In the courtyard at the foot of 007 Mountain Peak, Lin Chuyang sat by the rosewood table, excitedly, saying, after sipping tea, "Brother Qi, I've got the secret realm's news all checked, at least 70% certainty. Let's go seek opportunities together." Qi Ping looked at Lin Chaoyang, who was excited in front of him, with mixed feelings. In Qi Ping's current situation, the high-speed ring-cutting bee legion, which possessed strength comparable to the late-stage Qi refining, will be cultivated in just over a month. At the same time, he could also accelerate the cultivation of spiritual medicine on that mysterious plot of land, and the blood ginseng was already capable of self-propagation. Qi Ping estimated that he didn't need to worry about the supply of spiritual medicine up to the 6th layer of Qi refining. When new centennial blood ginseng appeared, he could consider breeding some newbie species again. Under such conditions, Qi Ping would have to be out of his mind to choose to seek fortune in a secret realm where nothing was guaranteed. However, Qi Ping knew that Lin Chuyang meant well. Otherwise, there would be no reason to come to him, a first layer of Qi refining cultivator. Generally, who would choose to willingly bring along a burden? This was probably something only a simple and wealthy young lad like Lin Chaoyang would do. When Qi Ping first met Lin Chaoyang, he also thought he was pretending. However, he later realized that this was just how he was unchanged for years. After careful consideration, Qi Ping decided to inquire about information regarding the secret realm. Not to decide whether it was worth going, but to confirm his suspicions about that insect-taming sect. Chaoyang, Brother Qi's strength is average, and places like secret realms are too dangerous for him. Did you find out any specifics about it? Is it dangerous? Qi Ping spoke with sincerity. In places like secret realms, even a high-speed ring-cutting bee legion wouldn't be able to protect him. Brother Qi, I found all the details for you. Rest assured. Let me tell you, this secret realm is at least 80% likely to be a testing ground for disciples of an ancient sect, only allowing those with mid-stage Qi, refining, and below to enter. Once you pass the trials inside, you can receive rich rewards. Brother Qi, These are the rewards from an ancient sect. Lin Xiaoyang spoke with excitement now. At the Fuxing Association, Qi Ping was the only peer of a similar age. The two of them should seize this opportunity together. If they could achieve foundation establishment, or even golden core, because of this, it could become a remarkable story. Lin Xiaoyang continued. Moreover, this secret realm tests temperament and potential, not strength. The two of us, brothers, should venture together. The only potential danger might be the rumored presence of Tier 1 demonic insects, but this is just a small rumor, not very likely. After all, testing grounds and secret realms usually don't have these things. When mentioning demonic insects, Lin Xiaoyang seemed unconcerned. He didn't believe in these baseless whispers. Perhaps it was merely other cultivators spreading this information to scare others away. However, when Qi Ping heard the term demonic insects, his heart skipped a beat. He was spot on. Having seen traces of blood fiend worms, contracted golden marrow bees, and holding the demon insect cultivation manual, Qi Ping was certain this wasn't just a rumor. It was undoubtedly true. No way. He wouldn't go even if he were beaten to death. Qi Ping silently vowed. Upon learning this information, Qi Ping no longer hesitated and decisively refused. Xiaoyang, I think the rumors of demonic insects are likely true. I heard others say they've already appeared in the Cloud Mist Mountain range with detailed descriptions. It's highly credible, so I'm not going. Why don't we wait and see? Let the first wave go ahead and test the waters. Qi Ping suggested as an addition. He was certain that many might die in the first wave. Once the news spread, Lin Xiaoyang would naturally be deterred as well. Brother Qi, I believe this is news released by other cultivators to stop us from going. What kind of logic was that? Qi Ping was truly baffled but remained patient, saying, Xiaoyang, it's always better to be cautious. However, after a round of debate, neither could convince the other. Nonetheless, Lin Xiaoyang didn't get upset. Before parting, he merely said, Brother Qi, I'll go scout ahead for you first. Once I bring back the opportunity, don't refuse again when the time comes. After saying this, Lin Xiaoyang bade farewell and left. Watching Lin Xiaoyang's departing figure, Qi Ping wanted to offer further advice, but he didn't know what else to say. It seemed he had already said everything he could. After all, he couldn't reveal his own secrets, could he? That was absolutely impossible for Qi Ping. And it was even less possible to physically keep Lin Xiaoyang from going. Blocking someone's path was akin to the enmity of killing their father. Qi Ping couldn't say for certain that he was right. Maybe Lin Xiaoyang really was someone blessed with great fortune? Ultimately, Qi Ping's open mouth could only transform into a sigh of helplessness. Tending to a stable life or striving for the opportunity to ascend, who could be deemed correct? It seemed that everyone had their own choice, and every choice had those who reached the end. With these complex feelings, Qi Ping began tending to the ordinary flowers he hadn't cared for in several days. The small black bees still depended on these flowers for honey, and Qi Ping's main source of income now relied on the honey produced by the small black bees. During this process, Qi Ping carefully observed the state of each plant, watering, fertilizing, pruning. After half a day of labor, Qi Ping's mind finally settled. Besides, perhaps due to Qi Ping's mindset, notifications of experience gained intermittently popped up. You gain new insights into plants, Druid experience, +1. You gain new insights into plants, Druid experience, +1. You gain new insights into plants, Druid experience, +1. After half a day, Qi Ping actually gathered 13 points of level experience. At this rate, Qi Ping estimated it would take less than half a month to level up to 3rd level Druid. However, Qi Ping also knew this was due to entering a special state of insight, allowing him to acquire 13 points of level experience all at once. Under normal circumstances, gaining 5 experience points in a day was great, and most days, it averaged around 3 points. But this does provide a quick way to gain experience. I can try this more in the future. After Lin Xiaoyang left, Qi Ping resumed his peaceful farming life. A week later, the Golden Marrow Bee Queen laid approximately 200 high-speed ring-cutting bee eggs and 50 brewer big belly bee eggs, some of which had already hatched in a larvae and were being fed the best honey. Cultivating and breeding these bee species were much more challenging than regular golden marrow bees, which could lay up to 200 eggs a day. The small black bees could exceed 500. It's likely that as their bloodline level increased, the difficulty of nurturing them gradually grew. Aside from that, since Qi Ping didn't need to refine golden marrow honey during his stable cultivation stage, except for a portion for the golden marrow bees' consumption and a small part for Uncle Zhou, Qi Ping started having a surplus of golden marrow honey. Aside from the portion intended for Sister Nan, Qi Ping didn't plan to sell the rest, but to save it for emergency usage during blast soldier production. Because once blast soldier production began, the consumption and daily feeding requirements for breeding golden marrow bees would be a staggering amount, which couldn't be supported by his plant growth skill alone. This was why Qi Ping hadn't dramatically increased the number of golden marrow bees. With higher numbers, the daily consumption of honey would be unbearable. Raising troops wasn't easy, but Qi Ping's steady development was soon disrupted again. This day, Sister Nan came to deliver terrible news to Qi Ping. Lin Xiaoyang had died in the secret realm. More terrifying, various horrifying demonic insects emerged from the secret realm and began ravaging the entire Qingtian realm. Xiaoyang is dead. Yes, he died in the secret realm. Brother Shan has already confirmed it. Someone saw Xiaoyang's body in the secret realm, and it seems his heart was gnawed through by some kind of insect. Sister Nan, dressed in plain clothes, stood on the 7th peak, looking into the distant scenery with a complex expression on her face. In the end, she still couldn't dissuade Lin Xiaoyang. Qi Ping, upon hearing this news, also fell into sudden silence. Although he had somewhat expected this, actually hearing the news still stirred complicated emotions in him. A week ago, he tried persuading Lin Xiaoyang for a long time, but he still couldn't change Lin Xiaoyang's firm decision to go. It truly is fortune that makes you, and fortune that breaks you. Lin Xiaoyang, in the end, didn't have enough blessings. Just finding an immortal cultivation method exhausted all his luck. In Qi Ping's view, from a certain perspective, venturing on a quest for fortune is akin to gambling. Many people always think that as long as they win once, they will always be able to keep winning, never considering if they lose, it could truly cost them their lives. Except for the blessed few, who can guarantee they will always win. A familiar friend just perished like that, leaving Sister Nan and Qi Ping, both as loose cultivators with a sense of bereavement. Without the protection of the Cyan origin sect, loose cultivators are like weeds in a chaotic world. Though this time, Lin Xiaoyang went voluntarily, it was in a way a helpless choice as there was no path ahead. After adjusting her mood, Sister Nan continued. Now, there's an even bigger problem. Many demonic insects have run out from that secret realm. Demonic insects? How many are there? How strong are they? Qi Ping asked urgently. Demonic insects and spirit insects are different. Spirit insects, like the golden marrow bees, usually have their own territory and generally won't attack cultivators as long as they are not provoked. But demonic insects are different. They are brutal, bloodthirsty, and insidious, making them extremely dangerous to human cultivators. The Spirit Beast Cultivation, Demon Insect chapter also describes the terrifying combat power and brutal nature of demonic insects. Moreover, Qi Ping had a premonition that these demonic insects likely fall outside the contractable range of the Beast King Druid. Not exactly sure, just that there are a lot. Just at the secret realm, many early and mid-stage Qi refining cultivators died. Several late-stage Qi refining cultivators died as well. It likely won't take long before these demonic insects spread to Qingshi County, Baiyun County, and even the entire Qingtian realm. At this point, Sister Nan's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. She naturally knew the terror of demonic insects. And with late-stage Qi refining cultivators dead, how many of them loose cultivators could survive encountering them? How could there be so many? Any response from the Cyan Cloud sect? Qi Ping was shocked to hear about the number of demonic insects. Even late-stage Qi refining cultivators are dead. If they encounter terrifying numbers of demonic insects, could the high-speed ring-cutting bees withstand them? More critically, the high-speed ring-cutting bee legion still needs at least half a month before they can be nurtured, and ordinary golden marrow bees probably wouldn't fare well against the demonic insects. The exact number is unknown. The only certainty is there are indeed plenty. I heard over the past 2 days, many cultivators in Changsha County were attacked and killed by demonic insects. The Cyan Cloud sect and the 3 major families have taken action to exterminate a fair number of demonic insects. But still, even more demonic insects have hidden, making it very difficult for even Foundation establishment cultivators to search effectively. Hearing this, Chi Ping furrowed his brow even tighter. He didn't expect the situation to have deteriorated to this extent in just a week. Now, the Fusang Association is preparing to hold a general meeting tomorrow to exchange information and discuss countermeasures. Let's go take a look together tomorrow. Okay. Chi Ping nodded in agreement. He certainly wouldn't miss such an opportunity to gain a large amount of information. After discussing the secret realm and demonic insects, Chi Ping shifted the topic back to Sister Nan. Sister Nan, have you broken through to the 5th layer of Chi refining? Thanks to you, I have broken through. Sister Nan released the breath concealment technique, revealing the aura of the 5th layer of Chi refining. The joyful expression on her face also expressed her happiness at that moment. The boundary that troubled her for a long time was finally broken through, and her excitement could be imagined. Sister Nan is amazing, Chi Ping praised. Originally, Chi Ping planned to give Sister Nan some of the golden marrow bees, but in light of the current rampant demonic insects, Chi Ping thought it would be better to keep them for the high-speed ring-cutting bees to use for blast soldiers. At worst, he could dispatch some golden marrow bees and high-speed ring-cutting bees to look after the 5th peak, ready to assist in times of need. At the same time, Chi Ping also told Sister Nan to always pay attention to her crisis warning talent, and if anything unusual happened, to come to him immediately so that they could prepare for battle at any time. As he watched Sister Nan's silhouette disappear, Chi Ping couldn't wait to return to the forest to check on the cultivation status of the high-speed ring-cutting bees. The sooner the high-speed ring-cutting bee legion is cultivated, the sooner Chi Ping could have a trump card against the demonic insects. Golden marrow bees were fine for dealing with ordinary mid-stage Chi refining cultivators, but against those demonic insects born for slaughter, they probably wouldn't have a good outcome. Facing these demonic insects, the only effective method Chi Ping thought of was blast soldiers. If 100 high-speed ring-cutting bees couldn't defeat the demonic insects, then 500. If 500 couldn't, then 1,000, or even more. As long as those demonic insects weren't at Foundation establishment, the high-speed ring-cutting bees should still have a fighting chance. Demonic insects are born for war, but so are the high-speed ring-cutting bees, whose stronger only time will tell. But if the strength gap isn't too big, then naturally, numbers will decide the winner. At this point, it's no longer a concern whether nurturing a large bee swarm could lead to excessive consumption of spiritual medicines and golden marrow honey. Now, the most important thing is to ensure survival in the face of the demonic insect's calamity. No longer worry about the consumption of spiritual medicines. I must grow the high-speed ring-cutting bee larvae as quickly as possible. Buzz buzz. No problem, boss. Buzz buzz. In at most half a month, the first batch of 200 high-speed ring-cutting bees will all mature. Good. When the time comes to face the demonic insects, it'll be up to you if we can win. Buzz buzz. Don't worry, boss. Leave it to us. Learning that in just half a month, a legion of up to 200 high-speed ring-cutting bees could be cultivated, Chi Ping's tense mood slightly relaxed. But he immediately arranged for many golden marrow bees and little black bees to pay close attention to any movements nearby to prevent any intrusion by demonic insects. Subsequently, Chi Ping hurried to accelerate the growth of blood ginseng. Based on the previous amount, blood ginseng, in supporting the normal expansion and daily consumption of the bee colony, could also support him, an old man, Zhou's normal cultivation, with even a bit left over. So back then, Chi Ping focused more on improving his own cultivation level. But now, to support the high-speed ring-cutting bees with blast soldiers, Chi Ping must put more effort into cultivating blood ginseng. Otherwise, relying solely on the spiritual medicines and nectar collected by the golden marrow bees would be completely insufficient to support such a large consumption. What surprised Chi Ping somewhat was that, just that evening, the plant grow skill was finally upgraded thanks to his efforts. plant growth LV1, 99 100ths, plant growth LV2, 0/200, LV2 plant growth, 1 200th. By consuming energy, the growth speed of plants can be increased. The description is the same as in my previous life, no changes. But the efficiency of accelerated growth should improve a lot. Qi Ping remembered that when upgrading from level 1 to level 2, the effect of the plant growth skill should enhance by about 30%. Just not sure how the increase will be in the Immortal Cultivation realm. Qi Ping could clearly feel that after the plant growth skill upgraded to level 2, he could harness more special energy. Since Qi Ping was right at the place where blood ginseng was cultivated, he couldn't wait to try it out. As the special energy from Qi Ping's palm was slowly absorbed by a blood ginseng plant, its previously shriveled body immediately plumped up and grew visibly larger. This scene made Qi Ping extremely happy inside. The growth acceleration efficiency has also increased by about 30%. Qi Ping was incomparably excited. Don't underestimate this 30%. If Qi Ping devotes more energy to nurturing spiritual medicine compared to previous normal cultivation progress, the output of spiritual medicine can almost be more than double. Not to mention that the level 2 plant growth skill will have better effects on the cultivation of older spirit plants. With the output of spiritual medicine doubled compared to before, the soldier production rate of the golden marrow bees can also increase exponentially. Additionally, more day essence flowers and moon sleep flowers can be cultivated, as these fast-growing and low spiritual land requirement ordinary spirit flowers are just right for providing for the bees' daily consumption. This way, adding a small amount of blood ginseng won't impact the combat power of the bee colony, allowing more blood ginseng to be used for nurturing new larvae. Previously, Qi Ping would let the golden marrow bees consume honey brewed directly from blood ginseng daily. He did so with the intention of enhancing the individual combat power of the golden marrow bees, and also because the supply of blood ginseng was relatively sufficient. But now, if production is to expand on a large scale, careful planning is necessary. For daily needs, the bees can collect ordinary nectar or other items close to spiritual objects and supplement with a bit of blood ginseng spiritual medicine, which will be sufficient for daily requirements. Especially once the brewer big belly bee is cultivated, it will certainly be able to maximize the effects with minimal spiritual medicine, reducing the demand for spiritual medicine resources in daily consumption. The surplus spiritual medicine can then be fully used for mass-producing soldiers, cultivating more high-speed ring-cutting bees to deal with crises. After making the decision, Qi Ping instructed the golden marrow bees accordingly, and they were equally excited upon learning about it. They had long wanted to produce soldiers, but refrained only because Qi Ping hadn't allowed it, fully aware that the production of spiritual medicine was limited and that producing too much would be detrimental to the normal reproduction and development of the bee colony. With Qi Ping providing guidance now, they immediately realized the plan, sending more golden marrow bees to collect various pollen and spiritual medicine for honey brewing for daily consumption. The high-quality honey brewed with high-grade blood ginseng will be used to nurture high-speed ring-cutting bees, balanced bees, and big belly bees. After finding a solution to the spiritual medicine resource issue for soldier production, a weight was lifted from Qi Ping's heart. The next step is to focus fully on mass-producing soldiers. After waking up the next day, Qi Ping first accelerated the cultivation of blood ginseng and then met up with Sister Nan as agreed, heading together to the Fusang Association's house beneath the cloud mist mountain range. The weather along the way was somewhat gloomy, with clusters of dark clouds spanning the sky, seemingly foretelling a massive storm. Qi Ping and Sister Nan thought they arrived early, but upon arrival, they found several people were already there. In one glance, two familiar faces were among them, Wang Mountain and Fatty Zhou. Besides them, there was a sallow-faced young man named Li Peng, older than Qi Ping, with cultivation at the 4th layer of Qi refining. He was considered one of the most talented members of the Fusang Association. Only Lin Chaoyang, who died in the secret realm, could rival him in talent. This person originally had the opportunity to become even a servant disciple or an outer disciple of the Cyan Origin sect, but for some unknown reason, he did not go. Now, He raises a pond of gold-eyed carp in a mountain stream in the Cloud Mist Mountain Range and is said to have his own unique fish-raising secret recipe, earning more spirit stones than most in the Fusang Association. Yet, despite making plenty of spirit stones, he has no passion for cultivation, spending all but the rent and daily expenses indulging in brothels. Li Peng's sallow complexion resulted from excessive indulgence. Once, while visiting a brothel, he almost got his energy drained by an evil male cultivator disguised as a woman. Qi Ping and others thought he would restrain himself after this lesson, but he continued to indulge enthusiastically. As soon as he had spirit stones, he would visit those places. When out of spirit stones, he occasionally sought pleasure in the mortal world. Yet, as Li Peng confessed, mortal women, in comparison to female cultivators, were far less satisfying. After experiencing female cultivators, he had little interest in mortals. Besides the sallow-faced Li Peng, there was also a young female cultivator dressed in white. Her name was Meng Shanshan. With cultivation at the second layer of qi refining, her skills were average, but she was quite beautiful. However, she wasn't very familiar with the members of the Fusang Association. Her entry into the association largely relied on the connections her father had built up. Currently, she was working as a helper in a spirit field in Zone A of the Cloud Mist Mountain Range. Qi Ping didn't have a very good impression of her. 2 years ago, Old Man Zhou and Meng Shanshan's father tried to match him and Meng Shanshan, but she refused Qi Ping mercilessly in front of many people, belittling him as well, stating that her future husband should at least be an outer disciple of the Cyan Origin sect. The straightforwardness of Meng Shanshan's words left the Fusang Association members awkward at the time. While the rejection was understandable, the harsh words were not. In the end, it was Qi Ping who eased the awkwardness by steering the topic away. Qi Ping thought she was unreasonable. A simple refusal would suffice, but why humiliate? He initially didn't have strong feelings towards her, and after that incident, his impression deteriorated further. Thus, upon entering, Qi Ping greeted other people but treated Meng Shanshan as if she were air. The other members of the Fusang Association also merely nodded to Meng Shanshan, apparently not very fond of her either. If it weren't for the connections her father had built, they probably wouldn't have informed her to come. With this, everyone who was supposed to attend the gathering had arrived, including Qi Ping and Sister Nan. There were 6 people in total. Initially, there should have been 6 more. However, Lin Chuyang had died in the secret realm, 2 left after the rent increase, and 1 moved overnight after the demonic insect appeared. Another one had been partially devoured by a demonic insect while scouting for information about them. The once lively Fusang Association was reduced to just 6 people in a short time. And the situation of the Fusang Association wasn't an exception, but a reflection of the situation in Qingshu County at the time. In chaotic times, it's hard for loose cultivators to survive. Inside the Fusang Association, it seems everyone is already well aware of the current situation. The demonic insects have emerged, and 2 of our members from the Fusang Association have died. Because of this, let's all share the information we've gathered and any solutions we've thought of. Wang Mountain didn't joke around as usual this time. Instead, with a very serious expression, he went directly to the point. Just yesterday, a member of the Fusang Association was eaten by a demonic insect while out gathering intelligence. And with Lin Chuyang's death, things have reached a critical point. No one is thinking about anything else at this moment. The only purpose for coming here today is to gather information and share any solutions they've come up with. I'll go first, said Fatty Zhou, who encountered insect poison with his jade spirit duck last time. I don't know much information, so I'll just share my solution. I plan to return to being immortal with my wives and children and not step into the immortal cultivation realm again. Loose cultivation is too difficult. It was tolerable before, but now with tribulation cultivators and insect disasters, rent has increased and safety can't be guaranteed. Although my children have spirit root talent, it's not high. If they have to struggle like I did, it's better to return to the mortal world and live comfortably as a wealthy family. After selling everything and paying the relocation fee, I've quite a bit left. Yesterday, I contacted the Hanyan Merchant Association and prepared to pay a fee to have them take my family away from here. If any of you want to join, you're welcome. When Fatty Zhou said this, His face was full of helplessness. If it wasn't out of necessity, who would want to give up immortal cultivation? Once you return to the mortal world, the spiritual chi there is almost non-existent, and once used, it's nearly impossible to replenish. Cultivation would be out of the question. As the spiritual chi in your body is consumed and disappears, if there's nothing like spirit stones to replenish it, your cultivation realm will gradually dissipate too. So unless forced by circumstances, no cultivator would want to return to the mortal world. But for the safety of his wives and children, Fatty Zhou had no choice but to make this decision. Qi Ping and the others understood this and agreed that for Fatty Zhou, this was indeed the best choice. Wang Mountain, hearing this, also chimed in. That's my plan too. Let's go together when the time comes. With the Hanyan Merchant Association, there'll be much more safety. Some people were robbed halfway when they tried to leave. However, after sending my wife to the mortal world, I will return and try to affiliate myself with the 3 great families doing odd jobs. There's no hope for me, but I can accumulate some resources for my children's future endeavors in the immortal cultivation realm. Moreover, I've heard that the number of demonic insects emerging from the secret realm this time is far beyond expectations. The Cyan Origin sect and the 3 great families have sent out many foundation establishment and late-stage chi refining cultivators to suppress them, but they've only managed to deal with a small portion of the demonic insects. Many late-stage chi refining cultivators have died, and several foundation establishment cultivators have also been injured. Foundation establishment cultivators were injured. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Has the situation become this dire? Yes, it has, Wang Mountain affirmed. The only one who remained calm among the group was the jaundiced, Finley Peng, who casually took over the conversation. Brother Wang is right. The number and strength of demonic insects this time have reached a point that even the combined strength of the 3 great families can't resolve. However, there's no need to be overly worried. The number of demonic insects remaining in Qingshi County is not that many. I estimate that around 60% of us loose cultivators can survive this crisis. So my strategy is simple. I'll stay, and whether I survive or not depends on my luck. The other members of the Fusang Association were left speechless by this approach, but this was just like Li Peng. After all, he's a man who could remain unfazed even after nearly being drained by a male cultivator. Qi Ping always felt that this guy has a sort of tranquil madness about him. However, there seemed to be more to Li Peng's identity. Despite appearing muddled, he was well aware of many things within Qingshi County, and what he said was likely true. Let's add another piece of news. Li Peng continued. Regarding the Tribulation Cultivator issue, there's a rumor that the Cyan Origin sect dares not make a move because there are members of the Evil Lovers Alliance among the Tribulation Cultivators. Whether the Cyan Origin sect chooses not to act because of fear is uncertain, but it's certain that there are Evil Lovers Alliance members among them. Upon hearing the name, Evil Lovers Alliance, everyone was filled with confusion. What kind of force is this that even the Cyan Origin sect fears? Evil Lovers Alliance. Yes, the Evil Lovers Alliance is an organization that severely troubles the entire immortal cultivation realm. Since they've appeared as tribulation cultivators here, they must be planning something. In my view, their danger might even surpass that of the demonic insects. Maybe what they're plotting is related to the demonic insects. Of course, the Evil Lovers Alliance's presence doesn't necessarily mean danger. Sometimes they also disperse cultivation techniques, rare treasures, etc., though the chances are low. In short, staying here might offer a chance for great rewards amid risks. If you seek stability, you can leave. If you're willing to take a gamble, you can stay. Finley Peng's words left everyone exchanging looks. The information was overwhelming. But everyone knew that what Li Peng said was mostly true. After asking some details about the Evil Lovers Alliance, it was Qi Ping, Sister Nan, and Meng Shanshan's turn. Each shared their methods and knowledge, and after a brief discussion, they all departed. Wang Mountain and Fatty Zhou headed to the Hanyan Merchant Association to arrange their return to the mortal world. Finley Peng went towards the brothel. Meng Shanshan mentioned that she had formed a Taoist couple bond with a sect disciple from another great realm. That person promised to take her away from Qingshi County after completing matters here, and she was here on behalf of her father to bid everyone farewell for the last time. After this farewell, they might never meet again. Sister Nan, like Qi Ping, also chose to stay here without hesitation. Qi Ping felt she seemed to have a reason that required her to stay in the Immortal Cultivation realm, perhaps even in Qingshu County. Since she didn't say, Qi Ping wouldn't ask. Who doesn't have her own secrets? Needless to say, Qi Ping wouldn't leave either. A place that can easily supply a large amount of Tier 1 intermediate spiritual medicines is reason enough for Qi Ping to stay. There's also a secret concerning the blood ginseng underground that Qi Ping plans to explore after completing the high-speed ring-cutting bees blast soldier plan. There was the option to wait slowly for his strength to grow, but if not done soon, there might not be another chance in the future. Besides, while digging, Qi Ping plans to send a few golden marrow bees to scout, and then he, along with the bee king, most of the swarm, and Old Man Zhou will be ready to flee if needed, maximizing his safety. However, just as Qi Ping returned to the mountain after leaving the Fusang Association, preparing to cultivate blood ginseng, he was quickly led away by the golden marrow bees. Buzz buzz. Boss, something happened. What happened? Buzz buzz. Follow us. There's a very fierce insect. When Qi Ping followed the golden marrow bees through a dense forest, dozens of demonic insect corpses and also dozens of golden marrow bee corpses simultaneously came into view. Qi Ping's face instantly turned grim. Demonic insect? How could demonic insects appear here so quickly? Qi Ping frowned as he gazed at the demonic insect corpses and the golden marrow bee bodies lying on the ground. He hadn't expected demonic insect to show up in this place so soon. Was it coincidence? If not a coincidence, then what was it? A foreboding feeling crept into Qi Ping's heart. However, before sorting out this issue, Qi Ping had some tasks for the golden marrow bees, so he immediately ordered, quickly take a group of the golden marrow bee legion to check on Old Man Zhou's situation below the mountain. Have the bee king accelerate the cultivation of the high-speed ring-cutting bees, even if it costs more spiritual medicine and honey. Also, go to the nearby mountain peaks and see if there are any traces of those fierce insects. 3 orders in succession were issued. Buzz buzz. Yes, boss. Buzz buzz. The 2-legged creature down the mountain who likes to sleep is safe. We've been watching and have already increased the bee guards. Buzz buzz. As for the other 2 tasks, we'll arrange them immediately. Only after the 3 orders were given and learning that Old Man Zhou was fine did Qi Ping breathe a little easier. Yesterday, he had already consciously had the bee king speed up the cultivation of the high-speed ring-cutting bees, but the urgency of the situation still exceeded his expectations. Qi Ping never expected the demonic insects to appear so quickly. Looking at the demonic insect corpses in front of him, Qi Ping quickly gathered the relevant information. Blood-patterned locust, Tier 1 intermediate demonic insect. Its strength and ferocity surpassed the golden marrow bees by a lot. Blood-patterned locust, Tier 1 intermediate demonic insect, completely armored, fast, with an astonishing bite force. It's important to know that the ordinary golden marrow bees now had their combat power doubled using blood ginseng, courtesy of Qi Ping. But even with such combat power, they still suffered a nearly 1-to-1 casualty rate against the blood-patterned locusts, despite their greater numbers. Fortunately, there were only about 30 blood-patterned locusts. If there were more and they formed a battle formation, the outcome would be unimaginable. The combat power of 30 versus 300 blood-patterned locusts would be completely different, and the casualty rate might change from 1-to-1 to 1-to-3, or even higher. Born for battle and slaughter, demonic insects like the blood-patterned locust can hardly be matched by bees living off nectar, like the golden marrow bees. Unless a variant like the high-speed ring-cutting bee, with super-enhanced organs, appears, only then would it possess combat power comparable to or even surpassing demonic insects of the same level. Moreover, these blood-patterned locusts didn't inspire a shred of affinity in Qi Ping, a Beast King Druid, indicating that the skill Beast Friend might be ineffective against them. Beast Friend, you can reduce an animal's hostility towards you, encouraging it to develop a liking for you. Yet what Qi Ping couldn't ignore was the ominous sensation that arose earlier. A cultivator's intuition is never unfounded. Why are blood-patterned locusts showing up here? Coincidence? Or is something attracting them? No wonder Qi Ping thought so, as according to the golden marrow bees, the direction the blood-patterned locusts advanced from was exactly where the blood ginseng grows. Adding to the abnormal situation underground beneath the blood ginseng and the ominous feeling in his heart earlier, Qi Ping couldn't help but overthink. Until the high-speed ring-cutting bee legion is fully cultivated, there's absolutely no room for error at the blood ginseng growing area. It seems we'll need to enter a state of full alert. Both the black small bees and the golden marrow bees must enter super alert mode to be vigilant against demonic insects that may appear at any moment. I'll also need to spend most of my time guarding the blood ginseng location to fully cultivate the blood ginseng. That way, the yield can be increased by at least 3 times. At the same time, if an irresistible foe appears, I'll have time to collect all the spiritual medicine and make a full retreat. Concerning exploring underground secrets, after this incident, Qi Ping definitely wouldn't make any rash moves before the high-speed ring-cutting bees are cultivated. Because if what's underground isn't a treasure but a sealed nest, and he accidentally breaks the seal, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, the priority now is to quickly cultivate a large batch of blood ginseng and a high-speed ring-cutting bee legion. With these 2 trump cards, even if forced to leave later, Qi Ping can protect himself and seek new development opportunities. Besides these, Qi Ping, in his free time recovering his spiritual power, planned to do 2 more things. One was to persuade Old Man Zhou to take some resources and return to the mortal world, and then come back to enjoy a peaceful life once things stabilize here. Otherwise, staying here, life and death would be uncertain. Qi Ping felt that even his ability to protect himself wasn't assured, much less being able to protect Old Man Zhou. However, in the mortal world, due to the lack of spiritual qi, it holds no attraction for demonic insects. Cultivators are typically safe as long as they don't violate the cultivator's mortal world rules regarding the righteous sect alliances. With Old Man Zhou leaving, Qi Ping could single-mindedly focus on resource management and blast soldier strategy. Qi Ping intended to bring back Old Man Zhou, help him continue breaking through, and extend his lifespan once he firmly established himself here. The other task was to inform Sister Nan about the blood pattern locusts and inquire if her crisis premonition talent had any reactions to determine the scale of the upcoming demonic insect attacks. Because if the scale is massive, Sister Nan will most likely be unable to remain uninvolved. He also wished to remind her to prepare well. Whether she decides to stay or leave is beyond Qi Ping's decision. At the foot courtyard of the 7th mountain peak, Old Man Zhou was lying on the purple bamboo lounge chair, listening to Qi Ping recounting the situation about the demonic insects. Demonic insects? Is it that severe? Old Man Zhou was somewhat surprised after hearing it. Yes, so the upcoming times in Qingshi County will be very dangerous, and even the golden marrow bees might not be able to protect us. Brother Shan and Pang have gone to find the Hongyuan Merchant Association to take them out of Qingshi County back to the mortal world. So I'd like you to take some spirit stones and golden marrow honey and go with them to the mortal world for now. We'll bring you back when this tribulation cultivator and demonic insect issue is over. Qi Ping carefully spoke words he had contemplated many times, concerned that Old Man Zhou might think of his disciple who joined a large sect and never returned. But Qi Ping's worries were evidently unnecessary. Old Man Zhou, upon hearing it, identified the concerns in Qi Ping's heart and soothingly laughed, saying, "Don't worry. You don't need to be concerned about me. I know your nature very well, young lad. It's been many years since I visited the mortal world. Going back for a look sounds nice." Then, breezily, Old Man Zhou leaped off the lounge chair and went inside to pack his things. Yet, halfway through, he uncharacteristically showed a trace of worry and turned back. "You brat, make sure you survive. Don't let this old man have no one to buy me wine when I can't move anymore." "How could that happen? Until I've married a few beautiful wives, I won't die." Qi Ping laughed in reply. "You brat." Old Man Zhou shook his head and continued packing his things. He had always kept an open perspective on such matters and didn't want to make things difficult for Qi Ping, knowing it was indeed the best choice. Qi Ping, watching Old Man Zhou's departing figure, sighed. With the smile fading from his face, it was replaced by determination. This calamity, although risky if well prepared, could be an opportunity. Even the demonic insect corpses alone were worth quite a few spirit stones. Half a day later, Qi Ping personally escorted Old Man Zhou to the Hongyun Merchant Association, and only after Wang Mountain and Fatty Zhou joined up with him did he finally put this concern to rest. In the current situation, loose cultivators are as worthless as weeds. Returning to the mortal world is much safer. Now, with no worries, Qi Ping can fully focus on nurturing spiritual medicine and cultivating the high-speed ring-cutting bee legion. Even though Qingshi County is dangerous, as long as I am cautious, with a large number of high-speed ring-cutting bees, whether dealing with demonic insects or tribulation cultivators, it may still be an opportunity for resource acquisition. My current advantage is controlling insects and being able to boost soldiers through cultivating spiritual medicine. High-speed ring-cutting bees are fast and can relay information from far away. So in any situation, part of the swarm can act as vanguard scouts and then decide whether to fight or flee. If I can fight, I will fight. If not, I will flee. Then I should prepare an appropriate escape route to be more secure. Qi Ping, although preferring a peaceful farming life, faces the situation without hesitation. Since force has dictated, then let there be killing. If only I could quickly reach Druid level 3. Qi Ping hoped internally. Once the Druid reaches level 3, the Wilderness Transformation skill can be acquired. Wilderness Transformation. You can transform into an animal and acquire the extraordinary power of the transformed animal. Now, for Qi Ping, the transformation form he first desires is the golden marrow bee, the first animal companion he contracted. With the formation of the high-speed ring-cutting bees and growing numbers of the bee legion, once transformed into a bee, Qi Ping will be indistinguishable from the other bees in aura, appearance, and divine soul. In such circumstances, even faced with a foundation establishment cultivator, Qi Ping would have the confidence to escape. If confronted with insurmountable danger, Qi Ping could choose to disperse the bee swarm throughout the cloud, mist mountain range, and transform himself to blend among them. In this situation, not just one foundation establishment, even 4 or 5, wouldn't be able to catch him. This is the reason Qi Ping opts to transform into a bee, for strong life-preserving ability. Besides, there's a limitation to the wilderness transformation. It can only be a form you're wholly familiar with, and its energy can't surpass your own total energy. Considering Qi Ping currently is familiar with only the forms of the black little bee, golden marrow bee, and mutated bee species, even if he knew the form of the Qilin, he'd be unable to transform successfully. The energy and strength disparity is too vast between the two. The power of the transformation target cannot exceed Qi Ping's own strength by too much, or transformation becomes impossible. Although high-speed ring-cutting bees surpass Qi Ping greatly in realm, their size compared to Qi Ping is incredibly small, hence transforming into them poses no difficulty. Not far from level 3 now. Druid level, LV2, 83 200s. 117 more level experience points to reach level 3. A month at most, and I'll be able to upgrade to level 3 Druid. Or even faster if I can get a Centennial Blood Ginseng and 50-year Flowing Lightgrass. Previously, Qi Ping gained 47 Druid experience points after successfully cultivating the high-speed ring-cutting bees, balance bees, and big belly bees. So as soon as the high-speed ring-cutting bee swarm expansion is complete, he can simultaneously enhance level experience through spiritual medicine cultivation and create a bloodline mutation potion for further transformation of the golden marrow bee. This could allow Qi Ping to earn double the experience from the same activity, perhaps less than a month, and Qi Ping could officially upgrade to level 3. Once wilderness transformation is acquired, Qi Ping's survival capability will soar. Even if he doesn't provoke those super strong opponents, perhaps even if 3 major families can't take his life. The anticipation of soon acquiring the wilderness transformation skill fuels Qi Ping's confidence in the future. He just needs to endure this most dangerous period. First step, fully nurture spiritual medicine, expanding the high-speed, ring-cutting bees. Second step, utilize bloodline mutation potion to rapidly elevate Druid level to 3, gain wilderness transformation skill, achieve metamorphosis into the bee form of the high-speed, ring-cutting bees. Third step, confidently seek Boss Gao for spirit beast information. With wilderness transformation skill and high-speed ring-cutting bee legion as trump cards. Even if targeted due to purchasing a good spirit beast, there are measures to counter. Future animal companion potential becomes more vital. Animal companions should have high potential or rare talent, which immensely aids Qi Ping's cultivation, worth risking. If suitable, contracting 2 animal companions at once is possible with the right spirit beast. Qi Ping believes completing these 3 steps would provide a foothold no matter how chaotic Qingshi County becomes. On the way back after sending Old Man Zhou off, Qi Ping visited Sister Nan to inform her about the blood-patterned locust. Sister Nan was momentarily silent upon hearing the news, but her resolve to stay remained unwavering. Qi Ping considered Sister Nan to be wise. Her actions must have compelling reasons, so he refrained from urging further. If able, he'd lend a hand when necessary. Additionally, he inquired whether her crisis-sensing talent sensed anything, receiving a negative response. This mildly reassured Qi Ping. With her unaffected, a large-scale demonic insect attack seems unlikely. Small-scale raids could be handled by the Golden Marrow Bee. Finally, Qi Ping advised Sister Nan to immediately alert him if her crisis-sensing talent indicated anything, to which she promptly agreed. Upon returning to the mountain, Qi Ping's spiritual power was replenished considerably, so he immediately went to the blood ginseng cultivation site to nurture them. Now, regarding blood ginseng as a resource, Qi Ping cultivates as much as possible, as this determines the soldier expansion limit. Once some blood ginseng is amassed, he can turn to cultivating centennial blood ginseng and 50-year flowing light grass, further mutating the golden marrow bee to hasten the gain of Druid experience. Qi Ping's plant growth skill has now reached level 2, significantly increasing the accumulation speed of spiritual medicine and reducing the difficulty of nurturing high-aged spiritual medicine. Thus, in the upcoming period, Qi Ping dives wholeheartedly into cultivating blood ginseng, besides necessary rest for recovery of spiritual power and spiritual energy, spending all other time in relentless cultivation. Despite extreme exhaustion, Qi Ping dares not slacken, fueled by strong belief and a grave sense of crisis. Under such extreme conditions, Qi Ping's harvest is extraordinary. Not only is the blood ginseng produced rapidly, continuously refined into honey by the golden marrow bee, or temporarily stockpiled for when the big belly bee legion completes to start honey production. Even Qi Ping's Druid level experience is obtained at 2 to 3 times the usual speed. Druid level experience +1. Druid level experience +1. Druid level experience +1. Every time he saw this experience notification, a deep sense of satisfaction arose in Qi Ping's heart. Yet this state lasted only 3 days before Qi Ping faced an unwelcome visitor stronger than blood-patterned locust. Blood armor beetle. Damn, it's definitely no coincidence that demonic insects found their way here. Though Qi Ping couldn't confirm before, now the blood armor beetles are headed straight to where blood ginseng grows. Seeing the newly appearing demonic insect, the blood armor beetle, flying yet again towards the blood ginseng's growth site, Qi Ping's face instantly turned extremely grim. Not a coincidence. The demonic insects appeared twice in succession, both heading directly for the blood ginseng's growth site. The blood pattern locust was one before, and now this is the blood armor beetle. What exactly is hidden underground at the blood ginseng's growth site? Originally, Qi Ping was already wary of something underground at the blood ginseng's growth site. Hence he dared not dig it up, for having a stable tier 1 intermediate spiritual land was more important to him. Yet now, with the demonic insects just emerging, in a short span of days, 2 waves of demonic insects have already attacked this location, further proving that something dangerous might be buried under the blood ginseng. This made Qi Ping even more cautious of the underground elements at the blood ginseng's growth site. Besides, Qi Ping had another question. How did these 2 waves of demonic insects find this place? Scent? Pheromones? Memory? But Qi Ping felt it was unlikely. If it were memory, it couldn't have taken so long for just 2 waves to appear, plus the lifespan of demonic insects is short, leaving little room for memory. The scent might be a possibility, Perhaps some imperceptible pheromone was released here, attracting any passing demonic insects. Unfortunately, demonic insects have a violent nature, rendering the Beast King Druid ineffective. Otherwise, it might have been possible to find something out. Perhaps during the battle later, I can rely on the animal communication skill to hear some useful information. The blood armor beetles were flying slowly, as if confirming their direction while flying. Simultaneously, they seemed very focused, ignoring the small black bees they encountered, which would normally have been treated as food. However, to Qi Ping's disappointment, despite the blood armor beetles making sounds, he could not understand them at all. Are demonic insects not within the Beast King Druid's purview? Not only is Beast Friend ineffective, even animal communication failed. This was the first time Qi Ping encountered such a situation. Until now, he had never failed to understand the language of any animals, from spirit beasts like horses and cows to common mosquitoes and ants. Yet here with demonic insects, it failed. It seems in-game, druids define animals as those growing in natural ecosystems, while demonic insects are not normal products of natural ecosystems, thereby being excluded from the druid's concept of animals. The traits of demonic insects are bloodthirst, slaughter, and ferocity, more like monsters or enemy fiends. Realizing this, Qi Ping understood. Since there's no communication value, let's start the killing. Without any need for communication, only battle remained. No matter what, Qi Ping would absolutely not allow demonic insects to invade his blood ginseng cultivation area now. And although the group of blood armor beetles in front of him was strong, Qi Ping wasn't unprepared. The number of blood armor beetles is slightly more than last time's blood pattern locusts, totaling 56. Listen up, align according to the practiced arrays, with 10 bees forming a group, each group specifically targeting one blood armor beetle. The whole body of a blood armor beetle is nearly covered in armor. Your stingers can't penetrate it easily, so the eyes and rear are the only two weak points. As long as you penetrate and release venom, you can win. Be ready to assist bees in danger at other locations. Buzz buzz. Yes, boss. Buzz buzz. We've practiced this formation over 100 times. There will be no mistakes. After speaking, the golden marrow bees immediately attacked the blood armor beetles. Qi Ping watched the 560 golden marrow bees charging forward without blinking. Although tense, he also couldn't help but anticipate. He was eager to see the effect of golden marrow bees fighting in a military formation. This was a method Qi Ping specifically devised in the previous few days to deal with demonic insects. He recalled in history, an army with a military formation could be much more destructive than armies 10 times their size. Normally, unless one's strength surpassed a higher level completely, facing 10 well-trained opponents in combat, escaping death was unlikely. This was somewhat similar to the golden marrow bees, as battles between them and demonic insects were mostly close-quarters combat, so the battle array should be effective. Moreover, the golden marrow bees were highly obedient, fearless, and trusted each other completely. If well-trained, the effect of the battle array could potentially be stronger than humans. Thus, Qi Ping specially designed a simple battle array for the golden marrow bees to practice. For example, 10 bees attacking at the same time, making it impossible to watch both ends, or surrounding from above, below, front, back, left, and right, or having some bees responsible for lure and distraction, some for rescue, some for sneak attacks, or when facing overly powerful demonic insects, even choosing to sacrifice individuals to create chances for other bees to strike. Right now, the golden marrow bees face the enemy, the blood armor beetle. Though it was also a Tier 1 intermediate demonic insect, it had much higher combat strength than the blood pattern locust, far exceeding that of the golden marrow bees. Blood armor beetle, Tier 1 intermediate demonic insect, covered in hard blood-colored armor, equipped with extremely sharp and damaging forelimbs, tremendous strength. Qi Ping estimated that in a chaotic fight, 56 blood armor beetles could even potentially achieve a kill ratio of 1-5, or even higher against the golden marrow bees, because their blood armor was extremely hard, making it very difficult for the mouth parts and stings of the golden marrow bees to break the blood armor beetle's defense. Though the golden marrow bees had good defense, Even mid-stage chi refining cultivators found it challenging to kill them. But under the blood armor beetle's highly lethal forelimbs, lasting a few moves was uncertain. This highlighted the terrifying combat power of demonic insects and why they struck fear into ordinary cultivators. Therefore, under normal battle conditions, it wasn't a major challenge for one blood armor beetle to slay 5 to 6 golden marrow bees, which was Chi Ping's worry. The blood armor beetles and golden marrow bees soon approached each other, and a fierce aura immediately spread. Faced with golden marrow bees 10 times their number, the blood armor beetles showed no fear or retreat, but instead charged fiercely forward. The melee commenced almost instantly. Meanwhile, Chi Ping's heart leaped into his throat at this moment. Faced with the far superior blood armor beetles, the golden marrow bees, organized in groups of 10, identified their opponents and immediately sent forward one golden marrow bee to attract the blood armor beetle. Upon engagement, this golden marrow bee would latch onto the head of the blood armor beetle, fighting and biting each other. It could delay the blood armor beetle for a few moments. And these few moments were what it won for the other 9 golden marrow bees. Once the leading golden marrow bee locked the blood armor beetle, 2 other bees quickly enveloped and bit down on its 2 wings. Another 4 bees attacked its 6 legs. These assaults occurred almost simultaneously. Though the blood armor beetle was stronger than the golden marrow bee, it mainly relied on its hard blood armor and exceptionally damaging forelimbs. In strength, it wasn't vastly superior to the golden marrow bee. Thus, once its wings and legs were bitten by 6 golden marrow bees, it lost its ability to fly and maneuver and fell straight from the sky. This scene unfolded at the instant of their clash. With the extraordinary cooperation power of the golden marrow bees, 56 blood armor beetles consecutively plummeted from the air. And the moment the blood armor beetles were constrained, the final 3 bees in a bee formation seized the opportunity, with 2 bees' stingers thrusting into the blood armor beetle's eyes. The final bee's stinger pierced the rear of the blood armor beetle, injecting the bee venom with fierce precision at that moment. In a short time, all the blood armor beetles had their eyes and abdomens pierced rapidly by the stingers of the golden marrow bees. The venom on the highly poisonous tail spikes of the golden marrow bees also crazily released after piercing, without holding back in the slightest. In an instant, a considerable amount of venom was fiercely poured into the bodies and heads of the blood armor beetles. The toxicity of the golden marrow bees' venom is not low. If the quantity is large enough, even a mid-stage chi refining cultivator can be poisoned to death in a short time, let alone a small creature like the blood armor beetle. So when this venom entered the blood armor beetle's body, it rapidly and wildly began to destroy it. The blood armor beetle felt excruciating pain and wanted to struggle madly, but its power organs were tightly controlled by 6 golden marrow bees, and a front leg was firmly held back by 1 bee sacrificing its life. After struggling for only a few breaths, all the blood armor beetles died. The strength of the blood armor beetle lies in its defense and its extremely destructive front legs, which even a mid-stage chi refining cultivator can hardly inflict significant damage by casting magic. However, the blood armor beetle can break through a cultivator's spiritual chi and flesh defenses with its front legs and even drill directly into their bodies. But correspondingly, the flesh beneath the blood armor beetle's armor has a very average resistance to poison, so it can't withstand for long when injected with a large amount of bee poison. This battle process seems complex, but it lasted only a few breaths. From engaging, to sacrificing to lure the enemy, to restricting movement, and then to injecting venom, it all happened in a short time. In the process, the golden marrow bees also demonstrated a highly effective execution and familiarity with their battle formation. Bear in mind that facing the extremely destructive front legs of the blood armor beetle, even the golden marrow bee's defense could last only a few breaths. If they couldn't complete the kill within this time, the casualties of the golden marrow bees would multiply. Especially if the coordination between groups of bees was disrupted, they could be easily picked off, making it difficult to maintain the state where 6 golden marrow bees restrict all the movement organs of the blood armor beetle. Fortunately, after training, the combat coordination of the golden marrow bees was extremely high, and this time they directly targeted the weakness of the blood armor beetle and quickly completed the kill task. But to kill each blood armor beetle, it required sacrificing one golden marrow bee to achieve such a result. Because in those few short breaths, the bees that actively approached the blood armor beetle and attracted its frontal firepower had their hard shells and spiritual chi defenses torn apart, with most of their bodies damaged. Some were even cut in half, merely relying on their life force that would not die immediately, still using their operational organs to firmly restrict the blood armor beetle and buy time for their companions. All 56 blood armor beetles died, but at the cost of sacrificing 56 golden marrow bees. Although this is the best loss ratio when facing the ferocious demonic insect like the blood armor beetle, without the effect of the battle array, the natural combat state would surely lead to a much higher casualty rate for the bees. The effect of the battle array used by the golden marrow bees is indeed quite good. Being able to achieve such a casualty ratio against the blood armor beetle is already quite strong. Sigh. If there were a bee species with a defense type similar to the blood armor beetle, that would be great. This way, the casualties could be minimized, perhaps even achieved with no casualties. This battle also gradually made Qi Ping aware of the enormous enhancement the battle array provided to the combat strength of the bee swarm. When targeting the enemy's weakness, the strength was increased several times over. From this, one can also see the role of the battle array and command in swarm combat. If the battle array can be further refined, even facing a late-stage Tier 1 high-speed ring-cutting bee or even Tier 2 bee swarm should also be effective. Just not sure if there are any battle arrays suitable for swarm combat in the Immortal Cultivation realm. Qi Ping guessed there should be, knowing that cultivators can form arrays to confront enemies, so bee swarms must also be capable, but his current knowledge of the Immortal Cultivation realm is still too limited. However, this also planted a seed in Qi Ping's heart, with a determination to find a suitable array for the bee swarm, be it for defense, interference, or attack effects. He could communicate with each bee, which is his advantage, something difficult for other insect-controlling cultivators, and this is the basis of array formation. And if the bee species variety could be increased, it seems there are considerable advantages. If able to cultivate thick armored bees with outstanding defense, highly poisonous bees with strong toxicity, or other bee types with strong attack or interference capabilities, the combat ability and flexibility of the bee swarm can be greatly enhanced. This way, different battle methods can be adopted based on the combat characteristics of different enemies, such as demonic insects, human cultivators, or fierce beasts. Qi Ping suddenly realized that if he could keep the bee swarm intact, it seems he could enable the bee swarm to exert combat strength far surpassing cultivators of the same level. When a swarm of bees emerges, who wouldn't fear it? And if arrays can be coupled, the combat power could further increase significantly. Upon realizing this issue, the importance of the bee swarm instantly rose another level in Qi Ping's heart. With extraordinary combat power and the ability to produce honey for cultivation, Qi Ping couldn't think of a more suitable early-stage pet beast than this. Moreover, with the spirit beast cultivation, demon insect chapter available, although Qi Ping was unsure about cultivating Tier 3 golden marrow bees, he was absolutely confident in cultivating Tier 2 golden marrow bees. Once Tier 2 golden marrow bees come to be, combined with his ability to perform wilderness transformation with the golden marrow bees, who in Qingshi County could kill him then, the Cloud Mist Mountain Range would be his domain. Yet the most important thing now is to overcome the current challenge first. Just lost 56 golden marrow bees, along with those lost a few days ago. Now the number of golden marrow bees has drastically reduced to just over 1,400. And now, there's still 10 days before the first batch of 200 high-speed ring-cutting bees emerge. These 10 days are the extreme limit that the bee swarm can achieve, even with twice the normal consumption of blood ginseng. Qi Ping was unsure whether the more than 1,400 golden marrow bees could last until 10 days later. Because, judging from the state of these past two waves of demonic insects, the attacking demonic insects might become increasingly stronger. Once late-stage Tier 1 demonic insects or a large number of mid-stage Tier 1 demonic insects appear, a single battle could lead to huge casualties, possibly wiping out the entire force, which Qi Ping absolutely couldn't allow. For the next 10 days, we'll hold the line as much as possible. If we can't hold it, retreat quickly with the bee swarm and spiritual medicine. Wait for the high-speed, ring-cutting bees to mature, then return to see if the spiritual land can be used. The battle mode of the Golden Marrow Bee Legion's battle array has also taken initial shape. If we continue to practice for the next few days, it's not impossible to endure these 10 days, estimating that during these 10 days, there could be at most 3 or 4 waves of demonic insects like this. After making his decision, Chi Ping started to collect the corpses of the blood armor beetles, which could be sold for some spirit stones. Then Chi Ping tirelessly continued to cultivate blood ginseng, striving to accumulate spiritual medicine resources as much as possible. During this time, Chi Ping couldn't leave this place because if an enemy hard to resist appeared, Chi Ping had to quickly collect all the spiritual medicines and escape from here. After the affair with the blood armor beetles, Chi Ping once again resumed his frenzied cultivation of spiritual medicines, day and night, all to accumulate more spiritual medicines and gain more Druid experience. Another 3 days passed. Chi Ping welcomed the third wave of demonic insects, blood armor beetles again. But this time, the number of blood armor beetles was as high as 132. However, such a lineup was not enough to make Chi Ping give up this place. After deciding to engage in battle, using the same combat mode as last time, this time the Golden Marrow Bees completed the battle even more promptly and neatly. Yet the casualty ratio of 132 was still unavoidable. After this battle, the number of Golden Marrow Bees reduced to less than 1,300. This made Chi Ping's mood sink once more. On the 6th day, with 4 days until the high-speed, ring-cutting bees matured, the 4th wave of demonic insects attacked. Why every 3 days again? Chi Ping internally raised this question, feeling it unlikely to be just a coincidence. But now, what's more important was how to deal with the 4th wave of demonic insects with minimal losses. Mid-tier Tier 1 Thorny Demon Spider, 216 of them. Although this number is large, their weakness is obvious. As long as the first wave of spider silk is dodged, then seizing this gap, go all out for the kill. So, under the combat mode of 5 bees per group, the Golden Marrow Bees managed to eliminate all the thorny demon spiders at the mere cost of losing 3 Golden Marrow Bees. The Golden Marrow Bees bound by spider silk were all rescued later. The 4th wave of demonic insects almost cost the bee swarm nothing, yet Chi Ping gained over 200 thorny demon spider carcasses. A small profit. On the 9th day, the day before the high-speed, ring-cutting bees would mature, the 5th wave of demonic insects attacked. 3 days again. But upon learning it was a group of Tier 1 demonic insects, bone bees, Chi Ping's heart sank instantly. Upon learning that the enemy consisted of 50 bone bees, Chi Ping's expression grew exceedingly grim. Bone bee, Tier 1 high-level demonic insect, with outstanding defense due to its exoskeleton-covered body. Its tail spike is highly poisonous, and its mouth parts are sharp. The bone bee was a genuine Tier 1 high-level demonic insect, far superior in strength to demonic insects like the blood armor beetle, blood vein locust, and thorny demon spider. Defense, attack, and poison were all exceptional, and its speed was also very fast. More importantly, the bone bee's entire body was covered by a layer of white exoskeleton that provided such defense that even standing still, it couldn't be breached by a Tier 1 intermediate Golden Marrow Bee. The rear of the bone bee was not a weak point either, as its tail spike was much more formidable than that of the Golden Marrow Bee. Additionally, the bone bee was 2 to 3 times larger than a Golden Marrow Bee, with power and speed far exceeding it, and both front and back equipped with mouth parts and highly poisonous tail spikes that could deal lethal attacks, making its lethality extremely frightening. Normal Golden Marrow Bees wouldn't last a moment under a bone bee. The only weak point of the bone bee was its slightly fragile eyes, which the Golden Marrow Bees merely had a chance to break through. Another tricky issue was that, being bees, they generally had strong resistance to each other's venom, especially bone bees, which were inherently highly poisonous and surely had greater resistance to the venom of Golden Marrow Bees. For the Golden Marrow Bees to win, they would need to fight as a group of at least 20 bees, risking their lives for a chance at victory. Yet even so, Chi Ping estimated that in a battle between 1,300 golden marrow bees and 50 bone bees, the loss could be at least 500 or even more than 1,000. Chi Ping couldn't accurately estimate the specific numbers, given the vast disparity in combat power between Tier 1 Intermediate and Tier 1 High Level. Damn it, just one more day and my high-speed ring-cutting bees would have been ready. Chi Ping was somewhat frustrated. Currently, the high-speed ring-cutting bee organs were not fully mature, unable to form effective combat power. Why did this have to happen on the very last day before the high-speed ring-cutting bees were formed? Leaving now felt too unwilling for him. Chi Ping had already made some guesses about what lay beneath the blood ginseng growth area. There was likely something below that emitted a special signal every 3 days, summoning demonic insects. But Chi Ping couldn't determine whether this was a special mechanism or some kind of life form. Regardless, once the area was overtaken by demonic insects, not only would the spiritual land likely be ruined, but what lay below might also bring unforeseen disasters. And now, Chi Ping's high-speed ring-cutting bee legion was just 1 day away from initial formation. Chi Ping had even gained 55 points of Druid experience over the past 9 days. Druid level, LV2, 83 200ths. Druid level, LV2, 138 200ths. Now, Chi Ping only needed 62 more points of Druid experience to advance to a Tier 3 Druid and acquire the life-saving divine skill, Wilderness Transformation. One blood ginseng had even been cultivated to 100 years. Chi Ping only needed to cultivate a 50-year-old flowing light grass to create another bloodline mutation potion. The flowing light grass would take an estimated 4 to 5 more days to reach 50 years, allowing further transformation of the golden marrow bee species at that time. Leveraging the experience acquired from the transformed golden marrow bee swarm, Chi Ping was certain he could directly advance to Tier 3 Druid. All this only required about a week. If he were to leave now, finding a new spiritual land suitable for cultivating blood ginseng and flowing light grass might entail untold difficulties and troubles. Moreover, Chi Ping was quite interested in what lay beneath the blood ginseng, and as long as he could use wilderness transformation on the high-speed ring-cutting bees, any potential threat below would be minimized for him. After all, how many could catch him with high-speed ring-cutting bees dispersed throughout the cloud mist mountain range? Under such conditions, the opportunities that might exist beneath the blood ginseng might not be out of his reach. But if the bone bees were allowed to invade today, everything would be ruined. In that case, let's do this. Chi Ping made a resolute decision and immediately summoned his sole high-speed ring-cutting bee. This high-speed ring-cutting bee was the only first-generation genetic bee, which Chi Ping had intended to never send into battle under normal circumstances, given its unmatched strength as a first-generation mutation. But now, Chi Ping had no choice but to use it. Otherwise, even if all 1,300 golden marrow bees joined the fight, it would likely be a narrow victory or even a defeat. Anyway, there are already 600 high-speed ring-cutting bees nearing maturity, with more drones being bred, so even in the event of an accident, it should be manageable. Moreover, if the golden marrow bees once again consume the bloodline mutation potion, they might evolve into even stronger bee species. Confident of his plan, Chi Ping resolved that even if this first-generation high-speed ring-cutting bee perished, they must win this battle. Chi Ping then turned to it and said, "Soon, while the other bees distract the bone bees, seize the opportunity to swiftly sever their bodies or wings and ensure your own safety. Do not engage head-on." After deciding to involve the first-generation high-speed ring-cutting bee in combat, Chi Ping carefully instructed it. The high-speed ring-cutting bee possessed the talents of blade wings, high-speed cutting, and wind's extreme speed, excelling in speed and powerful cutting attacks. Correspondingly, its defense wasn't particularly outstanding. Although it was not bad, it wasn't sufficient to withstand a large number of bone bees. Once encircled by bone bees, it would be in danger. Therefore, using the ordinary golden marrow bees to hold the bone bees, and then having the high-speed ring-cutting bee leverage its extreme speed to ambush the defenseless bone bees would yield the best results. Buzz buzz. Don't worry, boss. Trust this bee, it'll be fine. Buzz buzz. They don't seem as strong as they seem. A bee. exuding a sharp aura and much larger than ordinary golden marrow bees, confidently assured Qi Ping. Eyeing the 50 bone bees with a murderous look, in the next moment, its body shot forward like a sharp sword. As the high-speed ring-cutting bee approached, the entire bone bee swarm suddenly froze, their eyes fixated on the direction of the approaching high-speed ring-cutting bee, as if encountering a formidable enemy. The high-speed ring-cutting bee seemed stronger than I imagined. Qi Ping paused slightly, seeing the scene. It seemed he had underestimated the high-speed ring-cutting bee. Thus Qi Ping seized the opportunity, ordering the golden marrow bees to engage in groups of 20 without hesitation. With the bone bee's attention partially drawn by the higher-level high-speed ring-cutting bee, it was the last chance for the golden marrow bees to initiate battle. Following Qi Ping's command, the golden marrow bees immediately launched a massive assault on the bone bees, using a special battle array. The momentum created by engaging in a battle array way was far more impressive than when attacking chaotically. At this moment, Qi Ping also activated the skill Wild Heart. Wild Heart. As the Beast King Druid, you can awaken the tenacious will and immense rage within your animal companions, granting them bonuses to will, attack power, and attack speed. The skill Wild Heart can increase the combat power of Qi Ping's animal companions significantly for a short period. The only drawback is that after the battle, they might experience weakness and lethargy for a certain period, which can range from a few hours to several days, depending on the duration of the wild state. Qi Ping has tested this many times. In regular combat, Qi Ping would not opt to activate the Wild Heart skill. But when facing enemies like the bone bees without the Wild Heart, the golden marrow bees are just too weak. Wild Heart. Under Qi Ping's command, he activated the Wild Heart amplification for 1,000 golden marrow bees. Under the amplification of the Wild Heart, the golden marrow bees instantly displayed an increase in momentum by about 20%. Once the battle began, every 20 golden marrow bees formed a special battle array and charged forward. Within this battle array, no matter which bee the bone bee attacked, that golden marrow bee would cling on desperately, allowing the others to encircle and commence their assault in that instant. Even when the bone bee's speed caused 2 or 3 bees to be attacked simultaneously, the other groups of bees and reserve bees would quickly fill the gaps. One golden marrow bee would temporarily hold the opponent, and the other 19 would swiftly tear at the bone bee's wings and 6 legs. Can't hold 6? Then 16 will do. With the Wild Heart boost and the battle array support, the golden marrow bees demonstrated outstanding combat skills at that moment. They coordinated closely, frantically biting and entangling the bone bee's various organs. Under the combined biting and entangling of the golden marrow bees, the familiar scene reoccurred as swarms of bees fell from the sky. The bone bees had formidable defense, mouth parts, and tail stingers, but didn't have enough strength to effortlessly resist 16 golden marrow bees. Once tangled up by the bone bees, the subsequent attacks by the golden marrow bees were not smooth, because even the bone bees' weakest eyes had strong defenses. And the bone bees only needed about a breath's time to completely kill one golden marrow bee. In the blink of an eye, Qi Ping had lost over 50 golden marrow bees. But this scene was perfect for the high-speed ring-cutting bee. Its current goal was to kill the bone bees at the fastest speed while protecting itself, to save as many companions as possible. So once the bone bees were entangled by the golden marrow bees, the high-speed ring-cutting bee swiftly made its move. A golden figure swiftly swept over a bone bee like a ghost. Following a piercing, cutting sound, a bone bee was instantly severed at the connecting point and fell to the ground in 2 halves. Clean and neat. The defense that even the golden marrow bees couldn't break was cut open in a breath by the high-speed ring-cutting bee. The terrifying combat power of the original high-speed cutting bee was perfectly displayed at this moment. To think this high-speed ring-cutting bee, before its transformation, was already one of the fastest and most reactive in the swarm, had not qualified for the bloodline mutation potion due to its seemingly frail appearance. But by chance, it still obtained the last opportunity to consume the bloodline mutation potion with its exceptional speed and reaction talents, finally achieving the super-enhanced high-speed ring-cutting bee. High-speed cutting. Under Qi Ping's astounded gaze, This high-speed ring-cutting bee continued flashing through the bone bee swarm in a swift and crisp manner. Like a golden blade, it sliced one bone bee after another in half. Clean and swift. No extra movements. Each flight would cut through a bone bee's body. The beauty of battle and slaughter was vividly displayed by the high-speed ring-cutting bee at that moment. The late Tier 1 bone bees, with their formidable defenses, could only be sitting targets to be slaughtered by the high-speed ring-cutting bee. Realizing they were becoming targets, the bone bees struggled desperately, wanting to reach out collectively to deal with the high-speed ring-cutting bee. If only they could encircle the high-speed ring-cutting bee, they could win. This was the combat intuition of the demonic insect bone bees. But how could the golden marrow bees let them have their way? Upon witnessing the transformed companion's strength, they were delighted beyond measure. This further strengthened their will to fight and earn opportunities for their companion. With more golden marrow bees joining in suppressing the remaining bone bees, almost every bone bee was pinned down by over 20 golden marrow bees. With all their powerful organs being desperately held by the bees, not a single bone bee could escape. Even if some golden marrow bees were killed by the bone bees' stingers or mandibles from time to time, it did not affect the golden marrow bees' fighting will in the slightest. Now, with just one transformed companion joining, they could suppress the bone bee swarm. What about when hundreds to thousands more transformed companions mature? How strong would their species become? So they must win this battle. This place must be held. This is their divine land of abundance. Because it was here that they met their leader Chi Ping, and it was here that their group found hope for continuous growth and transformation. Thus, under their heightened fighting spirit and the wild heart's frenzied suppression, not a single bone bee could escape the entanglement. It was under such conditions that the high-speed ring-cutting bee conducted extreme speed cutting and killing. One bone bee after another was severed in half. Chi Ping was deeply shocked by such a scene. He hadn't anticipated that the battle would turn out this way. The performance of the high-speed ring-cutting bee was nothing short of brilliant, a natural-born killer bee. It seems that in 4 or 5 days, when using the bloodline mutation potion again to cultivate the swarm, I could select some males with more distinctive features. Physical strength isn't necessarily the primary factor for a successful transformation. Chi Ping now most wants to cultivate thick-armored bees with super strong defenses and highly poisonous bees with extreme toxicity. If he could nurture bees with super-enhanced organs like the high-speed ring-cutting bee, such as bees with extreme biting power, it would be ideal. The collaboration between different bee species can fully maximize combat power. The ensuing battle didn't last long, as all the bone bees were cut in half by the high-speed ring-cutting bee and died shortly after being suppressed by the golden marrow bees. But even in such a short time, the number of golden marrow bees killed reached nearly 300, a massive loss. Now, Chi Ping was left with less than 1,000 golden marrow bees. In 10 days, over 500 golden marrow bees had perished in battle. But fortunately, this battle was won, with even fewer losses than anticipated. In a way, this was a blessing within misfortune. After the battle, Chi Ping immediately took out a batch of high-quality honey. After such a battle, both the golden marrow bees and the high-speed ring-cutting bee were extremely weak or fatigued and needed high-quality honey to replenish their bodily deficits and shorten the period of weakness. After all, who knows when unforeseen incidents might occur? Just one more day. From tomorrow onward, a batch of high-speed ring-cutting bees will mature every day. Within a week, I will also use the swarm's transformation opportunity to advance to a Tier 3 Druid. At that time, no matter what demonic insect or tribulation cultivator comes, they will all have to die. After consuming honey, the aura of the golden marrow bees gradually revived. The first-generation high-speed ring-cutting bee, due to not having the beast's heart drain, only suffered from physical exhaustion due to continuous killing, but after a short rest, it was fine. This made Chi Ping secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Now, there were less than 200 golden marrow bees that could maintain their peak condition, and the combat power of the entire swarm drastically reduced. However, as long as the first-generation high-speed ring-cutting bee was there, it was like having a small trump card in hand. The recent performance of the first-generation high-speed ring-cutting bee was enough to demonstrate its formidable power. With only one day remaining, Qi Ping had to be especially cautious, repeatedly instructing the golden marrow bees and the black small bees to monitor every corner of the entire mountain without omission. On the final day, Qi Ping spent the entire day in anxiety. To ease his inner worries and tension, Qi Ping could only try to distract himself by immersing his mind in the comprehension of the plant growth skill. Although plant growth was a skill, this special law of accelerating plant growth truly existed in the Immortal Cultivation realm. The improvement of the skill required Qi Ping to genuinely comprehend this law, and this state of understanding the rules allowed Qi Ping to feel somewhat at ease. It's often the moment closest to success when one fears unexpected incidents the most, because failure at this point is the most regrettable. Encountering such situations at the beginning or middle would be easier to accept. Fortunately, after one day, nothing unexpected happened. This made Qi Ping breathe a huge sigh of relief and feel extremely fortunate. He finally made it through this period. The high-speed ring-cutting bee is formed. Looking at the batch of high-speed ring-cutting bees in front of him, with wings like sharp blades, Qi Ping's heart surged with intense joy and a feeling of bittersweet success. Today, a total of 32 mature, high-speed ring-cutting bees emerged, and in the following week, roughly 30 high-speed ring-cutting bees would form each day. Starting from a second week, more than 50 high-speed ring-cutting bees would form each day, as Qi Ping decided to carry out the ring-cutting bee blast soldier strategy from the second week of the high-speed ring-cutting bees cultivation. Before this, quite a number of big belly bees and balance bees were also being cultivated. At this moment, every high-speed ring-cutting bee in front of Qi Ping exuded a powerful and dangerous aura. Although their strength seemed slightly weaker compared to the first generation of high-speed ring-cutting bees, being only the second generation, the difference wasn't significant. They could basically replicate the combat power of the first-generation high-speed ring-cutting bees entirely. This was why Qi Ping had always been protecting the first-generation high-speed ring-cutting bees. With 32 second-generation high-speed ring-cutting bees born, plus one stronger high-speed ring-cutting bee, there's no need to worry about the demonic insect attacks for now. Considering the previous strength of the demonic insects, such a number of high-speed ring-cutting bees, along with some golden marrow bees, would be enough to easily kill all the incoming demonic insects. Now let the other golden marrow bees take the high-speed ring-cutting bees for battle array training. The combat power exerted by forming a battle array is much stronger than fighting chaotically. Next, I can finally focus on cultivating spiritual medicine peacefully. This point was what made Qi Ping happiest. Being able to steadily cultivate spiritual medicine and enhance his strength was wonderful. During this period, he only managed to sleep during short breaks to recover his spiritual power. His mind was exceptionally exhausted from the intensive use of the plant growth skill. If he weren't a cultivator, he'd likely have collapsed from exhaustion already. This lifestyle is bearable for a while, like grinding in a game, but over time it becomes true torture. If this went on for too long, Qi Ping suspected that even as a cultivator, he wouldn't survive. Persevering till now was due to the survival instinct in his mind and the desire to become stronger. Beside the blood ginseng cultivation site, Qi Ping was carefully inventorying the items in his storage bag, occasionally communicating with a large golden bee next to him. Currently, there's a considerable accumulation of blood ginseng, so for at least half a month, even if the blast soldier strategy continues, it can be supported. So next, I'll cultivate a 50-year-old flowing light grass, then refine the bloodline mutation potion to nurture the mutated bee swarm and concurrently raise the Druid level to level 3. Reaching this step, Qi Ping felt much more at ease as the steps of cultivating spiritual medicine gradually returned to a state that didn't harm his body. Because when refining the bloodline mutation potion, Qi Ping must maintain his peak condition. Otherwise, in his current state of exhaustion, the probability of failure in alchemy would be over 50%. And if he failed, even working tirelessly, it would take almost half a month to gather the necessary materials again. This was something Qi Ping absolutely could not afford to let happen. Delaying for so much time in such a situation would result in irreparable consequences, possibly costing him his life. It's worth mentioning that the other ordinary ingredients needed for refining the bloodline mutation potion were found by the golden marrow bees, saving Qi Ping considerable effort. This was one of the advantages of having contracted bee animal companions. Well done! Taking the last ordinary ingredient from a golden marrow bee's clasp, Qi Ping couldn't help but praise. Buzz buzz, as long as the boss is happy. After obtaining the last ordinary ingredient, Qi Ping lay down on the grass, guarded by the high-speed, ring-cutting bees, and fell asleep. He hadn't had a proper rest for almost half a month. Thus, even on the cold, hard ground, Qi Ping quickly slipped into dreamland. However, Qi Ping didn't sleep soundly in his dream. He dreamt of being overrun by overwhelming demonic insects and elusive tribulation cultivators. Behind them were multiple Foundation establishment Golden Core experts, disregarding the lives of ordinary loose cultivators in the Qingtian realm, slaughtering until mountains of corpses and rivers of blood appeared. An elder Zhou, Sister Nan, Wang Mountain, the chubby Zhou, the skinny Li Peng. Even Boss Gao, Meng Shanshan, and others all lay in the blood pool with tragic appearances. This despairing scene and the deaths of his friends jolted Qi Ping awake from his dream. Huff! Awakening to find it was all a dream, Qi Ping gradually relaxed his tense mood. Has my mind been too tense during this time? Why would I have such a dream? Fortunately, my spiritual power has recovered quite a bit. So let's continue cultivating the flowing light grass. Bringing it to its 50-year stage is the priority. Immediately, Qi Ping skillfully used the plant growth skill, injecting a stream of special energy that accelerated plant growth into the flowing light grass. Watching the flowing light grass grow visibly, Qi Ping's heart gradually settled. Nothing else mattered. The real task was to accumulate resources and enhance his strength, which was what Qi Ping was most willing to focus on. Steadily farming and accumulating over time, he could gradually become a long-lived great cultivator. Roughly during the next week, the demonic insects continued to appear every 3 days, but none could stir up trouble under the slaughter of the trained high-speed, ring-cutting bees in battle formation. Instead, Qi Ping harvested quite a few demonic insect corpses. This gave Qi Ping more confidence to purchase high-level spirit beasts. A week later, as Qi Ping infused the energy of the plant growth skill into the flowing light grass, and after a series of changes, strands of dark golden light appeared on the grass leaves. The flowing light grass was ready. The ingredients needed for the bloodline mutation potion were finally gathered once again. Now it's time to see if the newly acquired talent from the mutation is impressive. Shared talent. Brewing artisan. Shared talent. Great brewmaster. This talent emerged 2 days ago after the big belly bees formed a certain scale. To be precise, it transformed from a brewing artisan to a great brewmaster. Qi Ping didn't expect that the shared talent would improve alongside the advancement of the animal companion's talent. Previously, in the game, there was no situation where animal companions advanced or transformed because the talents of animal companions in the game were fixed. Now, the shared talent can also improve with the advancement of the animal companion's talent, which was a surprise and delight for Qi Ping. Shared talent. Thinking carefully, it actually makes sense. Originally, sharing was based on the talent of animal companions. Since the animal companion's talent improved, the talent inherited through sharing improving along with it can be understood. However, if this is the case, then the golden marrow bee has even more reason to continue cultivating. Having tried the convenience brought by the brewing artisan for alchemy, Qi Ping was very clear about how important this talent is for immortal cultivation. With this talent in hand, his path of immortal cultivation would be much smoother, especially since it perfectly complements the Druid's plant growth skill. Great brewmaster. You have an exceptional talent for brewing honey and possess a highly sensitive spiritual sense towards spiritual medicine. You can keenly fuse spiritual medicines and maximize their effectiveness, then brew them into honey. After the talent evolved from brewing artisan to great brewmaster, Qi Ping could clearly feel that his sensitivity towards spiritual medicine has raised a notch compared to before. For Tier 1 intermediate spiritual medicine like blood ginseng, he was incredibly sensitive to its medicinal properties and impurities. Even concerning the fusion of spiritual medicines, Chi Ping no longer felt it was as obscure and difficult as before. Instead, he had a sort of intuitive ease. Chi Ping speculated that perhaps the great brewmaster talent is outstanding even among Tier 1 high-level talents. So fusing Tier 1 spiritual medicine, as long as handled carefully, shouldn't pose any major problems. This gave Chi Ping great confidence in the success rate of crafting this bloodline mutation potion. However, Chi Ping still prepared the wooden table he used before and sorted the herbs according to the previous proportions before resting with his eyes closed. Even with a stronger talent, Chi Ping felt that sticking to the previous method would be more secure, stabilizing the success rate, while also being more experienced in operation. Buzz buzz. Boss, that two-legged beast who came to find you last time is here again. Buzz buzz. Looks like this. The golden marrow bee suddenly buzzed by Chi Ping's ear, describing Sister Nan's appearance and actions. Sister Nan is here? Chi Ping frowned, disrupted from his resting state. Sister Nan herself had no faults and was quite good to him. But Chi Ping had said not long ago, if Sister Nan's crisis warning talent sent something, she must come to find him immediately. So probably this time, it's because of this matter. Thus, Chi Ping couldn't care less about alchemy for now and rushed down the mountain. At the foot of the 7th peak in Old Zhou's courtyard, Chi Ping had not stayed there for half a month, and now the courtyard was filled with spider webs and fallen leaves covered the inside and outside. Some of the precious plants Old Zhou kept also wilted due to neglect. The entire courtyard had an air of abandonment. Sister Nan, in plain clothes, arrived at the courtyard and was somewhat shocked at the obviously long-abandoned state. She knew about Old Zhou returning to the mortal world, but what about Chi Ping? Shouldn't he still be here? Might something have happened? Thinking of this, a trace of worry arose in her heart. Chi Ping was kind to her, and they had a friendship. Naturally, she didn't want anything to happen to him. Just as Sister Nan was anxiously ready to enter the courtyard and look for Chi Ping, she caught sight of a handsome young man rushing down from the mountain. Little Chi. Sister Nan, long time no see. Have you been living up on the mountain? Sister Nan pointed at the long-abandoned courtyard and looked at Chi Ping with some shock. But more than anything, she was delighted to see Chi Ping was all right. Yes, since Old Zhou went back to the mortal world, I've been raising bees on the mountain, which is convenient and safer. I see, I thought you gave me quite a scare. Sister Nan said with some lingering fear. How could that be? If something happens, I'd surely send the golden marrow bee to remind you. Sister Nan, why did you come this time? Chi Ping had already discussed with Sister Nan before that if there's an urgent situation, he would send a golden marrow bee to hover a yard in front of Sister Nan. My crisis warning has sensed something again. When mentioning this matter, Sister Nan's expression turned extremely solemn, clearly indicating this warning made her particularly uneasy. Since something again, and stronger than any previous time, Sister Nan affirmed. Getting this answer, Chi Ping's heart sank slightly. For it to affect Sister Nan, and to be an unprecedentedly intense crisis warning. Thus, the danger faced this time is absolutely not comparable to the ordinary demonic insect problems before. Thinking of this, Chi Ping felt even more urgent about crafting the mutated potion, cultivating the golden marrow bee, and advancing to Tier 3 as a druid. I'd better hurry to craft the bloodline mutation potion. The current state shouldn't pose too many issues. Chi Ping silently mused. Hence, without speaking any more unnecessary words, Chi Ping directly said, Sister Nan, come up the mountain with me. I've made arrangements there. Even if a late-stage Chi refining cultivator comes, they'll face death. Capable of dealing with late-stage Chi refining? Yes. Chi Ping nodded affirmatively. Good. Then I'll supplement with some poison array traps. Sister Nan agreed without hesitation, knowing that Chi Ping would never say something he couldn't accomplish. If Chi Ping said it, it was bound to be true, though having this kind of strength was very surprising to her. Moments later, Chi Ping brought Sister Nan to the ancient fir where he once cultivated. Sister Nan, you can make some arrangements here. I have something else to do. We'll return later. Great. Go ahead, don't worry about me. Sister Nan replied with a smile. She knew Chi Ping surely had his secrets, but she wasn't inclined to probe. To her, what she wanted was to help Chi Ping if possible, And after this crisis, she planned to tell Qi Ping about the source of spirit beast cultivation, demon insect chapter. In this period, she saw the shadow of a powerful figure in Qi Ping. She felt that, barring any accidents, Qi Ping could very likely become a renowned, strong presence. After all, she trusted Qi Ping immensely, believing that if she could assist him initially, she wouldn't need to ask for anything as Qi Ping would surely offer her ample returns. Perhaps Qi Ping was her best chance to materialize the secret she held, rather than relying on the stranger, greed-driven, or lofty sects, clans, and cultivators. The previous instance of Qi Ping gifting her golden marrow honey was an excellent testament to his lack of greed. Perhaps little Qi could become my greatest support in achieving my goals. Sister Nan thought secretly. Of course, everything would be after the current crisis was resolved. To confront the danger, she also brought out the terrifying, highly poisonous toxin she had kept, enough to kill a late-stage Qi refining cultivator. Qi Ping responded and then left, heading to craft the bloodline mutation potion. He had his own motives concerning Sister Nan. After this crisis, he planned to use the opportunity to exchange golden marrow honey for the source information of spirit beast cultivation, demon insect chapter, as this precious information is best approached at the right time, lest a hasty request leads to an adverse effect. After bringing Sister Nan under the ancient firwood, Qi Ping returned to the blood ginseng field where he had prepared his herbs. Now, the entire number 7 peak was filled with his eyes and hidden power, so Qi Ping wasn't worried about being ambushed or encountering unexpected issues. Unless the enemy's strength far surpasses his, this place is his main battlefield. After taking 3 deep breaths, Qi Ping felt ready and began the crafting of the bloodline mutation potion. Qi Ping first started with the extraction of essences from common herbs. He hadn't practiced alchemy in a long time, so he had prepared more than enough common herbs. Starting here to regain his touch was most appropriate. This step he completed with ease. Not a single mistake. Qi Ping was somewhat surprised. He thought a lapse from not doing alchemy for a while was to be expected. After completing the essence extraction of common herbs, it was time for the spiritual medicines. To be on the safe side, Qi Ping decided to extract essence from some ordinary blood ginseng to familiarize himself with the process again. After experimenting 3 or 4 times, every extraction was completely successful. So Qi Ping didn't hesitate anymore and began extracting essence from the centennial blood ginseng and the 50-year flowing light grass. In one smooth motion, he finally extracted all 10 portions of herbs. Success rate reached 90%. And if it weren't for the sudden lack of spiritual power during the last herb's essence extraction, it would have been 100% success. The great brewmaster's talent is unbelievably strong. With my experience in spirit medicine essence extraction, the probability of failure is almost negligible. This made Qi Ping somewhat regret the low intelligence of the big belly bee, which could only instinctively brew honey and couldn't even communicate with him. Otherwise, cultivating the big belly bee into small alchemist would definitely earn him plenty of spirit stones. After this is over, I have to quickly improve my cultivation realm as well. Being at the 3rd layer of Qi refining is still too low. Even extracting spirit medicine essential requires more spiritual power than I can sustain. Hopefully, after contracting an animal companion, I can share some cultivation talent, or else I'll have to slowly grind to reach foundation establishment. After completing the spirit medicine essence extraction, Qi Ping began absorbing spiritual power from spirit stones to speed up its recovery. Once his spiritual power was fully recovered, Qi Ping immediately began the fusion work of the potions. Perhaps Qi Ping was in a good state, or perhaps due to the great brewmaster talent, Qi Ping was seemingly divinely assisted in the fusion of spirit medicine essences. The fusion process was not only fast and smooth, but without any errors. Qi Ping directly succeeded in fusing 9 portions of spirit medicine essence, achieving a 100% success rate. Compared to the last time, when he barely succeeded with 5 portions, the difference was huge. So powerful. Having experienced both talents, Qi Ping was now utterly clear about the gap between a brewing artisan and a great brewmaster. Simply put, without the brewing artisan talent and without large batches of spiritual medicines to practice on, Chi Ping couldn't raise his skill to the level required to successfully craft the bloodline mutation potion. But with the brewing artisan talent, Chi Ping only needed a bit of training to achieve a decent success rate in potion making. The Great Brewmaster directly increased Chi Ping's alchemy success rate to near perfection. Chi Ping estimated that not just the bloodline mutation potion, but for any Tier 1 potion recipe, as long as he familiarized himself with it for a while, he could likely achieve this result. Bloodline mutation potion is successfully crafted. The next step is the metamorphosis golden marrow bee plus obtaining Druid experience. Druid level, LV2, 138 200ths. Druid level, LV2, 179 200ths. In the past week, Chi Ping had gained 41 Druid experience points, now only needing 21 more points to level up. Last time, the Metamorphose Bee Swarm gained 47 Druid experience points, so this time, the experience gain should be enough for a Druid level up. The only thing surprising Chi Ping was the high success rate of this alchemy, resulting in enough bloodline mutation potion for over 90 male bees to consume. And among the male bees in Chi Ping's golden marrow bee swarm, excluding the mutated ones, only 78 survived. So Chi Ping chose 75 male bees as the targets for this mutation, leaving 3 male bees to continue the purest bloodline of the golden marrow bees. After selecting 75 male bees, Chi Ping didn't delay and immediately had them start consuming the bloodline mutation potion. Begin. Buzz buzz. Yes, boss. The male bees said excitedly in unison, missing the chance to consume the bloodline mutation potion last time. But this time was finally their turn. After witnessing the power of the successfully metamorphosed high-speed, ring-cutting bees and balanced bees, they were even more eager for this opportunity. If a new powerful bee species evolves, the swarm will certainly become even stronger. It has begun. Chi Ping watched as the 75 male bees consumed the bloodline mutation potion and dispersed across the clearing. As the intense blood-red and golden light began to appear on the male bees, Chi Ping's heart filled with a strong sense of anticipation, even more exciting than the previous bee metamorphosis, because this time, it not only concerned how powerful the mutated bee species would become, but also whether Chi Ping could gain enough level experience to awaken as a Tier 3 Druid and access the skill wilderness transformation. Phase 1. Potion entering the body, enduring the violent medicinal power of the bloodline mutation potion. During this phase, 30 male bees burst from failing to withstand the medicinal power, while 45 male bees successfully endured this stage. Death rate in the first phase turned out to be nearly half more than last time. Is it because the relatively stronger male bees were already chosen last time? This inevitably made Chi Ping somewhat worried. This wasn't a very promising start. Phase 2, bodily mutation, to mutate complete aberrant organs or bodies. In the last second phase of the 36 male bees that passed Phase 1, 23 died in this stage, with a much higher mortality rate than Phase 1. So when it came to the second phase, Chi Ping was even more worried. 30 down. Only 15 endured the second phase. Upon hearing the result, Chi Ping's face went dark. The mortality rate was still higher than the last time. Is this the outcome due to the relatively weaker bodies of male bees? Phase 3, merging the mutated part with the entire body and successfully advancing. This step directly determined the final result. How many male bees will successfully metamorphose will be decided here. Last time, of the 13 male bees that reached the second phase, survive the final stage. Hopefully, at least 4 of these 15 also make it past this stage. After a period of anxious waiting, for auras of later tier 1 successfully stabilized. For successfully metamorphed, not bad. Chi Ping now had an urge to cry with joy. Even if only 4 finally succeeded in metamorphosing, it was a success for Chi Ping. Among these 4 successfully metamorphosed male bees, 2 were familiar to Chi Ping, remaining balanced bees. This mutation could only be described as fairly standard, but as a fundamental bee species for future metamorphoses, having more balanced bees also had its advantages, offering more options. Real delight was found in the last 2 males. One, with a slender body and a sharp, powerful tail needle, was undoubtedly the highly poisonous bee that Qi Ping had longed for. The highly poisonous bee is finally here. The other one, however, was entirely enveloped in a layer of black. The dark-colored drone, its body seemingly enveloped in a layer of ink-black armor, exuded a strong metallic texture. Even the wings were lined with black patterns, appearing exceptionally resilient. Based on this characteristic, if I'm not wrong, this should be the bee known for its defensive traits. The appearance of the highly poisonous bee and the ink armor bee put Qi Ping in quite a good mood. Even though the probability of failure this time was higher, the emergence of these two mutated bee species made it a highly profitable outcome. However, the specific attributes would still have to wait for the drone to awaken before being tested. Of course, what really made Qi Ping happy was that as the 4 drones just transformed, the Druid experience he eagerly awaited finally arrived. Druid level experience plus 29. Druid level LV2 179 200ths. Druid level LV3 8 400ths. The Druid level that Qi Ping longed for finally reached level 3, although the experience was much less compared to the previous 47 points. It's probably because the balance bee isn't a new bee species. But Qi Ping didn't pay much attention to it. The most important thing was that his Druid level finally reached level 3, and that's what mattered the most. The skill Wilderness Transformation was finally coming. Druid level 3 skill generating. Please select a professional skill. Beast King Druid, 2 options Wilderness Transformation, Bloodthirsty Bestowal. LV1 Wilderness Transformation. You can transform into an animal and gain the extraordinary power of the transformed animal. Every 3 levels, you can obtain a transformation form. The transformed target must be a familiar animal shape, and the total energy cannot exceed your own. Active cannot be upgraded. LV1 Bloodthirsty Bestowal. As a Beast King Druid, you can grant your animal companion the passive skill Bloodthirst. Active cannot be upgraded. Jungle Druid, 2 options Healing Technique, Greed Vine. LV1 Healing Technique. Consumes energy to summon the power of healing, effective for healing injuries in flesh and plant kinds. Active, upgradable. LV1 Greed Vine. Consumes energy to summon a giant vine to attack the enemy. Active, upgradable. Wilderness Transformation, Bloodthirsty Bestowal, Healing Technique, Greed Vine. Choosing 2 out of 4. This time, Qi Ping didn't hesitate much facing this choice. First, for the Beast King Druid choice, Wilderness Transformation was particularly anticipated by Qi Ping. In fact, the purpose of Qi Ping's painstaking effort to rapidly advance to level 3 was precisely for the Wilderness Transformation skill, so there was no hesitation here. Although Bloodthirsty Bestowal is a good skill, providing a dramatic boost to the short-term explosive power of animal companions, compared to the importance of Wilderness Transformation to Qi Ping, it falls short by a lot. Bloodthirsty Bestowal can surely be chosen later on, but not now. Beast King Druid Professional Skill Choice, Wilderness Transformation. As for the Jungle Druid options, the same issue persists as before. Qi Ping's current strength is too low and unlikely to improve quickly unless there's shared talent from an animal companion that aids in cultivation. So, unless it's a special skill like plant growth or wilderness transformation, it's mainly about survival skills and support skills. The healing technique skill can not only save his own life in critical times, but also preserve the lives of animal companions if they get injured or rapidly restore their combat power. It can even be used to heal spiritual medicine if any issues arise. Healing technique is undoubtedly a must-choose skill, usable from early to late stages, so there's no need to hesitate in choosing the skill either. Jungle Druid Professional Skill Choice, Healing Technique. Skill selection completed, data panel generating. Name, Qi Ping. Level, LV3, 8 400ths. Profession, Beast King Druid. Main, Jungle Druid, subsidiary. Talent, Animal Companion, Natural Affinity. Animal Companion, 1/3, Golden Marrow Bee. Wilderness Transformation, January 1st, Golden Marrow Bee. Shared Talent, Great Brewmaster. Skills, LV2 Plant Growth, 67 200ths. LV1 Beast King's Blessing, 15/100. LV3 Tree Skin Technique, 268 400. LV1 healing technique, 0/100. Skills, constant animal communication, beast friend, wild heart. Wilderness transformation, selectable form, golden marrow bee. After selection, you can transform into any other bee types with the same bloodline mutation, currently selectable forms. Golden marrow bee, high-speed ring-cutting bee, big belly bee, balance bee, highly poisonous bee, ink armor bee. If bee species energy surpasses own or is not within the same energy level, transformation cannot be completed. You have acquired a new animal companion contract position. I can choose any bee species with the same bloodline as the golden marrow bee. Not only can I choose a high-speed ring-cutting bee, I can even transform into the newly mutated ink armor bee and highly poisonous bee. Seeing this information, a strong surge of joy filled Chi Ping's heart. He now only wants to say one thing: awesome. Previously, since the game didn't have this animal companion mutation cultivation mechanism, he didn't know that wilderness transformation could actually allow selections of other transform forms within a base transform form. This means now he can transform into the golden marrow bee and blend among the golden marrow bees without being detected. And as long as his internal energy is sufficient, he can transform into high-speed ring-cutting bee, ink armor bee, highly poisonous bee at any time. Joking aside about the big belly bee and highly poisonous bee, with one being significantly weak and the other not having many features aside from being highly poisonous, their transformation holds little significance for Chi Ping. But it's different with the high-speed ring-cutting bee and ink armor bee. One has a speed that could match, even surpass, the ordinary late-stage Chi refining cultivator. The other excels in defense, though its strength still needs testing. It should be comparable to the high-speed ring-cutting bees if we consider its defensive prowess. Speedy or highly defensive, as long as his energy is sufficient, they could be immensely advantageous when fleeing. With this skill combined with the bee's swarm presence, from now on, beneath Foundation Establishment, few could pose a threat to me. Even above Foundation Establishment, I still have a chance to escape. In this way, it seems I must continue on this path of beekeeping. Spirit Beast Cultivation, Demon Insect Chapter, can support the bee swarm to reach Foundation Establishment, maybe even give a slight chance at Golden Core, but how far beyond this, it will still depend on obtaining more clues from Sister Nan. For now, while there's time, I should try out the Wilderness Transformation skill. Select Wilderness Transformation, first form, Golden Marrow Bee. First transformation form confirming. Wilderness Transformation, January 1st, Golden Marrow Bee. However, just as Chi Ping was about to perform Wilderness Transformation, a high-speed ring-cutting bee rapidly flew to Chi Ping's side. Buzz Buzz, boss, many ferocious insect beasts. Buzz Buzz, and a black-dressed bipedal being, Aura, late-stage Tier 1. A late-stage Chi refining black-robed cultivator? Upon receiving this information, Chi Ping frowned. Today, being exactly 3 days after the last demonic insect attack, so the arrival of demonic insects was within Chi Ping's expectations. But what's with this black-robed, late-stage Chi refining cultivator?
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.